Chapter 397. The second negotiation took place in front of the gate of the Black and White House. Little White put Gerald Dane on the island and Danny did not show up. Then, Blackie informed Bizarro and the kind man of the new negotiation location. They were a little shocked. They did not expect the Dragon Queen to go to the Black and White House. The three quickly reached 4 agreements. The first 2 were very fair. The gold royals from Slave Bay would be deposited into the Iron Treasury, and the handling fee would be reduced from 13.5% to 13%. The Iron Treasury would act as a middleman for the grain, and the price of grain would rise by 30% above the highest price, which was the Iron Treasury's commission. Of course, they could earn more or less. It all depended on the Iron Treasury's methods. They only needed to give enough grain to the Dragon Queen 5 years later. Danny did not expect to receive any grain. The long night was coming. Who would sell the life-saving grain? The Iron Treasury would encourage the people of the Western continent to grow grain in the next 5 years. Just like Guangzhou buying deer to defeat Chu, Danny's goal would be achieved. As for the benefits, it would probably only give Danny peace of mind. Knowing that the long night was coming, she would do her best to save people. Not mentioning how much she could save, she had a clear conscience. The last 2 terms were the result of a compromise between the 2 sides. The Dragon Queen received a large fleet for free. A ready-made fleet and tens of thousands of tons of supplies. Bravos tried to reduce the risk of breaking the oath and violating the guests' rights. At the same time, they received the Dragon Queen's forgiveness. She would no longer send her eldest son to fall from the sky and chat about daily life in the sky of Bravos. At the end of the negotiation, the people of Bravos escorted the leaders of the coup, including Copernicus and Cantona, who were bruised and covered in dirt, to let the wings of death judge them. They would be sprayed with dragon flames to vent for the Dragon Queen. Danny refused. Mother said that this is the internal affairs of Bravos, she will not interfere. And Copernicus's father, old Arathorn, once invited her to a meal, so she has to forgive Sir Copernicus. If possible, let him continue to be the Sea King, Dahe said in a rumbling voice as it flew in the air. Copernicus, who had been ashen-faced, immediately came back to life. He knelt on the ground and thanked the Dragon Queen for sparing his life. He also talked about his friendship with little Danny when he was young. They had a meal together. Finally, he made a sincere promise that as long as he was the Sea King, he would strive to maintain the traditional friendship between Bravos and Targaryen. Even Gerald Dane was disgusted, not to mention Bersalo and the kind man. After signing the agreement, Big Black flew to Slavers Bay, Little White returned to Dragonstone Island, and Gerald Dane would lead the fleet to the East Sea. That night, Dragonstone Island, in the drawing room at the top of the stone drum tower. It was a circular room with 4 tall, narrow windows facing east, west, north and south. There was a strangely shaped long wooden table in the room. A detailed map of the 7 kingdoms was carved on the table. It was almost a miniature Westeros of the same scale. The map table was 15 meters long. At the location of Dragonstone Island on the map, there was a seat overlooking the entire map. Aegon had sat here to think about his plan to conquer the western continent. That's more or less it. Danny sat at the head of the table and told Barristan what had happened in Bravos. There were only the 2 of them in the huge room. Danny was still a spiritual projection. In reality, Barristan was alone. Can Big Black really speak? Barristan thought carefully for a while, still in disbelief. After swallowing the rat chef, his vocal cords seemed to have evolved. Not only can he speak, but he can also produce complex and varied tones. It's very strange. Danny thought about how she used Big Black's mouth to switch between Smog, the holy megalosaurus and the Buddha. She could not help but laugh strangely. I'm afraid that the people of Bravos will not give up on revenge. White Knight said worriedly. If they want to take revenge on me, they will have to survive the long night first. Danny sneered. Barristan thought for a while and said, since Big Black can speak, let him walk around the City of Knowledge and the King's Landing. In the past 10 days since we took down Dragonstone Island, the City of Knowledge has not stopped. Almost every day, there are messenger crows spreading rumors about you to the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Today they say that you violated the rights of a guest. Tomorrow they say that you studied evil blood witchcraft and are a witch. The day after tomorrow, they say that you inherited the mad blood of King Ares and are the Mad King II. The old knight carefully observed Danny's expression. Seeing that she was only smiling and not angry, he continued. The day after tomorrow, they say that you are full of lies and that you are trying to use deviant ghosts to distract the nobles of the 7 kingdoms so that the Iron Throne will overlook the fact that Targaryen has returned to the Westeros. Yes, Paristan informed the City of Knowledge and the Seven Kingdoms about the deviant ghosts, but no one believed him. Some scholars in the City of Knowledge even claimed that the Dr. Paristan of the Great Wall was a fake, and that the real doctor was killed by you during the rebellion in the City of Knowledge. Yes, that fake doctor was actually Scholar Yimont in disguise. Ugh, they can even say such things. The City of Knowledge is completely shameless. Danny's mouth twitched. Sigh, if the City of Knowledge violated the rights of a guest is proven to be true, not to mention face, even survival will become difficult. They dare to send messenger crows to Dragonstone Island and speak ill of me to my face. Danny asked suspiciously. Not at all. Paristan suddenly laughed. Your Majesty, you have no idea how much the people of the Seven Kingdoms love you. If the City of Knowledge makes any strange movements, countless messenger crows will immediately fly from all over the Seven Kingdoms to report the rebellious actions of the City of Knowledge to you. Oh, what do you mean? Danny was interested. The second day after you left, Count Duran Baraman of Sharphorn City of Marseille's Cape came to Dragonstone Island, intending to pledge his loyalty to you. There was only a narrow waterway between Dragonstone Island and Marseille's Cape, known as the Throat. The Throat was the exit of Blackwater Bay. If she could obtain the loyalty of Sharphorn City, then Danny might be able to seal off the Throat and prevent trade between the King's Landing and the other side of the narrow waterway. And Baraman of Sharphorn City was not only a noble, he was also one of the few direct vassals of Dragonstone Island. Did you forget that at the Great Wall, Stannis' army had a blue swordfish flag? Danny said hesitantly. The blue swordfish was the insignia of the Count of Sharphorn City. Yes, Count Duran's uncle joined Stannis' army and went to the Great Wall, but this does not affect Sharphorn City's loyalty to you. I don't want his loyalty. The more territory, the greater the responsibility. Danny said. I understand. Paristan nodded. Other than Count Duran, there were many other nobles who sent letters to discuss their loyalty. The King's Landing, Hajien Dorn, the Valley. There might be spies from the Iron Throne among them. But you did not intend to conquer the Westeros immediately, so I rejected all the nobles' offers to pledge their allegiance. I also explained your plan to them one by one. You will not fight for the Iron Throne before the next summer. Also, if someone really ends the long night, you will also pledge your allegiance to him. Danny waved her hand. I will not pledge my allegiance. The Duke of Dragonstone Island will be passed to my descendants. She did not even want the Iron Throne, how could she become a vassal of the Westeros? Speaking of descendants? Paristan asked hesitantly. Since you know that the kingdom needs descendants to inherit it, why did you reject Count Sitiga's marriage plan? I feel that heiress Sitiga is not bad. He is capable and good-looking. His family background is also worthy of you. Most importantly, he values honor and is a qualified knight. Just because his name is Eris, he was eliminated in the first round. Danny gave a strange smile. This reason is too. Barristan's face twisted. I'm afraid Count Sitiga will not accept it. If I have to satisfy every vassal, then why should I be a queen? Sitiga is different. Paristan emphasized. Do you think I will sacrifice myself for Sitiga? Your Majesty, no one can force you to choose Sir Sitiga. Don't worry about this. If the long night cannot pass, there is no point in having 4 generations under one roof. After the long night, I am still young and have plenty of time. After that, Danny asked again, what's the reaction from the King's Landing? On the 3rd day after we took down Dragonstone Island, Kevin Lannister returned to the King's Landing and quickly took control of the Imperial Conference, replacing Cersei as the regent. He is currently trying to reach an understanding with House Tyrell. At the very least, the food from River Bend is being transported to the King's Landing along the Monday River. The High Court doesn't believe in the other ghosts. Danny frowned. Whether they believe it or not, the King's Landing is short of food. As long as the High Court wants to continue playing this game of power with Lannister, they can only transport food over. Otherwise, Tommen's rule will collapse and the Tyrells' previous investments will all go down the drain. After a pause, Barristan continued, actually this is good too. Food is finally circulating in the 7 kingdoms. If the High Court is short of food, they will at least hurry up and plant another batch of food. Danny sighed. Now I understand why the Great Sparrow did not keep her promise and only bought 500,000 gold royals worth of food from the free cities. Continue. What else did Kevin do? He personally went to the Great Cathedral of Baylor to meet the Great Sparrow and persuade the church to support Tommen's rule. Danny nodded and praised, not bad. He really cleaned up the mess that Cersei made. With the army and food from River Bend and the church's support, If not for my sudden appearance, Toman's throne would have been secured. Your Majesty, Kevin also considered your influence and sent a letter to Dragonstone Island as soon as he arrived at King's Landing, Barristan said strangely. Dany's interest was piqued and she quickly asked, what did he say? First, he promised to redeem Sir Rake. Yes, 5,000 gold royals, not one less. He also acknowledged Targaryen's ownership of Dragonstone Island. No matter who sits on the Iron Throne in the end, Dragonstone Island will always be the land of the Targaryens. Then, on behalf of Lannister and the Iron Throne, he accepted your promise to end the other ghosts as king. He also promised that after the chaos in Time Inn is quelled and the sea route to the north is reopened, Casterly Rock will ship a batch of supplies from Lannister Harbor to the Shadow Tower. If you don't block the sea route, you will also ship a batch of refugees from King's Landing to the Great Wall as night watchers. But he asked you to abide by the oath you made at the Great Wall. You will not take the initiative to become enemies with any noble or king who supports the Great Wall. In other words, you can't attack the west and the areas under King's Landing's control. He has a good plan. He used this method to buy time and stabilize the chaotic situation in King's Landing. Dany sneered. Barristan nodded and sighed. I can see his purpose. He even knows that we can guess his purpose. But if you break the oath, he will only be happier. No matter how many messenger crows the City of Knowledge sends out, there are only a few nobles in the Seven Kingdoms who believe that you violated the guest's rights. Even Kevin said in his letter that he and Lannister both thought that the City of Knowledge was lying. In fact, the people of the Seven Kingdoms can't find a reason for you to go against the City of Knowledge. But the oath on the Great Wall is known by too many people. If you really become an oath breaker, all your enemies will be overjoyed. Why should I break the oath? The one who ends the long night is king. If they can't do it, it will be useless even if Lannister can build an iron bucket. If they can do it, let them be king. Dany said with a faint smile. King's Landing was a huge problem. One touch and you would get shit on your hands. She didn't even want Sharphorn City, which was next to Dragonstone Island, so why would she get involved in that mess? Besides, even if Lannister was better at killing than Arya and really ended the long night, it didn't mean that Dany would give up on the blood feud between Targaryen and Lannister. Barristan suddenly became serious and said, Your Majesty, Sir Kevin is very rational. The Iron Throne and Dragonstone Island won't be in conflict for the time being. But Cersei, that crazy woman, will be released soon. At that time. Chapter 398. Barristan explained, when Sir Kevin returned to King's Landing, the first thing he did was not to rescue Cersei. First, he tried to become the regent, then he resolved the conflict between Lannister, Tyrell and Dragonstone Island, and then the conflict between the Iron Throne and the Church. Only after he stabilized his power as the regent did he try to get Cersei out of the cathedral. Cersei is crazy. When she regains power over King's Landing, she may not be as considerate as Sir Kevin. We have to be careful. So what if Cersei is compared to Braavos? No matter how crazy she is, I can still make her wake up, Dany said coldly. The White Knight said, maybe not. Cersei, like Queen Marjorie, did not escape trial. She was only released on bail and will continue to be tried by the Church. Also, Queen Cersei admitted to having. At this point, the White Knight's face was full of shame, as if it was difficult to continue. In the end, under Dany's curious gaze, he stammered, Cersei had an affair with the White Knight, Osfriel, Kate and Blake, the three brothers. Sigh, what kind of world is this? The White Knight stomped his feet and wailed. Dany was focusing on the wrong thing. The three brothers. Speaking of which, why didn't I see such an exciting scene in Game of Thrones? Was she watching the edited version of Game of Thrones? I don't remember the Kate and Blake brothers being in the plot. Queen Cersei was charged with 4 crimes. 1. Infidelity, having an affair with her cousin Lancel, Kate and Blake, and I don't know who. 2. Blasphemy, she ordered the Kate and Blake brothers to murder the Archbishop, who was the predecessor of the Great Sparrow. 3. Murder of King Robert. 4. Incest with Jaime, using her bastard son to occupy the Iron Throne that belonged to Theon Baela. Queen Cersei was very smart. She admitted to the first crime of infidelity, but refused to admit to the last 3. Infidelity did not take her life. The Church would only sentence her to be paraded through the streets. Any one of the last 3 could consign her to eternal damnation. However, Lancel Lannister has already converted to the 7 gods. He was also involved in the assassination of the king. He has already told the Archbishop all his secrets. Your Majesty, do you remember Lancel? How could she forget the one-armed hero who put a hat on Jaime's head? Danny nodded. The one-armed commander of the beggar army was the big sparrow he took me to see. He was a very pious and promising young man. Ah. The corner of Barristan's mouth twitched. What kind of future would a disabled person who was only 18 years old have if he was as old and dispirited as an 80-year-old? The previous archbishop was murdered because Lancel went to the Holy Cathedral to confess his sins. Cersei killed him to silence him. Obviously, Lancel also told the big sparrow the secret. Under normal circumstances, with both witnesses and evidence, Cersei would not be able to escape. Why did Cersei keep Lancel around and tell everyone about her bad deeds? If she wanted to silence someone, she should have killed Lancel. Killing the archbishop would not solve the root of the problem, Danny said. Maybe she couldn't find a chance. Lancel joined the congregation of the poor and has a large army of beggars around her. It's useless. Even if there are witnesses and evidence, Cersei can easily escape the trial, Danny said with a sigh. Oh, how so? The trial will be held in the Holy Cathedral. The nobles, the monks, and the people of King's Landing will all be witnesses. Lancel will definitely testify against Cersei in front of everyone. What else can Cersei do but use force to subdue the church? Trial by martial arts. Barristan was stunned as well. Trial by martial arts was the biggest loophole in the Westeros legal system. Or rather, it was a loophole that the people who made the law deliberately left for the nobles. Even if Robert was resurrected by the Lord of Light, he would not be able to convict his wife, let alone Lancel, as long as Cersei won the trial by martial arts. Trial by martial arts was a tradition of the Undulls. The Church of the Seven not only approved of the trial by martial arts, but also created an even more sacred Tournament of the Seven, a 7-person team that would hold a trial by martial arts. They believed that the 7 gods would decide who was the real sinner. What was more hilarious was that during the reign of Meg the Cruel, Meg rode a dragon and burned the Holy Cathedral, slaughtering the monks and the church's armed forces like pigs and dogs. In the end, Meg the Cruel won the Tournament of the Seven against the Knights of the Sword, the Sons of War. The 7 most powerful and devout Knights of the Sword all died in battle, and Meg won the Tournament of the Seven. Meg did not even ride a dragon. She rode a horse in the tournament, completely following the tradition of the Church of the Seven. It was hard to imagine how crazy the Archbishop of the Church of the Seven must have been. It was obvious that the church would be slapped in the face again. Cersei had an invincible existence under her command, the complete Magic Mountain. Even Danny did not have the confidence to defeat the true Magic Mountain in a one-on-one duel, much less the big sparrow who was lacking in talents. Thinking about this, Danny felt that the plot of Cersei blowing up the Holy Cathedral in Game of Thrones was a little illogical. Cersei had the confidence to clear her name through the normal way, so why did she, blowing up the Holy Cathedral and escaping the trial? It meant that her crime was confirmed. It was like a person who could win a lawsuit but ran away with innocence. Could it be that Cersei had also awakened the Mad Blood? The Mad Blood was not a gene, but a virus that was hidden on the Iron Throne. Anyone who sat on it would be infected? It was obvious that before becoming the king of the Westeros, the Targaryen had been passed down for at least 6,000 years. It was obvious that during the 6,000 years in Valeglia, the Targaryens were not crazy at all. Who would dare to go crazy in the face of the powerful Great Wizard and the 14 Fire Peak families? But once they ascended the Iron Throne, almost every generation of Targaryens would have someone awaken the Mad Blood gene. What was the reason for this? When is Cersei's parade? Danny suddenly asked with great interest. 3 days later in the morning. You want to see it? Barristan asked with a strange expression. You don't want to see the naked Empress Dowager? Cersei was known as the most beautiful woman in the world back then. No, I don't want to see it at all. Barristan hurriedly waved his hand. It's okay. You can ride Whitey there. Wear a pair of binoculars and go quietly. Danny encouraged. The old knight's face turned red and quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty, the first batch of Dragon's Heart has been mined. Do you want to see it? As he spoke, he walked to the narrow window on the east side and pointed at a windowless stone house that was lit up. We captured more than 30 Lannister soldiers. The price was too high, 10 gold royals for each soldier. Kevin did not redeem them. Count Bronn left them in the volcanic grotto to mine the Dragon's Heart. Count Valerian and Count Sedega brought 5 blacksmiths and more than 30 blacksmith apprentices from their territories. They are forging Dragon's Heart weapons day and night. Danny's body disappeared from the throne on the map table like a phantom and appeared beside the White Knight. The castle on Dragonstone Island was built in the style of the Megalosaurus. For example, the kitchen was a dragon curled up in a ball. The smoke and steam from the oven came out of its nostrils. The hall was a dragon lying on the ground. People entered through its huge open mouth. The stone drum tower was built on top of the dragon mountain. It was like a megalosaurus with its head held high. The stone drum tower was the dragon's torso. The map hall was at the dragon's head. The two wings of the stone dragon were spread out. There was a blacksmith shop, a stable and a warehouse. At this time, the blacksmith shop on the left wing of the stone dragon was brightly lit. It was steaming hot. The sound of hammering could be heard. Occasionally, the blacksmith's loud scolding of his apprentices could be heard. Opposite the megalosaurus-shaped stone drum tower, there was a 10-meter-tall circular stone tower. It looked like a coiling dragon coiling around a stone pillar. That was the dungeon tower. Between the stone drum tower and the dungeon tower was an arched stone bridge in the air. The dungeon tower also had lights. Sometimes, there was the sound of metal wheels being dragged on the rails. The castle on Dragonstone Island was built on top of a low volcano called Dragon Mountain. There was a passage in the dungeon tower that led to the interior of Dragon Mountain. The Targaryen ancestors had also built a full set of mining facilities. There were mines, rails, and human-powered mine carts. The entire castle on Dragonstone Island was built using Valeglia's stone craftsmanship. The mining facilities were also copied from the mines of the 14th Fire Peak. It was extremely sturdy. 300 years later it was still working well. No one knew what Targaryen was trying to dig for on Dragonstone Island. After 100 years, he had dug from Dragon Mountain to the bottom of the sea. Half of the mountain below the castle was empty. The reason why the stone drum tower was called that was because every time a storm came, the waves would surge violently and cause a rumbling sound in the castle, like the beating of a drum. Because the bottom was empty, it was like putting a bowl upside down in a basin of water. When the water rippled, there would definitely be a dull sound in the bowl. The waves were beating on the stone drum. Danny had also been to the bottom of the mine. It was mostly filled with dragon crystal and iron ore. The ratio was about 6:4, with dragon crystal taking up 60%. The amount of precious metals such as gold and silver was almost zero. She had no idea what Targaryen was trying to dig from the mine. She asked old Yamant and he didn't know either. If they didn't deal with the other ghosts, Dragonstone Island had no value at all. Are there enough miners? Danny asked. Yes. Count Valerian also recruited 100 farmers on Tidehead Island. The key is that the dragon crystal doesn't need to be refined. The more they mine, the more dragon crystal weapons can be made. The blacksmiths are completely busy, otherwise they wouldn't have to work overtime. How much is the daily production of dragon crystal weapons? Danny asked again. The standard mold you designed is very suitable for making dragon crystal weapons. After the dragon crystal is melted and poured into the mold, it cools and takes shape very quickly. If we focus on making arrowheads, we can produce at least 2,000 arrowheads a day. If we focus on making weapons, we can make about 100 short swords. It's still a little low. Arrange for people to go to King's Landing to recruit a group of blacksmiths and expand the production. Dragon crystal weapons were brittle and hard, and their lifespan was extremely short. When the night came, the consumption rate would be very fast. All right. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that there was a very good blacksmith in King's Landing who had mastered the technique of recasting steel swords. Do you still remember Brittany's Oathkeeper sword? Yes, the House of Stark's Ice was recast by Tywin into two long swords, Joffrey's Widow's Howl, and Brittany's Oathkeeper sword. Ah, the Widow's Howl, it's so fitting. Catelyn in the Red Wedding and Cersei in the Purple Wedding were both widows. They both let out the most desperate and sorrowful wails as mothers. Danny said with a strange expression. Your Majesty, you want to find Master Blacksmith Tobu Mott? Barristan asked in surprise. Tell Bronn that no matter what, he must invite Blacksmith Tobu to Dragonstone Island. I also need a set of Tidehead armor. Danny laughed. Chapter 399. Danny decided to go to King's Landing 3 days later to see Cersei's Mimi. Just as she was hesitating whether to send Whitey to be a bystander or send Blackie to chat with the people of King's Landing about the Empress Dowager's health, Marwyn, who was chewing on a piece of sour grass, contacted her urgently. Yes, it was Professor Marwyn from the City of Knowledge. He, Black Sister Larissa, and the fifth White Knight Grey Iron Garth Hyder were all on Old Town's grain purchasing fleet. Every night, Danny had two fixed tasks. First, she would give Kueishi a soul-cleansing True Dragon roar. Then she would use the glass candle to search for traces of Marwyn, One-Eyed Faceless, and Jia Kuan for 3 minutes. As for the two faceless, needless to say, Danny wished she could keep an eye on them at all times. It would be best if she could find all the faceless strongholds. As for Marwin, it was just a routine search. Most of the time, Danny could not find him because he was not online at all. Marwin and Danny had an agreement. If there was an accident, he would activate the glass candle and contact her at a fixed time at night. After all, Hyder's grain purchasing fleet had dozens of ships, 3 million gold royals, and the magic books that Old Town had found in the City of Knowledge. If they were robbed by pirates, the loss would be huge. Her worries were not groundless. The Stone Steps Archipelago was the world's most notorious pirate den. It was the entrance to the narrow sea, which fed pirates from all over the world. Even Tai Min often went to the Stone Steps Archipelago to train his pirate skills. For example, Yu Luin had been a pirate on the Stone Steps Archipelago when you were young. Asha Greyjoy had also been on the Stone Steps Archipelago for 3 to 5 years. As soon as Hyder's fleet left the Summer Sea, they were targeted by pirates. In Old Town negotiated the price with the grain merchant on the other side of the narrow sea and confirmed the quantity of grain. Then the grain purchasing fleet would transport the gold over. The grain merchant would then start to distribute the grain from the small merchants and farm owners. Once Hyder's gold was transported to Mir and Pentos, the trading princes of Mir and Pentos would also transfer the grain to the port. It was just in time to fulfill the last part of the contract in Mir and Pentos. One hand for the money, one hand for the goods. In other words, the news of Hathar transporting gold to the trading city-states had long spread throughout the narrow sea. Even the people of Bravos in the north knew about it. In fact, Hathar's large-scale purchase of grain had caused the price of grain to skyrocket by 5 times. During the day, Danny's spiritual projection and Jero were in Bravos. During the evening, Danny's spiritual projection and Baristan were on Dragonstone Island. At midnight, Danny's spiritual projection crossed 6,000 kilometers through the glass candle and arrived at the captain's cabin of the White Tower at the entrance of the narrow sea. Just like what Danny had said to Stannis that day, unlike some kings who had too much time on their hands and could only grind their teeth to pass the time, the Dragon Queen was really busy. What's the situation? Danny's voice was erratic, like a mobile phone with bad signal. It was not just her voice. Even her spiritual projection was a blurry silver-gray figure. It was like a 150-inch 8K LCD screen playing a low-resolution VCD. This was because the distance was too far. Danny had announced that she had gone to Bravos, but her real body had been hiding in Slaves Bay to comprehend the Song of Wind. There were only 3 people in the small captain's cabin. The bullneck Marvin, the embarrassed white knight Garth Hyder, and the magic apprentice Larissa. Marvin and Garth looked at each other. In the end, the white knight stepped forward and bowed. He said, "One day after leaving Sun Halberd City, there was a fast paddling ship following behind us. It was just that Hyder's fleet was too large for the pirates to handle, so they did not attack immediately. When the fleet gets close to Broken Arm Corner, more and more pirates will surround us. There will definitely be a huge battle." "How many ships do you have? How many sailors do you have?" Danny asked. "More than 100. Most of them are flat-bottomed sailing ships with a capacity of 200 tons. They are coastal cargo ships. The number of longships and warships with hammers does not exceed 10. The number of sailors is less than 2,000, the second son of the Hyder family said. "If I came to save you, there would be no way to hide the fact that Count Hyder has sided with me," Danny said with a smile. On one hand, the old man of Old Town sought refuge with the Dragon Queen to ensure the future prosperity of his family. On the other hand, he was unwilling to immediately raise his flag against the Iron Throne, especially since his lord, High Court Tyrell, was on the side of Lannister. Garth remembered his father's request and could not help but lower his head in shame. He blushed and said, "My father has considered this. He asked you to pretend to be a pirate and hijack this fleet." "What?" Danny suspected that she was hearing things. She said uncertainly, "You asked me to rob you as a pirate?" Grey Iron Garth's face turned as red as monkey's butt. He mumbled, "Your Majesty, you did not hear wrongly. Everyone in the world knows that the Hyder family has ordered 3 million gold royals worth of food from the Free City. So, the pirates of the Narrow Sea swarmed over, intending to rob the ships of the gold royals. When you knew about this, you also—" I'm sorry." Garth could not continue. He closed his eyes and apologized awkwardly. "Your Majesty, I'm very sorry. My father, even if he did not meet the pirates at the Stone Steps Archipelago, he would have asked you to stop the fleet at Blackwater Bay." "All right, I understand." Danny ended her night's embarrassing situation at the right time and comforted him. You don't have to apologize. Count Hyder is only protecting the peace of Old Town and the hundreds of thousands of people in Hyder's territory from being affected by the war. Your Majesty. Garth's blue eyes widened. He was very touched. 10,000 years ago, at the end of the First Era, there was a land bridge known as the Arm of Dorn, that connected the Westeros Dorn and the disputed land of Ursos together. When the ancestors invaded the Westeros through the Wall of Dorn, the Green Prophet of the Children of the Forest joined forces to cast powerful magic. They shattered the land bridge, which was hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long, into countless islands of different sizes, which became the Stone Steppes Archipelago today. The Stone Steppes Archipelago was located at the entrance of the Narrow Sea. Half of the world's sea trade ships would pass through here. With such a golden route, even Valeglia occupied one of the islands and built a free fortress Tarosai. One of the islands was called the Torture Abyss. It might not be the largest island, but it had a port comparable to Tarosai's. It was a hot afternoon at the Torture Abyss port. Blue sky, white clouds, and a warm northeast wind. Waves came from the shore, wave after wave, gently buffering the hull of the ship that was painted with a new brown paint. Woo woo woo, the bugle horn sounded at the port. The sailors busied themselves in the sun. Some twisted the lock and pulled the anchor out of the sea. Some sailors pulled up the white sails under the command of the first mate. Thousands of rowers put their oars into the sea and paddled the wooden oars rhythmically to the beat of the drums. 10 gigantic warships lined up at the port. The white sails were pulled up slowly, and they slowly sailed toward the vast sea outside the port. Hiss! Suddenly a dragon's roar shook the sky. Then the sailors on the deck felt a shadow slide over their heads. They looked up and saw a black dragon with a wingspan of more than 10 meters emerging from the white clouds. It flew over the heads of the 10 gigantic warships one by one. A dragon, magic dragon. The sailors screamed crazily. It was unknown whether it was excitement, fear, or both. The mother of dragons is here. Quick, quick, set up the ballista. A captain on the bridge shouted hurriedly. Seeing that his subordinates were still greedily looking up at the megalosaurus, he stomped his feet anxiously and scolded, "What are you all doing? We're pirates. Someone like the mother of dragons won't even let a slave owner go. Why would she come here to look at the scenery? She's probably here to get rid of a scourge for the people. We're the scourge." Woo woo woo. Just then a slow and drawn-out bugle call came from the flagship, followed by flag signal, "Do not act rashly and do not do anything hostile. I am the eldest son of the mother dragon, Danny Rise." The black dragon's voice was loud, like a clap of thunder. It made the pirates below dizzy. "Ah, a dragon can speak?" The pirates were stunned. "I am the holy light, I am the mighty dragon of heaven, I am..." Blackie's title was now longer than his mother's. He spoke a long sentence in a dignified manner, not caring if the people below remembered it. "Is the pirate leader below Orion Visui?" Blackie the sky dragon began to get to the point. At this time, the warships that were preparing to leave the bay had stopped moving. When the rowers heard the megalosaurus voice, they put down their long oars and climbed out of their cabins to the deck, looking up in surprise. "I am Orion Visui, the great megalosaurus of the holy light, the mighty dragon of heaven. I am willing to serve Her Majesty Danny Rise. I am the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island. My father was the previous Count Valerian. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Targaryen." On the bridge of the flagship, a young man with shoulder-length silver hair waved his arms wildly at the sky as he shouted loudly. Without waiting for Blackie to say the purpose of this trip, the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island raised his hands in surrender. Even the Dragon Queen in Blackie's mind stopped working and was stunned. On the day they left the wall, Danny had spent a night on Tidehead Island. During that time, apart from talking about her experience on the wall, she also had a short conversation with the young Count Monterey. Monterey told the Dragon Queen that he was not the only son of Valerian. He had an adult illegitimate uncle, Orion Visui, who was leading Cersei's galleons as a pirate on the Stone Steppe Archipelago. He called himself the Visui King. He also asked the Dragon Queen if she wanted to call the illegitimate uncle back to serve her. Danny declined at the time. She felt that the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island had a terrible character and looked down on him. For the sake of 10 galleons, she did not want to disgust herself by having a scum who had betrayed his former master. Cersei had promoted him from an illegitimate child without a title to the Lord of the Navy. However, Orion had stabbed her in the back when she needed him the most. Not only did he fail to rescue Cersei, who was trapped in the cathedral, he even led the royal fleet to escape. Even if Cersei was her enemy, Dany could not like a subordinate who had betrayed his master. Just like how the arrogant Zhuge Kongming looked down on Wei Yan. However, the law of fragrance was just that powerful. Look, it had only been a week and she was already anxiously looking for him. A week ago the Dragon Queen. Traitor, scram. Don't sully my eyes. A week later the Dragon Queen. How fragrant. It was really fragrant. The Dragon Queen did not even need to personally appear. Her new subordinate easily completed the task of cleaning up the pirates and hijacking Hyder's fleet. After obtaining Cersei's 10 super warships, Orion was practically the strongest pirate on the Stone Steppe archipelago. He had originally planned to rob Hyder's fleet. He had even contacted a group of pirates nearby and arranged a time and place for the robbery. 2 days later, a terrifying piece of news gradually spread from the Stone Steppe archipelago to the various cities. The newly risen pirate, Dimensional Water King of the Torture Pool had submitted to the Dragon Queen. With the help of Wings of Death, he had swept through 10 nearby islands in a day. Dimensional Water King had originally teamed up with his allies to rob Hyder's fleet. The Dragon Queen had become the greatest pirate king on the Stone Steppe archipelago. One Piece Dany was officially online. Chapter 400. Dany had become the pirate queen. According to the standards of One Piece, she was at least one of the Yonko. Narrow Sea's little overlord. However, she did not expand her forces. She only cooperated with King Dimensional Water to clean up the pirates who wanted to rob Hyder's grain ships. She took in 30 to 40 broken ships, 10 islands and 6 to 7,000 pirates. There should have been more pirates, but Dragon Queen did not really want to be the pirate queen. She needed good citizens. Accomplices could be let go, but the leader must be punished. In the open sea route ahead of Hyder's fleet, more than 10 fleets cut across the Blue Sea and approached King Dimensional Water's fleet. According to the original plan, when Hyder's fleet arrived, they would swarm over. Most of the pirates were paddling longships with colorful shells and sails. They had different flags. The bigger fleets had more than 10 ships and the smaller fleets had 4 or 5 ships. They were all famous pirates of the Stone Steppes archipelago. Ordinary pirates only had 1 ship. When almost everyone had arrived, a horn sounded from the Duke Tywin. Blackie came out of the clouds and swooped down from the sky. Without saying anything, it spat out dragon flames and went on a killing spree. The blue sea surface was like a flat carpet, and the pirate ship was the decorative pattern on the carpet. The dragon flame was like a red-hot sword, held in the hand of the god, cutting back and forth on the blue carpet. The decorative patterns on the carpet were cut in half by the blade of God's punishment. The black smoke, the red fire, and the blood, the wailing of the soul, and the flesh. Under Blackie's sneak attack, all the pirate leaders and their flagships were burned into floating torches. The pirate fleet had communicated with King Dimensional Water through flag signals. The pirate king must have been on the flagships that sent out the flag signals, and Blackie, who was hidden in the clouds, saw it clearly. I am the Wings of Death, the Terminator of Evil, the great mighty dragon of heaven. Another long list of names was announced, not caring if others remembered it. As pirates, you have committed heinous sins. However, Mother Dragon is virtuous and is willing to give you a chance to lay down your weapons and convert to the Holy Dragon. Kneel on the deck immediately and wait for General Dimensional Water to reorganize the fleet. Long live the Mother of Dragons, long live the Holy Light, long live the great mighty heavenly dragon. At the center of the battlefield, on the deck of the Dimensional Water fleet, which was safe and sound, there was a hubbub of voices and cheers. However, some pirates refused to believe it. Clearly, their pirate ship did not even have 2 dilapidated ballistas. It was almost impossible for them to pose a threat to the Holy Dragon. They still turned around and fled from the battlefield while shouting, "Prepare the ballistas and bows. The demonic dragon just launched a sneak attack. Don't be afraid." Not only did he use his mouth to shout, he also used flag signals to summon everyone to fight against the brutal demonic dragon and escape from this place. Then Dahe swooped down close to the sea and approached the pirate ship from the blind spot of the ballista. The dragon flame burned through the hull of the ship like a hot knife cutting through butter. Boom. Another bonfire of smoke and blood rose from the sea. Who else? Big Black emerged from the billowing smoke on the burning ship, and the demonic shadow swept across the deck of the surviving battleships that were screaming in panic. Its thunderous roar resounded through the sky. We surrender. After killing the bird that stood out, the remaining arrogant vultures immediately became obedient quails. Then, the white dragon that had been hiding in the sky previously appeared. Well, Little White had been helping Dahe with the map. There were two main reasons why the Megalosaurus was killed. First, the ballista bolts came from the blind spot of the Megalosaurus's vision. Naturally, it would not dodge them. Third, the ballista bolts were too dense. Even if the Megalosaurus saw them, it would not be able to dodge them. The second level of the dragon spirit could solve the above problems to a certain extent. Although it was not 100%, it could at least solve 70% to 80% of the problems. Little White had a panoramic view of the battlefield near Dahe and had locked onto almost every ballista. Under the dynamic view, it could even see some of the ballista bolts flying towards Dahe. The second level of the dragon spirit could transmit all the scenes that Little White saw to Dahe. In this way, Dahe was like Leo in the Matrix, flying leisurely. Its body swayed left and right, and it easily dodged all the ballista bolts and some of the bows. Well, there were many archers. It was impossible to dodge all of them. However, as long as it was not shot in the eyes, Dahe's scales would at most shatter and 1 or 2 drops of hot dragon blood would spill. Well, it even imitated Smog's evil tone. This kind of defensive power was far worse than Smog's. Moreover, Dahe knew the distribution of firepower on the battlefield. He knew where there were more arrows and where there were fewer arrows. To put it simply, Dahe was not fighting alone. Danny and Little White were with him. One helped to open the map and the other helped to design the tactics. Black Dragon was in an invincible state. Of course, if they were facing a regular navy, Danny would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. First of all, pirates often fought with ships. Otherwise, how could they rob? They did not have and did not need advanced dragon-slaying crossbows. Even the ballista only had 2 fixed at the bow and stern. Secondly, the pirate fleet did not have a battle formation. They were almost all in a straight line or there was no formation at all. Therefore, during Dahe's attack they could not support each other. When all the pirates surrendered, Little White landed and sent White Knight Barristan to the deck of the flagship of Dimensional Water King. White Knight would represent the Dragon Queen and carry out an honorable reorganization of this dishonorable fleet. Danny was not a real pirate king. Why would she need pirate followers? Under the true dragon flag there was only a righteous army. Including the 6,000 Westeros Navy under the command of Dimensional Water King, all the pirates recruited from the Stone Steps Archipelago would be reorganized. Under the leadership of the only true knight of the 7 kingdoms, Barristan, they would be transformed into a royal navy with great chivalry. Yes, although Dimensional Water King's fleet only had 10 galleons, there were 6,000 sailors serving on them. The number was more than the number of sailors in Hyder and Geralt Dane's fleet. Because they were the royal navy that led the Iron Throne. Not only did they have sailors who rowed and steered, but they also had professional archers, sword-shield soldiers on deck, and armored assault soldiers. They were mercenary knights, bankrupt farmers, poachers, and thieves from the royal territory and the Stormlands. Many of them should have been sent to the Great Wall as night watchmen, but Dimensional Water King stopped them midway and made them sailors. Danny had to admit that the illegitimate son of Tidal Island was quite capable. In less than half a year, not only did he build 10 galleons from scratch, he was also able to take over Cersei's royal navy. The 10 galleons betrayed Cersei and the Iron Throne with him. From the glorious royal soldiers, they became pirates of the Stone Steps Archipelago. This guy's charisma and personal ability were stronger than Song Jiang's. When Song Jiang recruited people, he often destroyed their families and forced them to go to Liangshan when they had nowhere else to go. Dimensional Water King seduced Cersei while supervising the construction of the galleons, rebuilding the royal navy, fighting for power with Grand Scholar Pycelle. Pycelle always wanted to stop Dimensional Water from controlling the navy, and also winning over the hearts of his subordinates. Unfortunately, Orion Dimensional Water's character was not good and could not be trusted completely. The Dragon Queen seemed to have really become Zhuge Kongming and really treated Dimensional Water King as Wei Yan. Alright, the Dragon Queen was slightly better than Zhuge Kongming. At least she would not be like Kongming, who would say, Dimensional Water has a rebellious bone behind his head. He will definitely be disloyal in the future. Be careful, be careful. She even said it in front of Wei Yan. On the contrary, that night, during the meeting where all the captains were gathered, she even used a spiritual projection to disguise her true body. She pointed at the bastard of Tidehead Island sincerely and said to everyone, "This is Valerian, who has the same bloodline as my ancestor. Valerian, a loyal subject of Targaryen for generations. Sir Orion, the representative of Tidehead Island, is naturally my most trusted subject." Dimensional Water was so emotional that he shed tears on the spot. Targaryen of Dragonstone Island, Valerian of Tidehead Island, Setiga of Crab Island, and all the knights from the royal domain and the Stormlands. This scene was almost like yesterday, exactly the same as when Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms. We will also walk the path of glory of our ancestors. No, our goal is even greater. The Westeros are definitely not our limit. So, we cannot continue to be pirates. Pirates are destroyers, not rulers. We will never be able to conquer the world. So, our team must be reformed. Sir Barristan, the noblest white knight, the only grand knight with pure chivalry left in today's Westeros, will lead everyone to glory and create glory. What do you think? The Dragon Queen looked at dimensional water with a trusting gaze. Your Majesty is right, very right. We cannot be pirates. We are the Royal Navy under the Queen. Orion nodded. Then the Honorable Barristan, as everyone expected, became the head of the pirates. Then, the mission of robbing Hyder's fleet was handed over to the White Knight. Before the old knight complained with a conflicted expression, Dany gave him another less honorable mission. I'm not at ease with Orion. The 10 captains on Cersei's ship, do not touch them. Choose a group of pirates who you think are the most righteous and honorable. Train them well. Then find a chance to assign them to the captured pirate ships. They will be the captain, first mate, second mate or navigator. Slowly dilute Orion's influence in the Royal Navy. Then, without giving the old knight any time to react, Blackie took off and she disappeared. The pirates thought that she had left on a dragon. I can't do it. The White Knight stood in a daze, muttering in a daze. Blackie did not return to Slaver's Bay. With the addition of the Royal Navy on the Stone Steps archipelago, Whitey's mission became even more arduous. Every other day it would fly back and forth between Dragonstone Island and the Torture Abyss. The mission of observing Mimi the Color Queen could only be completed by Blackie. 5 days ago in the great cathedral of Baylor, Stone Prison, uncle and niece sat facing each other. I have no idea what you are thinking. Sir Kevin looked at his haggard niece in linen clothes. The sharpness in his blue eyes was slowly replaced by helplessness and exhaustion. Didn't the scholar teach you history? Actually, even without the scholar's teaching, you should know about the rebellion of the church during Meg the first time. Meg had a dragon and an army of 100,000, but he was still badly battered by the church's armed forces. Where did you get the confidence to be more? In order to defeat the church's armed forces, he rode a dragon and set the great cathedral on fire. He put a bounty on the head of the son of war at the price of 1 gold royal per scalp. In terms of brutality, in terms of strength, in terms of wisdom, which part of you can compare to him? It was not easy for Targaryen to suppress the power of the church, so that the archbishop could no longer interfere with the kingdom's political power, but you. He slapped his forehead and groaned, 7 gods above, I never thought that stupidity would have no limit. I saved 1,000,000 gold royals for the Iron Throne. Cersei retorted. Chapter 401. Compared to when Tywin was still alive, Kevin Lannister had aged a lot. He was still tall, with broad shoulders and a round waist, but his once sparse short blonde hair had fallen off his forehead. His brother had died tragically, his second nephew had killed his father, his eldest nephew had gone missing, his niece had turned into the Mad King III, the second was Joffrey, otherworldly ghosts had appeared on the wall, Dragonstone Island had changed owners, and the Targaryens had returned, and his eldest son Lancel had given up his title and fief to become the Great Sparrow's right-hand man. He had even betrayed Cersei. Even Sir Kevin, who was as steady as an old dog, felt that Lannister's rule could no longer be stable. He stroked his thick chin, his neatly trimmed golden beard and sighed. For a mere 1,000,000 gold royals, you released an uncontrollable beast. Look at you now, do you still think it was worth it? Thinking of her recent experience, Cersei's pale cheeks twisted. She growled, I am the Queen Dowager. The Archbishop should listen to me. The Targaryens have dragons, but they dare not say such a thing. Kevin's eyes showed a strange mixture of sarcasm and pity. The Great Sparrow accused you of regicide, god-slaying, incest, treason, infidelity and false accusation. And just because the Targaryens were married, the church thought that they were violating human relations and wanted to rebel. Compared to you, Mergal the Cruel was a saint. What makes you think that the Archbishop will listen to you when he is armed? Ha, god-slaying? Cersei laughed. I would like to, but is it possible? That is the problem. Kevin's face was solemn. The Great Sparrow believes that the Archbishop is the spokesman of the 7 gods in the world. Murdering him is equivalent to god-slaying. Do you understand what this means? The Archbishop is equivalent to the 7 gods. Then how much is the king on the Iron Throne worth? Then send troops to exterminate the Great Sparrow. Kill the Great Sparrow's beggar army and let the Great Sparrow lick my feet. Cersei said bitterly. Turn the Holy Land into a slaughterhouse? Kevin was stunned for a moment before he shook his head with a bitter smile. If Tywin was here he might have done so long ago, but I'm sorry, but Lannister's elite soldiers followed Jaime to Hudgin County, and I don't have that kind of courage. Actually, if Tyrion was here. Don't mention that bastard. He murdered my son and killed my father. It's all because of him that I'm in such a miserable state today. Cersei was so angry that veins popped out on her pale arm that was pressed against the back of the chair. Achoo, who's talking about me? In the Bay of Sorrows, Tyrion rubbed his nose and walked to the railing of the ship. He looked at the distant blue mountains and muttered, Sigh, we've finally arrived at Slaver's Bay. I wonder if the Dragon Queen would be like my bitch sister, preferring a brainless deformed devil monkey? Achoo, did you catch a cold? Kevin looked at his niece who was suddenly sneezing and asked with concern. Oh, that name makes me sick. Cersei gasped. Sigh. Kevin placed his elbows on the table and massaged his temples. He sighed and said, Fine, you don't like Tyrion, but Margaery is Tommen's wife, your daughter-in-law. Which mother-in-law would send her lover to seduce her daughter-in-law and then announce to the whole nation that the daughter-in-law is a bitch? Have you ever thought about Tommen's feelings? Tommen the green fatty who fainted from crying in the toilet. Sob, someone finally thought about my feelings. Second grandpa is the best. Cersei clenched her fists tightly and said angrily, Tommen is only 9 years old and Margaery is 16. As a woman, I know best that she won't be able to take it. She definitely won't be able to take it. Otherwise, why would she ask for moon tea from Pycelle? Kevin said casually, You also said that the age gap is too big. It's natural for her to be unable to take it. If Margaery can drink moon tea, it means that she won't give birth to a bastard child for Tommen. Life doesn't go as planned. Just bear with it and it will be over. Tommen's expression was wooden. Second grandpa, is this something a human would say? Why can't you bear it? How do you know that Margaery won't give birth to a bastard child? Cersei raised her chin slightly and felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Looking at his niece's mocking and smug smile, Kevin realized that the person in front of him was an expert, a senior. Stealing a man, giving birth to a bastard child, murdering her own husband and giving birth to a bastard child to usurp the throne. The combination of the Poison Queen moves was very smooth. Sir Kevin said earnestly, But we can't do without the support of the High Court now, especially when Targaryen appears in the Westeros again. Dany Rise has a dragon. Let's not talk about the fact that Margaery hasn't given birth to a bastard child. Even if she does give birth to 8 or 10 bastards, Tommen, you, me, and all the Lannister will happily acknowledge them. Anyway, Tommen's surname is Byra, Theon. Our Lannister is not that embarrassing. Uncle, what are you talking about? In a game of power you either lose or win. There is no middle ground, no compromise. Cersei said angrily. Didn't you hear what I said? Sir Kevin raised his voice and asked, Dany Rise Targaryen is back. She has a dragon, understand? With the power of the Lannister family alone, Tommen won't be able to sit on the Iron Throne. Understand? Our real enemy is the Targaryens. Understand? Dany Rise. Cersei chewed on this name repeatedly as if she was chewing gum. She started to suspect the identity of the woman in the prophecy. Is Dany Rise beautiful? Is she as beautiful as me? She asked without rhyme or reason. Sir Kevin was confused. What? He asked in confusion. Is Dany Rise as beautiful as me? Cersei asked again. Are you crazy? Sir Kevin widened his eyes in horror. It was as if the woman in front of him had suddenly turned into a terrifying monster that he had never seen before. Could it be that I guessed wrongly? The woman who is younger and more beautiful than me and who took away everything that I cherish is not Margaery but Dany Rise? Cersei looked at her uncle in a daze. She muttered something that Kevin did not understand. Dany Rise will not conquer the King's Landing immediately. She has made a sacred oath to the vassals of the world. The one who ends the long night shall be king. So you don't have to worry about the mystic dragon burning the King's Landing. Targaryen is a threat, but only a threat in the future. Don't worry, don't be afraid, don't be crazy. Sir Kevin was a little scared and tried to comfort her. Cersei came back to her senses and understood her uncle's words. She sneered, You believe a woman's words? I dare say that the little bitch is secretly building a huge navy. She will first use lies to make us lower our guard, then use Dragonstone Island as a bridgehead to bring the army across the narrow sea and directly take the King's Landing. With my intelligence I would do the same, but you don't understand? Cersei shook her head gently and sighed. Sir Kevin glared at her and said, "The Dragon Queen's reputation is very good. Now everyone says that Targaryen's words are like a mountain. She has never broken an oath in the past few years, let alone a sacred oath. Targaryen's words are like a mountain? She really knows how to flatter herself. That woman said it herself, right?" Cersei smiled contemptuously. "You think I'm stupid? It's useless to say anything these days. It depends on what she does." Sir Kevin's eyes flashed with admiration. He sighed and said, "Don't doubt it. Lannister has people on the Great Wall. Her every move is written in reports and sent to Casterly Rock by messenger crows. I can swear that she is definitely a true Night Queen who cherishes her people, is righteous and trustworthy, and is brave and fearless." "Are you crazy?" Cersei exclaimed as if she had suddenly seen a big monster. "Know your enemy and acknowledge her nobility. Only then can you defeat her." Sir Kevin looked directly into Cersei's eyes and said word by word, "During the War of the Four Kings, your father personally admitted that compared to the young Wolf Master's bold and unrestrained style, his art of war and experience were somewhat out of place. Thus, he avoided direct confrontation and defeated the enemy in the field that he was best at, but the young Wolf Master was not. All right, tell me, what is the field that Dany Rise is not good at, but you are good at?" Cersei curled her lips and said. Sir Kevin's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and said, "She is very brave and very responsible. Let the deviants take her away." "What are you talking about?" Cersei rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Only the most ignorant village woman would believe that verbal curses are useful. I also want to let the deviants take Marjorie away, but that bitch is sitting by the warm fireplace of the Red Keep, drinking and laughing happily." Sir Kevin pressed between his eyebrows. Talking to his stupid and crazy niece made him feel very tired. At the same time he missed his smart and decisive elder brother more and more. How could such a great person die in a latrine pit? Damn Tyrion. Sighing in his heart, the old dog of the Lion family forced himself to be alert and said, "Marjorie is not in the Red Keep. Tommen and Pycelle are also not in the Red Keep." "Where did they go?" Cersei asked in surprise. "I sent a letter to Dragonstone Island, representing Lannister and the Iron Throne to acknowledge the agreement of, the one who ends the long night shall be king. I also hope to form a united front against ghosts with Dragonstone Island to ensure that the King's Landing will not be invaded by the Mystic Dragon. However, the Dragon Queen has not replied to my letter yet. The Red Keep is in danger of being burned by the Dragon Flame. We have to change places every day to avoid being attacked by the Mystic Dragon." At this point, Kevin's expression became strange. "In a way, you are safest in the great cathedral of Baelor. The Dragon Queen is a devout disciple of the Seven Gods. She will not burn down the great cathedral. Why don't you?" Before her uncle finished his rotten idea, Cersei waved her hand and interrupted him. She said in a firm tone, "I would rather sit on the Iron Throne and be burned to ashes by the Dragon Flame than rot in a cold and damp dungeon. Cersei, you can no longer sit on the Iron Throne. No matter what the outcome of the trial is, your reign is over. I will be the regent until Tommen comes of age." Sir Kevin crossed his fingers and leaned back on the wooden chair. He stared at the woman opposite him, carefully observing his niece's reaction. "I am the Empress Dowager. You should serve me just like how you served my father, not replace me." Cersei clenched her fists and glared at her uncle. "You admitted to the Great Sparrow that you were unfaithful and had an affair. The church wants you to atone for your sins by parading through the city, naked." Kevin turned his head away as if he could not bear to look at his niece's twisted and miserable face. "No, never," Cersei pleaded weakly like a helpless child. "Uncle, you have to reject the Great Sparrow's rude request. He is humiliating me, humiliating Lannister, humiliating the king, humiliating the Iron Throne, and humiliating this country." "Cersei, you cannot represent this country," Sir Kevin sighed. "Do you remember what Tywin arranged for you when he was alive?" "Arranged?" Cersei was stunned for a moment before she shook her head frantically. "No, I will not marry again. I am Tommen's mother, the Empress Dowager. I will not leave the Red Keep, I will not leave the King's Landing." The women in this world were sad. Even someone as strong and crazy as Cersei did not live a happy life. When she was young, she could not help but marry Robert. She did not like Robert. When she was a queen, she was abused by Robert every day. After she killed Robert, she was ready to be a carefree Empress Dowager, but Tywin immediately wanted to marry her. Chapter 402. Tywin had arranged many marriage partners for Cersei. The twins of Count Redwyn of Green Pavilion Island, Theon Greyjoy, Quentyn Martell, Villa Tyrell, Balon Greyjoy, most of them were young men. Cersei was in luck. Among them Villa Tyrell was the best. He was the heir of the Duke of Highgarden and the elder brother of Little Rose. If the marriage was successful, Cersei would be her daughter-in-law's sister-in-law. Unfortunately, Old Rose of Highgarden thought that Cersei was a slut and not worthy of her grandson. Old Rose had her eyes on Sansa, so she rejected Tywin. If Theon had not become a eunuch, he would have been a good choice. Then there was King Balon. Balon and Theon were father and son, but they were both Cersei's matchmaking partners. For his daughter's marriage, Tywin was too generous. Actually, King Balon's wife was not dead. Even if Balon was dead, his wife was still alive. However, King Balon controlled the powerful Iron Fleet. The value of marriage was too high. Although Cersei did not lack young, strong and handsome male companions, and was unwilling to give up the luxurious life of King's Landing, her resistance was powerless in front of Duke Tywin. If Tywin was not dead, Cersei would have been engaged to King Balon. Other than Villa Tyrell, Balon's marriage was the most valuable. Cersei, have you forgotten what your father told you? It is your responsibility to stabilize Tommen's rule through marriage. I will not mention the sacrifice for Lannister. You have always said that you love Tommen. Even if it is for him, you are not willing to compromise? Cersei's expression was uncertain. To be honest, your market is not good. You will be paraded in 5 days. The people of the 7 kingdoms will know that you betrayed your marriage. There are also hundreds of thousands of people who have seen your body. It's really not easy for someone to be willing to marry you. Kevin advised earnestly. Anger and fear flashed in Cersei's big blue eyes. She said weakly, Tommen won't let me leave him. Facing his niece's final struggle, Sir Kevin made up his mind and said directly, Tommen is still underage and can't participate in the meeting. I am the regent, and I have appointed Mace Tyrell as Hand of the King. Grand Maester Pycelle and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Harris Swiver, will remain at the Imperial Council. Pycelle Redwine will take over as Admiral, and Randall Tarley will be the judge. Do you understand? They are all my men. Either you fail to pass the trial of the Church, and if you are convicted of any crime of deicide or regicide, you will repent under the supervision of the Church for the rest of your life. Either you win the trial by martial arts and regain your freedom, then leave King's Landing and get married, or return to Casterly Rock to live alone. Sir Kevin gave his niece an ultimatum. Deicide and regicide. Cersei laughed sarcastically. Why is there no incest? If I am convicted of incest, you will no longer be the regent. If Cersei was convicted of incest, Tommen's crown would lose its legitimacy and legitimacy. Tommen's status as king would be illegal, and Regent Kevin would become a traitor. Do you want Tommen to die? Kevin said coldly. To tell you the truth, your madness won't do you any good. The one who accused you of incest is Stannis. The person the Great Sparrow hates the most right now is not you, nor Dany Alice, but the heretic who converted to the Red God. He has no intention of hearing his accusation. This was the real reason Cersei was set free. Lancel had told the Great Sparrow the color of Cersei's underwear, so the Great Sparrow was certain that Tommen was not Robert's son. But he could not judge the matter at all. If Tommen was a bastard, then Stannis would be the only rightful heir to the Iron Throne. At this time, Targaryen's jurisprudence was lower than that of Theon Byra. Just as in the late Western Han, the descendants of the first Emperor of Qin did not have as much jurisprudence as the old House of Lu. The dynasty had changed. I want you dead, Cersei cursed her uncle viciously. I want you to die and be captured by the others. Balon is dead. He died before his wife. You don't have to marry him. Kevin did not react to his niece's curse, but the warmth in his words was gone. Euluen Greyjoy is now the heir to the throne of the Sea Stone, he said coldly. Tywin is powerful. He controls Carlin Bay in the north and harasses the north. He takes the Shield Islands in the south and plunders the villages along the river. Although Lannister Harbor hasn't been harassed, no one can be sure of the future, so Euluen has value in being roped in. I have heard of Euluen, a handsome man in his early 30s. In terms of appearance, he is not much worse than Jaime. In terms of bravery, he can be called the Barristan of the seas. In terms of intelligence and talent, he has sailed the Jade Sea and even explored the ruins of Valeglia, obtaining countless treasures and secret arts. You should be happy that such a good husband is willing to marry you, Sir Kevin concluded. It's done? You have sold me? Cersei said in disbelief. It will be done immediately as long as you agree. I will keep shaking my head. Cersei's head shook like a rattle. As you wish. Kevin stood up and tidied up the thick dark red wool cloak on his body. He then turned around and walked towards the door. Opening the thick wooden door, Kevin stopped and said calmly in front of the old nun, "Parade in 5 days. I will wait for you at the Red Keep. If you do not want to be humiliated, you can kill yourself by slamming your head against the stone wall. It will be the best choice for you, for Tommen, for Lannister, for the people of the Seven Kingdoms." Cersei was suddenly filled with courage and said loudly, "Just you wait, I will return to the Red Keep." The corners of Kevin's mouth curled into a smile as he left. 5 days later. 3 old nun as dry as pickled radishes entered Cersei's cell and shaved her golden hair, armpit hair and leg hair clean. Cersei was naked like a newborn chick, showing herself to the people of King's Landing. Dang dang dang. The bell in the tower rang, and all the people of King's Landing were summoned by the bell. Under the statue of Baelor, the wide marble square was crowded with people. The eyes looking up were denser than the stars in the summer night. Apart from the children of war, the congregation of the poor, and the nuns, everyone in King's Landing was here. There were men and women, old and young. Innkeepers, merchants, cobblers, stable boys, actors, beggars, thieves, high-class socialites and silk and dirty street girls with acne. Everyone came out to see the Queen Dowager's pale body with goosebumps. The 3 old nuns walked in front of Cersei and announced loudly, "This is Cersei of the Lannister family, the widowed Queen Dowager, the birth mother of King Tommen, the widow of King Robert. She has admitted to the great sin of deceit and lasciviousness. The sinner has confessed her crimes and prayed for absolution and forgiveness. The Archbishop has instructed her to cast aside all pride and deceit as a sign of repentance. She will show the way the gods created her in front of all the good men and women in the city. With a humble heart, the sinner sheds all secrets and privacy and embarks on a journey of atonement, naked before the gods and the people." At this moment, the majesty and holiness of the Iron Throne were completely trampled into the mud. The supreme kingship that Targaryen won after 100 years of bloody battle with the church was in tatters. An invisible crown was crowned on the Great Sparrow's head, and he became a king without an iron throne. "Bitch," someone shouted. Was a woman. Women hit other women when they were in trouble, and men only wanted to stick their eyes to the suffering woman. Their mouths were only drooling and licking their tongues. How could they have time to talk? This was the Queen Dowager. Since the ancestors invaded the Westeros, about 12,000 years of the kingdom era, this was the first time the Queen Dowager showed her beautiful body to the people. Not to mention the Westeros, it was also the first time the Queen Dowager was paraded naked in the streets. The Great Sparrow was definitely the most powerful archbishop in the Second Era. Benello, the supreme priest of Volantis, should be ashamed. The Great Sparrow did not have any magic power, and the god he believed in was fake. He was also very poor, and the church's bank was sold. Even the church's armed forces were not as strong as the Hand of Sacred Fire. When Cersei was imprisoned, the church's armed forces were far weaker than the Hand of Sacred Fire. After Cersei was imprisoned, a large number of mercenaries and small nobles began to join the church. At this time, the church's armed forces were stronger than the Hand of Sacred Fire. Benello's mouth was invincible. Every day when he prayed, he would call on the slaves to revolt and rebel against the slave masters, but he had never harmed a single hair of the Blackwell nobles. The Great Sparrow was not a man of many words. One moment he was obedient to the Queen Dowager, and the next moment he got the permission to reorganize the church's armed forces and immediately tricked the Queen Dowager into the great cathedral and imprisoned her. Up ahead, an old nun rang a bell as she sang loudly, "Shame, shame, come and see the sinner of shame, shame, shame." An old man's eyes widened as he muttered, "So big, so white, so, shame." The old woman grabbed her husband by the ear and twisted it, shouting at Cersei, "Whore, you are a disgraceful sinner. A disgrace, a disgrace." Cersei held her head high and glanced at the old woman in disdain. She purposely puffed out her chest and lifted her hips. "Awa," the old man howled. His eyes rolled back and his limbs twitched as he fell to the ground. He had a stroke. Old man, what happened to you?" The old woman could not be bothered to scold the Queen Dowager anymore. She hugged her husband's body and cried, "Slut." The more the woman scolded, the more the man, after walking 2 streets, almost a kilometer, with thousands of people watching, only the woman cursed. It was a spectacle. Until a yellow warm object flew out of the sky and landed on the Queen Dowager's smooth, white back. That rich smell and nauseating color instantly woke the men up from their pink dreams. The Queen Dowager who had died could no longer fantasize. Then rotten eggs, rotten tomatoes, rotten vegetables, and even dead cats and dogs with bloated stomachs full of white maggots were thrown at Cersei. The spring scenery was gone, and the men woke up and started cursing loudly. Bitch, sinner, adulterer, slut, traitor, and a lot of other words that referred to her body parts. The pride on Cersei's face cracked like an eggshell and fell off little by little. She was as fragile and frightened as a hatchling, struggling to crawl out of the eggshell and show herself to the world. Cersei fell in the smelly ditch. Her knees were bruised and the soles of her feet were cut. She staggered, as weak as her expression. The Queen Dowager's weakness became the mettle of the mob. They became more violent, scolded more loudly, and even began to show off their personal talents to the Queen Dowager. "Look over here, everyone," a prostitute lifted her skirt and shouted at the men below from the window of the brothel. "Less than half of those who have slept with the Queen Dowager have slept with the Queen Dowager. Do you want to suck it, Your Majesty?" A man wearing a butcher's apron took out the Queen Dowager from his pants and grinned. Cersei burst into tears. She could no longer maintain her composure. She covered her chest with one hand and her thigh with the other, just like how her father punished her little grandmother. Dany, who had planned to make fun of the Queen Dowager, also fell silent. Blackie hid in the dark sky and did not show up in front of the people of King's Landing. Killing people with just a nod was too much for a woman. Chapter 403. Old Town, City of Knowledge. The Dragon Queen did not cause much damage to the City of Knowledge. At this point in time, even the steward's pavilion, which had been hit by the dragon flame fireball, had been repaired. Doctor's meeting room. Vinegar Balin sighed and placed the letter in his hand on the table. His right finger tapped on the paper lightly, producing a deep, do-do-do sound, like the rhythm of his frustrated heart. The room was silent. The clear morning sunlight passed through the colorful mosaic glass and shone on the faces of the doctors. Their expressions were as unpredictable as the light. Paris Tan sent another letter. Balin broke the silence and sighed softly. Balin was a doctor in astronomy. He was sharp-tongued and liked to give people nicknames. For example, Marvin's nickname of Magician was given by him. Because of this, Balin received the nickname of Vinegar from the City of Knowledge. Perhaps it was because one's appearance reflected one's heart, but this bald old man had protruding bones and no flesh on his cheeks. He had a sharp face. However, such a person who was usually so strong and unkind also looked dejected at this moment. His face was filled with dejection. "This is fake news." Next. Steward Theobald, who was sitting at the head of the table, slammed the table and said firmly. Balin was stunned and asked, "You've seen it?" "I just received the letter." "There's no need to see it. As long as I know that it came from the Great Wall, I'm sure it's fake." Professor Theobald waved his hand. Next. But Paristan Balin had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the steward. "That's also a fake person, a fake Paristan. A fake person giving fake news." "Alright, that's reasonable." Balin rolled his eyes and continued, "Regardless of whether it's fake or not, I think you should know. The fake Paristan from the Great Wall sent a letter as a crow. He told us not to escape from reality and that Dany Rise and her dragon are the real saviors. The basis for the existence of the real world is that the world still exists. If the Westeros are gone, humans will be extinct. Even the most beautiful ideals will be meaningless. It really is a fake. The real Professor Paristan has a strong will and a firm belief. Why would he say something like that?" Professor Ambrose said. Ambrose had a long and thin face. His hair and beard were all white, and his fluffy beard hung down to his chest. He was a doctor of medicine in the City of Knowledge, and also the doctor with the highest medical skills in Westeros. Balin shrugged his shoulders and said, "The fake Paristan described in detail the weaknesses and attacking methods of the deviant ghosts and corpses. Normal armies are no match for them, and after a battle the number of corpses increases. If the deviant ghosts crossed the Great Wall, their numbers would snowball and the entire human race would be wiped out." He said that he already knew about the City of Knowledge's defamation of Dragon Queen. He said that he was ashamed and even advised us to pack our bags and go to the Great Wall immediately and put on black clothes to atone for our sins. "It's fake, the fake Paristan is despicable," all the professors said in unison. Varen tugged at his soft and comfortable squirrel fur coat and said with certainty, "Yes, it's fake. I'm afraid of the cold." winter is coming and going to the Great Wall will cost me my life. But that fake is also a big problem. The Great Wall sent out messenger crows to almost all the top nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. Not only did he encourage the nobles to aid the Great Wall, he even used the identity of Professor Paristan to distort the truth about the City of Knowledge. Because he called himself Paristan and even confessed his sins, many nobles believed him. Professor Nolan said. He was the previous head of the department and was a doctor of economics and mathematics. Balin said bitterly, "It's indeed a big problem." The messenger crows of the fake Paristan and the City of Knowledge arrived at the nobles' nests at the same time, causing the City of Knowledge's reputation to plummet. Many scholars who served the nobles wrote letters to question the City of Knowledge. Why are we so crazy as to openly violate the rights of the guest? Why would the nobles rather believe in fake news than the City of Knowledge? This is not normal, not logical, and not right. We are the City of Knowledge, the headquarters of the scholars. The scholars have the right to speak, and the scholars guide the public opinion of the Seven Kingdoms. Shouldn't the nobles believe whatever the scholars say? Head of Department Theobald said angrily. Professor Nolan smiled bitterly. The nobles aren't stupid. Why would the Dragon Queen violate the rights of the guests for no reason? What good would it do her to burn down the absolutely neutral City of Knowledge? If the Dragon Queen had never come to the Westeros and had never interacted with the nobles, maybe, but she went to participate in the tournament and even won the championship. Hundreds of nobles and thousands of knights have seen her, drank with her, and interacted with her. She even spoke with assurance at banquets, shining brilliantly. The nobles and knights of River Bend, Storm, Dorne, the Western region, and the King's Domain have a general understanding of her character. They all love and respect the first Night Queen of the Seven Kingdoms to wear the crown of love and beauty. They don't believe that she is the Mad King II. Everyone knows about the influence of the tournament in the Seven Kingdoms. Professor Galadou of History and Linguistics, who wrote Midsummer's Son, sighed and said, "There are also singers and poets." They originally thought of Layla Weishuai as a legendary hero. Now they know that Layla Weishuai has an even more legendary identity: the last princess, the queen who restored the country, Misha who freed the slaves, the mother of dragons, the mysterious knight. When these legendary elements were added together, the singers and poets in the tavern went crazy with excitement. You should go to the Feather Wine Bottle and take a look. After half a month, there are at least 300 songs praising the mysterious Night King, and 46 versions of the story of Dragon Queen fighting for the Rose Crown. There are countless poems and stories that have been derived. Balin said helplessly, "Whether it is among the commoners or the nobles, not only is her reputation not bad, it is so good that it is exploding. Even if she fell from the sky while riding a dragon and died. 10,000 years later, as long as human history still exists, there will still be countless people praising her deeds and songs. Just like those legendary heroes from the Age of Heroes that have been passed down to this day." Then what should we do? The old man of Old Town clearly stated that the Hyder family will not be involved in this matter. Old Rose Gao Ting is even worse. While secretly hinting to me to ruin the Dragon Queen's reputation, she also clearly stated that Gao Ting does not know and will not interfere in the battle between the City of Knowledge and the Dragon Queen, Theobald said. If there is no other way, we will just admit it. Professor Nolan sighed. The Dragon Queen violated the rights of the guests and burned down the City of Knowledge. This sounds unreasonable to begin with. How is it unreasonable? She is the second Mad King. The Mad King's actions are the most unreasonable. The key is that no one believes it. Why don't we openly state the ideals of the real world? I believe that the nobles and commoners of the Seven Kingdoms will understand us. After all, we have no selfish motives, Professor Nolan said. You can't say it. Balin hurriedly dissuaded him. The real world is the greatest selfish motive. Sai, what is this? Sooner or later, the City of Knowledge will be destroyed because of the real world. So what if the Megalosaurus is extinct? Look at how active the Red Gods are now, and the wizards of Asia have never gone extinct, Professor Zabaro lamented pessimistically. The real world is indeed a bit of a scam. Which bastard first came up with it? Professor Nemos cursed softly. Seeing that the group of professors were dejected, the general manager immediately changed the topic. Balin, continue. What else is there? The Great Wall has elected its 998th Commander-in-Chief. Jon Snow, Stark's illegitimate son, Balin said. Why him? What about Sir Mal Lister, Sir Elisa, Count Slint and Commander Carter from the East Watch? Professor Ambrose asked curiously. Because of Jon Snow's outstanding contributions. He first went undercover among the barbarians and saved Dark Castle. Then he followed the Dragon Queen to subdue the barbarians. After that, he joined the Suicide Squad to hunt for deviant ghosts. He even personally killed one, Balin said. Fake news. There are no deviant ghosts. Next, the general manager said. Next. The corner of Balin's mouth twitched. The fake Paristan has asked us to send out letters to spread the long night, the recruitment of night watchers, the Dragon Queen's vow. Fake. There are no long night, no deviant ghosts, Theobald interrupted the professor of astronomy roughly. Next. Fake Paristan, is that bastard done yet? Why didn't the deviant ghosts take him away? The general manager said irritably. General manager, the deviant ghosts are fake. Don't lie, Balin sneered. After being interrupted repeatedly, the professor of astronomy was also angry. Continue, the general manager said sullenly. To prove that the deviant ghosts are real, the fake Paristan will send a night watcher called Samwell to bring a deviant ghost and 2 ghouls to the City of Knowledge. Get rid of Samwell before he arrives at the City of Knowledge, the general manager said skillfully. The fake Paristan knows the City of Knowledge's methods. He specifically warned us not to harm Samwell because he also sent a letter to Count Tali at the same time, Balin said awkwardly. Why does it involve Rando Tali again? The general manager asked curiously. Samwell's surname is Tali. He is the eldest son of Count Tali. Damn, I remember now. That fake Paristan is despicable. The general manager wanted to announce loudly, Samwell is a fake Tali. But he did not dare to let Rando Tali be cuckolded. Theobald thought for a while and said slowly, Samwell can reach the old town alive, but the fake deviant ghosts he brought must be eliminated in advance. A newly promoted middle-aged professor at the end of the table was puzzled. What? The deviant ghosts are real. Theobald raised his hand to interrupt him. With a complicated expression he said, Professor Ernies, you are still young and have not experienced much. Once, when news of Liga's death in battle and the fall of the King's Landing reached the City of Knowledge, we felt as if the sky had collapsed and the world was about to be destroyed. Once, when news of Robert being murdered by Cersei and Lannister usurping Theon's Iron Throne reached us, we once again felt as if the world was about to be destroyed. But from beginning to end, the City of Knowledge has been peaceful. Nothing has changed and the sun has risen as usual. We have existed for thousands of years, and will continue to exist until eternity. In the meeting room all the professors nodded silently. Professor Balin, please continue, the general manager said. Many nobles have written to ask about the Dragon Queen's suggestion of, the one who ends the long night shall be king. How should we reply? It's fake. Next, the general manager said immediately. What's fake? Is the long night fake or is what the Dragon Queen said fake? Professor Theobald said solemnly, it's all fake. If there is no long night, then there is naturally no long night to end it. That woman is too cunning. With the allied army nearby, she is unable to attack the Westeros. She is also worried that Lannister will stabilize his rule, so she lied to everyone in an attempt to disrupt the situation. She is also secretly gathering power on Dragonstone Island. Once winter is over, she will claim to be the child of prophecy, the savior of the world, and use force to force the nobles to acknowledge her as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. That's really possible? Balin muttered. Let's not talk about the fake news related to the long night, deviant ghosts and the Great Wall, Theobald said firmly. Next. Oh, next. Chapter 404. According to the news we received 4 days ago, Cersei should have been paraded through the streets to atone for her sins. What do you think about this? Don't you think that the Great Sparrow is too arrogant? Balin said. Cersei deserves it. A doctor mocked. The Targaryen bloodshed of generations in exchange for the supreme kingship has been ruined by that stupid woman. From now on, there will be a political situation in the Seven Kingdoms where kingship and theocracy will oppose each other. I have never seen a woman stupider than Cersei. If Dany Alice was half as stupid and crazy as her, we wouldn't have such a headache. Speaking of which, it's strange. From Joffrey to Cersei they are all Lannister. Why did they all awaken the bloodline of the Mad King? The doctors discussed animatedly but they were not too worried. As long as there were nobles in Westeros, the City of Learning would not collapse. Perhaps, in the future, every archbishop would be given a scholar, and the archbishop would be like the king, having a scholar to guide them in government affairs. Theobald said calmly, Cersei is already a thing of the past. The King's Landing is now under Kevin's control. Scholar Pycelle also sent news that Cersei might marry King Yuluen of Taimin Bay. Yuluen King? The brother of Yuluen, King Balan, who ascended to the throne of Seastone through the King Selection Convention. Theobald nodded and said hesitantly, Yuluen may not be too ambitious, but at least, you are easier to get along with than King Balan. Ever since he took the throne, he strictly restricted Timin's pirate activities. Not only did the pirates who had been harassing the coasts of the bay disappear, but Yuluen even agreed to return the Shield Islands that King Balan had occupied. Since when was Taimin so easy to talk to? The doctors were in an uproar. Could there be a conspiracy? Balin said nervously. Greed and cunning are Timin's nature. How could he change so easily? Theobald laughed mockingly and slowly explained, the matter is complicated. First of all, Timin's forces were too few, and the battle line was too long. From Deep Forest Castle in the Northern Territory to Carlin Bay, to the Shield Archipelago, to the estuary of the Mandar River, to Old Town, to Qingting Island, the north-south battle line is more than 8,000 kilometers long. If Taimin doesn't make a choice, he'll be crazy. That's right. King Balan called himself King of the Iron Islands and the Northern Territory, and Yuluen inherited his position. If Yuluen is rational enough, you should focus on digesting the newly conquered territories in the northern region. Making enemies everywhere like King Balan is too crazy. The professors were deep in thought. Don't forget, Count Redwind's Qingting Island fleet is on the way home. If Taimin doesn't leave now, he won't be able to escape in the future. Of course, Gao Ting would have to pay a large sum of gold royals to redeem the Shield Islands. In the end, Yuluen was provoked by that woman. Theobald's expression was strange. Which woman? Dani Alice. The professor in charge laughed deeply and said, Yuluen was the first explorer to come back alive from the ruins of Valeglia. He obtained wealth comparable to that of a country, and even found a set of tile steel armor and a dragon egg. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Unfortunately, just as he left the stormy sea outside Valeglia, he met Dani Alice, who was sailing towards Slave Bay. She plundered him, and then she had the money to buy the Unsullied in Astapor. Dr. Balin looked surprised and muttered, I didn't expect there to be such a grudge between them. Yuluen intends to form a tripartite alliance, with Tyrell and Lannister. Currently they have reached a few preliminary agreements. 1. Tyrell will pay the ransom, and Yuluen will return the Shield Islands and swear not to invade the territory of River Bend. 2. Cersei will marry Yuluen, and the Iron Fleet under Yuluen will swear allegiance to Tommen and reorganize into a new royal fleet to suppress the Targaryen forces on Dragonstone Island. 3. Tyrell and Lannister will create conditions for Yuluen to seize one or more Megalosaurus from Dani Alice. What? Sir Stewart, are you crazy? Seizing a dragon from the mother of dragons? The professors looked at Theobald with the same gazes as they looked at Aerys, Joffrey, and Cersei. Yuluen did not reveal the specifics. However, he dared to swear to Inami that he once controlled her white dragon and green dragon. If he wasn't too greedy, he would have become the father of dragons by now, the steward said. Oh, since he swore to Inami, then it must be true. The professors nodded in surprise. Then they became excited again and said happily, the tripartite alliance seems to be very promising. Dragon Queen, I am the holy light, I am. Everyone in the room was celebrating when suddenly, a deep, majestic and grand voice came from outside the window. The steward was furious and stood up, shouting at the window, which bastard is making a racket outside, disturbing Kikik? Mystic dragon? The professor's pupils contracted, their teeth chattered, and their faces turned as pale as a corpse. The nightmares of the past came back to them. Whoosh, a huge shadow swept across the flowerbed in front of the steward's pavilion. The professors and apprentices who were sitting on the lawn and reading were shocked. They looked up at the sky and were stunned. I am the eldest son of the mother of dragons, I am the mighty dragon of heaven, the vanguard of justice. Another long list of titles came out from Blackie's mouth. At this time, Dani was using the Buddha's mercy mode. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, shocking the people of the old town and the scholars from the city of knowledge. The mystic dragon is speaking? 7 gods above, am I hallucinating? The professors, scholars, apprentices, and even the people on the street were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. Today, at this time, at this place, I am the dragon of judgment. In the name of the Father, I judge the 7 sins of the city of knowledge. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the Father represented judgment and justice. The first sin, arrogance, disregarding the reality of the world and using one's will as an illusion, attempting to build a false, real world. Blackie's voice rumbled as it explained the real world, again. What is the city of knowledge trying to do? Most of the people of the old town were confused. The few who understood were shocked. The second sin, jealousy. Magic power is innate. Only a few people have the qualifications to master supernatural powers. The scholars of the city of knowledge were unable to cultivate magic, or their talent in magic was shallow. They were jealous of the royal family with noble bloodlines, and even caused the entire human world to enter the age of magic. Remember, it was only the humans who lost the magic power to protect themselves. The dark evil gods were restless in the land of eternal winter and never disappeared. The third sin, brutality. The dance of the blood dragon lasted for more than 10 days, and hundreds of thousands of people died. It was all the sins of the city of knowledge. This was another bomb that almost made the people of the old town faint. How could the thin and weak scholars next door be so powerful? Damn it, Paristan is a sinner. He actually told that woman about the real world, and the secret of the dance of the blood dragon. Belin cried out in fear. The head of the professors was seeing stars and his vision was blank. He kept mumbling, fake, fake, it's all fake. Paristan is fake, the real world is fake, the dance of the blood dragon is fake. It has nothing to do with the city of knowledge. Blackie did not care about the reactions of the people. He continued, the fourth sin, incompetence. The city of knowledge has been established for thousands of years. The 7 kingdoms, astronomy, pathology, craftsmanship, economic structure, spiritual beliefs, cultural customs, and so on have never improved. The Westeros 1,000 years ago and the Westeros 1,000 years later are almost the same except for the differences in people. If that's the case, what's the use of having you? We have worked hard even if we didn't make any contributions. Besides, the free cities next door also seem to. The free cities were indeed more advanced than the Westeros, but they had inherited Valeglia's advanced industrial technology. The scholars were not calm at all. The fifth sin, dereliction of duty. A long time ago, traces of deviant ghosts appeared beyond the Great Wall. 20 years ago, even the people of Bravos on the other side of the narrow sea knew that there were deviant ghosts near difficult settlement. The younger brother of the Sea King, Brother Felik, even died in a battle to capture the deviant ghosts. In order to deal with the long night, the Iron Treasury secretly stocked up on food twice in 20 years. The amount involved was as high as 100 million gold royals. However, the Westeros did not know anything. The Iron Throne did not know, the City of Knowledge did not know. What's more hateful was that after knowing about the urgent report from the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge purposely hid the information about deviant ghosts, not caring about the safety of the people. What deviant ghosts? Isn't the history of deviant ghosts and the long night fake? The scholars have always said so. The citizens of the old town who had just caught their breath were shocked to the point of dizziness again. The melon was too big, too many, too sweet. They could not eat it all. The sixth sin, violating the rights of the guests. Dragon Queen came to the old town under the alias of Layla Weishui and participated in the martial arts tournament as the mysterious Knight Batman. During that time, the scholars admired her talent in economics and invited her to the City of Knowledge as a guest. However, after discovering her true identity, they poisoned her and assassinated her. There were also hundreds of archers waiting to kill her Megalosaurus, which was me and my second brother. The fire in the City of Knowledge that day was because of this. 7 gods above, the City of Knowledge. What did they do? The citizens of the old town were about to collapse. The information revealed by the Holy Dragon was too much. It was too scary. They could not bear it. The seventh sin, breaking an oath. The City of Knowledge swore to be neutral and the scholars swore to be loyal to the king. But look at what they did. From today onwards, I represent the 7 gods to abolish the oath of the scholars. Since the oath that the assistant scholar swore when he put on the chain could not be fulfilled, there was no need to put on a show. From today onwards, I represent the 7 gods and the Dragon Queen to abolish the allegiance between the scholars and the nobles. The scholars will no longer wear gray robes and necklaces. There will no longer be a distinction between apprentices, scholars and scholars. The nobles can continue to employ scholars, but scholars will no longer be scholars. From today onwards, the City of Knowledge will be dissolved. The Westeros will abolish the scholar system. Ah, the City of Knowledge is gone? Even the scholars are gone? The citizens of the old town were in an uproar again. Is what the Megalosaurus said true? Did the city of knowledge really commit so many sins? That is the holy Megalosaurus, the great mighty heavenly dragon, the dragon of judgment. How could it lie? Moreover, the holy dragon's words were reasonable and irrefutable. Yes, the content of the holy dragon's words, you have to think about it carefully. It's terrifying. No, the city of knowledge was filled with whales. The scholars and apprentices in the city of knowledge seemed to have their spines pulled out. Their bodies went limp as they raised their heads and cried. Chapter 405. Fake Holy Dragon, Fake Envoy of Justice, Fake Great Guardian of the Church of the Seven Gods. That's the mystic dragon, he can't represent the seven gods. The Mother of Dragons wants to destroy the city of knowledge. Theobald roared ferociously. She's not the ruler of the seven kingdoms, she has no right to judge us. She swore on the Great Wall that she wouldn't take the initiative to attack the forces supporting the Great Wall in the north. Oh, we were wrong. Regardless of whether the deviant ghosts are real or fake, we should join the Ghost Resistance United Front. The Mother of Dragons didn't even kill Stannis, she definitely wouldn't attack the City of Knowledge. We shouldn't have provoked her, shouldn't have spread rumors saying that she violated the rights of a guest, shouldn't have. No, we can't be that cowardly. Do you think we'll disband the City of Knowledge just because the mystic dragon says so? We have the support of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The old town of Hiding Tyrell, the King's Landing and the Iron Throne will all stand on the City of Knowledge's side. Yes, let the Ghost Resistance United Front go to hell with the deviant ghosts. We will join you, King Luan's tripartite alliance, and fight the mystic dragon to the end. In the meeting room of the steward's pavilion, the professors all looked terrified as they expressed their opinions. The Holy Light Black spoke again. I am the Judgment Dragon. I will now announce the trial of the professors and scholars of the City of Knowledge. Grand Scholar Pycelle, Steward Theobald, Economics Professor Nolan, Vinegar, Balin. My name is on it. How does the mystic dragon know me? Balin's shriveled face was filled with disbelief and fear. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he shouted, Pearston, fuck his mother. Not only did that fellow betray his ideals, he also betrayed us. Other than Pycelle, the names mentioned by the mystic dragon are all murderers. Shut up, it's fake, it's all fake. Theobald was furious and interrupted him. Pearstan is fake, the holy dragon is fake, that is the mystic dragon. The mystic dragon's words are also fake. Dragons can't speak, everyone knows that. The Mother of Dragons is a witch, she is secretly casting witchcraft to make us hallucinate. Sir Supervisor, look at the scholars and acolytes outside the window. They all heard it. Balin's face was contorted as he pointed at the window and said with a trembling voice, the glass is shaking. Gah. Dr. Theobald suddenly froze. His angry expression was like sour milk, frozen on his face. The hall was silent. Only the Megalosaurus announced the final verdict. The named doctors and their assistants have only two choices. 1. Kill themselves and wash away their sins with blood. 2. Put on black clothes and become night watchers. Their sins will be erased. It's so cold in the north. I don't want to guard the Great Wall. Balin cried. The mystic dragon doesn't have the final say. Grand Secretary Pycelle definitely won't go to the Great Wall. The Iron Throne won't allow the Mother of Dragons to do whatever she wants. Professor Nolan's old face was as pale as a dead man's. He trembled as he comforted himself. She is not the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She has no right to judge the Academy City. Let's ignore her and continue the meeting. Theobald sat down stiffly and forced himself to speak calmly. The holy light Megalosaurus seemed to have heard his shameless declaration. It roared with a thunderous voice, I am the great guardian of light of the seven gods, appointed by the Dragon Queen and the Chief Bishop. My judgment is the decree of the seven gods. Any believer of the seven gods in the seven kingdoms can monitor the actions of the sinners. If the sinner does not atone for his sins with his death within a week and does not voluntarily go to the Great Wall, he will be automatically judged as a night watcher who has fled. Any believer of the seven gods can go to the City of Knowledge to arrest the sinner and send him to be imprisoned in the great cathedral of Baylor. For every sinner arrested, the reward will be 1,000 gold royals and a blessing of the seven gods. 1,000 gold royals? 7 gods above, I am a believer of the seven gods. I know Balin, Theobald, I know. God bless me, I actually know all the sinners. I'm rich. No, for the blessing of the seven gods, I will do my best to arrest every sinner. A resident near the City of Knowledge said excitedly. The 7 gods, there are dozens of sinners. I want to serve the 7 gods. The mercenary knight said dizzily. Will it be illegal? That is a doctor. His companion said worriedly. What are you afraid of? The holy megalosaurus represents the 7 gods. The mercenary knight's eyes flashed. The church even arrested the queen and the queen, let alone a little doctor. Brother, have you not seen the situation clearly? In today's Westeros, the chief bishop is the uncrowned king. What? The identity of the great guardian of the 7 gods of the mystic dragon is recognized by the great sparrow? How is this possible? The sinner Belin was shocked and angry. Damn it, Dany Rise is in cahoots with the great sparrow. Theobald's expression changed and he cursed. We have neglected one thing. The great sparrow is bold, but he is not stupid. He knew that the act of forcing Cersei to parade and repent had offended the Iron Throne and Lannister. No, the great sparrow had imprisoned Queen Marjorie and would soon put her on public trial. Tyrell was also an enemy of the church. Dany Rise is a believer of the 7 gods and even established the Church of the 7 Gods at Slave Bay. She and the great sparrow are natural allies. At least, when it does not involve the struggle between the royal power and the church, the great sparrow and the mother of dragons have the possibility of cooperating. Theobald was only half right. Even if he had offended Tyrell and Lannister at the same time, the great sparrow had never thought of cooperating with Dany. Overthrowing the weak Lannister and inviting the Dragon Queen, who was powerful enough to fight against the world, back to the King's Landing, then how could the great sparrow be the uncrowned king? However, Blackie's identity as the great guardian of the light was indeed recognized by the great sparrow. It all started on the day of Cersei's parade and repent. Seeing such a miserable scene, Dany was not happy. Instead, she was sure of one thing: the Iron Throne had depreciated. In fact, the Iron Throne had always been depreciating. When Targaryen had dragons, the people submitted, the vassals did not have a trace of disloyalty, and Targaryen was sanctified. At that time, the Iron Throne was worth the most if it was worth 10,000 gold royals. The Megalosaurus was extinct, Targaryen lost their divinity, and the 7 dukes began to have the ambition to participate in the game of power. The Iron Throne's value had shrunk by 80%, only 2,000 gold royals remained. The Black Fire rebelled and Targaryen fell completely to the mortal world. This made all the Westeros understand one thing: Targaryen was human, no different from them. The Iron Throne was once again devalued by half, only 1,000 gold royals remained. When the Targaryen dynasty ended and Theon Baela became the new royal family, all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms suddenly understood one thing: they could also sit on the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne's value had shrunk again, 500 gold royals. After all, Robert had won the Iron Throne by force, and at least he could convince people with force. But Lannister had used the exchange of interests and the game of power to turn a false king into a true king. Who in the world would be convinced? Or rather, we don't have dragons, we don't have Robert's peerless strength, but who doesn't know how to play the game of power? Thus, the rebellion of the 4 kings began, and 5 independent kings appeared in the 7 kingdoms. The Iron Throne was devalued by 80%, only 100 gold royals remained. When Tywin died, Queen Marjorie was arrested, and Cersei was paraded through the streets. The Iron Throne was devalued by 90% again. Calculating how much was the Iron Throne worth now? 10 gold royals. From 10,000 gold royals to 10 gold royals, this. What was worse was that the Iron Throne's true value was shrinking, but the price to pay to obtain it was increasing crazily. When Aegon conquered the 7 kingdoms, there was no Dragonslayer crossbow, so he could set fire to Heron Castle and Raging Fury. If you tried to set fire to Red Castle now, you could guarantee that the Megalosaurus would be shot into a hornet's nest before you could even spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. Back then, people were simple and honest. When Aegon conquered the 7 kingdoms, even the most cunning Lannisters surrendered sincerely. He was very chivalrous. Now, if others dared to surrender, would you dare to accept? For example, if Waldfrey, Cersei, Old Rose, Littlefinger, and Sibyl, Robb's mother-in-law, surrendered and swore loyalty to you, would you dare to accept them and give them your full trust? Aegon and his siblings had returned to the present, and if they still did things the same way, they would probably be eliminated in the first round. It was just that people's morals were not what they used to be. The way of the world was too difficult. If the Iron Throne was treated as a stock, its profits would be reduced by 1,000 times, but the risk would be increased dozens of times. Would you still buy it? Hurry up and throw it away. After seeing Cersei's miserable state, Dany finally made up her mind to give up the Iron Throne. If she took away Cersei's Iron Throne and became the next queen, how would the people who saw the Queen Regent, Mimi, and her crotch today imagine the queen on the Iron Throne? Would the people of King's Landing and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms look at Dany with respect and admiration or lewdness, or even secretly compare her with her predecessor? Comparing size Perky and the Great Sparrow was too ruthless. He stuffed the identities of queen and king into the latrine and poured 100 buckets of dung over them. They were smelly and rotten. In today's Westeros, the queen and queen had become the professor and godfather of today's society. They had been played rotten. Of course, Dany was not Cersei. She had the ability to make the stock Iron Throne rise again and restore the sanctity of the royal authority. But to achieve this goal, she had to go against the Seven Dukes, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, the unruly people of King's Landing, and the growing church. If Dany had the time and energy, she would rather go against those weaklings like Quills and Volantis. If the future Night King is strong, Arya will not be able to sneak up on him like in Game of Thrones. She should also help cut off the Night King's limbs and send them to Arya for her to finish the job. With this thought in mind, Dany went to the Great Sparrow. Well, it was actually the Great Sparrow who went to Dragonstone Island first. After the news of the Dragon Queen taking over Dragonstone Island spread, the Great Sparrow immediately wrote a letter to Dragonstone Island. He had no choice. Dragonstone Island controlled the passage to Blackwater Bay. The Great Sparrow was frantically transporting food and weapons on the other side of the narrow sea. Dany personally replied to the letter and promised the Great Sparrow that Dragonstone Island and Tidehead Island would not only not block the merchant ships going to and from King's Landing, they would even provide free service to ships flying the heptagram flag. I am Layla Weishue, the Cardinal of the Seven Gods of Slaver Bay. Church friend, she said kindly to the Great Sparrow. Who knew what the Great Sparrow's reaction was when he saw that sentence? 2 days later, seeing that Dragonstone Island kept their promise, he sent another letter to Dany and asked her to talk about it again. But by then, Dany had already returned to Astapor and could not talk to the Great Sparrow face to face. He could only ask Barristan to write the letter and explain the Dragon Queen's plan. On the day of Cersei's parade, Dany did not plan to meet the Great Sparrow. But after Cersei's parade, she suddenly lost interest in the Iron Throne. The problem was that she did not need it, but she also did not want others to sit comfortably on it. She decided to dig a huge hole for the future king of the Seven Kingdoms. Not only would it be devalued to 10 gold royals, she would also devalue the Iron Throne to negative assets, like a treasure of crude oil. Dany would recognize the legitimacy of the Church's armed forces, recognize the Cardinal's authority over the king, recognize the Cardinal's right to judge the king and queen, recognize the Cardinal as the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, she decided that whatever the Great Sparrow wanted, she would agree to it. Even if the Great Sparrow did not want it, she would force it on him. In short, Dany wanted to empty the Iron Throne crazily and devalue it from 10 gold royals to negative 100,000 gold royals. She was the Cardinal anyway. Even if the future king of the Seven Kingdoms and the Dukes of the Seven Kingdoms had to lick the Great Sparrow's feet every time they saw him, Dany was not afraid. In the church, she and the Great Sparrow were church members of equal status. In the Westeros, well, she did not want to go to the Westeros. In the future, if any of her grandchildren made Grandma Dany unhappy, they would be punished to be a duke or king in the Westeros. Chapter 406. Bronn also saw Cersei's body, but he did not look for long as he did not have time. The Earl of Blackwater disguised himself and snuck into King's Landing to invite Master Blacksmith Tobu Mott on behalf of the Dragon Queen. When all the people of King's Landing went to watch Cersei and Mimi, Bronn quietly sent more than 20 blacksmiths into the cargo ship. Other than Master Tobu, who could reforge Valeglia's steel, all the more famous blacksmiths in Steel Street were kidnapped. That's right, kidnap. It was impossible not to kidnap. First of all, most of the world's famous blacksmiths had studied abroad in Kohler, and some were even originally from Kohler. Kohler had joined the United Nations that blockaded Slavers Bay, and the Black Goat High Priest had long ago issued a decree. Kohler's blacksmiths were not allowed to serve the Dragon Queen. Secondly, the blacksmiths in this world had a higher social status and were all rich. For example, the blacksmiths kidnapped by Bronn all had properties in Steel Street. They had houses, shops, servants, apprentices, and the dignity of a boss. If Bronn had directly stated his intentions, almost no one would be willing to abandon their current properties and be trapped in Dragonstone Island to forge dragon crystal weapons for the Dragon Queen. At least Tobu Ma was not willing. If he dared to reveal the spells and techniques to the Dragon Queen, if the Kohlers knew about it, they would not let him go. So Bronn could only kidnap. Before Cersei's parade ended, Bronn had already completed his kidnapping mission. The cargo ship carrying the blacksmiths quietly left King's Landing. But not long after entering Blackwater Bay, Blackie came again and gave the task of meeting with Big Sparrow to Bronn. Bronn lowered a small boat from the cargo ship and led 8 of his men to return to King's Landing. The meeting location was decided by Big Sparrow. Bronn and his men were only responsible for Blackie's safety, ensuring that there were no dragon slayers within half a kilometer of the meeting location. If the Great Sparrow didn't care about publicizing the relationship between the church and the Dragon Queen, Blackie could directly land in the backyard of the Great Cathedral of Baylor. If the Great Sparrow wanted to keep it a secret, he could go to the Blackwater River or Blackwater Bay. Blackie dived into the water and only showed his head to talk to him. However, the Big Sparrow was not worried about angering the Iron Throne at all. He directly asked Big Black to go to the observatory of the Baylor Great Sage Hall. The 8 underlings stood separately on the top floors of several buildings near the observatory, making sure that the church did not play any tricks. They were like the bodyguards in black who scattered around to check the sniping points when the big shots were negotiating in the movies. The crossbow was large and required a wide range of shooting angles. It was almost impossible to hide it. After that, Bronn covered the floor of the observatory with a 7-pointed star flag of the church. Dahe, who had been hiding in the clouds, saw the signal and flew down. "May the holy light protect you, Your Excellency." The huge demonic shadow whizzing down made the Big Sparrow's pupils shrink, and she was shocked speechless. The Megalosaurus landed lightly behind the platform, folded its wings, left wing at the side of its body and right wing across its chest. It lowered its head, bowed, spoke, gave its blessings. It could speak with perfect articulation, it could bow gracefully, and it had an open, holy and inviolable temperament. The dark body of the Megalosaurus seemed to be glowing. No, there was a golden sun rising behind him. The Big Sparrow seemed to see the 7 gods descending to the world, and her whole person fell into a trance. "Your Excellency." The one-armed hero Lancel on the side quietly reminded the Archbishop. "Oh." The Big Sparrow rubbed her eyes and looked back. Damn, it was an illusion. Just after noon, the black dragon flew down from the angle of the light, as if the sun had been behind him. "Megalosaurus, can you speak?" The Big Sparrow knew that the 7 gods had not descended, but she still asked a stupid question. Danny in Blackie's sea of consciousness held back her laughter, and announced solemnly through Blackie's mouth, "Your Excellency, I am the eldest son of the Dragon Mother, my name is Big Black. But I'm also a devout believer of the 7 gods. I believe in the Holy Light, I believe in justice, Holy Father, I believe in mercy, Holy Mother, I believe in freedom, I believe in courage, Warrior, I believe in power, Blacksmith, I believe in wisdom, Old Woman, I fear death and the unknown, Stranger. Therefore I am the Holy Light, the Vanguard of Justice, the Holy Megalosaurus, the Dragon of Justice." Oh. The Big Sparrow began to feel dizzy again. Lancel, Bronn, and the others on the side seemed to have fallen into a dream, let alone her. After a while, the Big Sparrow understood some of the meaning in Blackie's words and asked, "What is the Holy Light?" "Your Excellency, look." Blackie pointed at the sun in the blue sky with his wings. "What do you see?" The Big Sparrow looked up at the sky in a daze, and just for a moment she was sad and shed tears. The sun was so bright. He covered his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "The sun, there is a sun in the sky." "No, that is not the sun." Blackie's ferocious dragon face became particularly serious and solemn. "That is purity, warmth, holiness, that is the maiden, one of the 7 gods." The foreign archbishop was a little unaccustomed to the Zenji of the Chinese style. He was confused for a while before he understood the meaning of Blackie's words. 7 gods above, this Megalosaurus seems to be more like an archbishop than me? I'm enlightened. The Big Sparrow was amazed and said, "It is good to compare the maiden to the Holy Light. But will it make the believers misunderstand? After all, the Light King Lalo is known to the world." "Your Excellency, you know about the deviant ghosts, right?" The Holy Light Black Dragon asked. "Yes." "Do you think the long night will not come?" The Big Sparrow looked hesitant and sighed. "After receiving the news, I prayed in front of the old woman for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't eat or drink, hoping that the old woman would carry a golden lamp to illuminate my future." Danny was speechless about the way the 7 gods prayed. After being hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, even a normal person would have auditory hallucinations. Then they would think that they were communicating with the seven gods? Getting enlightenment from the seven gods? The deviant ghosts are real, the holy Megalosaurus said with certainty. The Light King Lalo has been planning this since 5,000 years ago. This long night is a big crisis for the Church of the Seven Gods. When the long night comes and the sun disappears, the believers will look forward to the sun, to the light and warmth, and the red god will satisfy all the prayers of the believers. Ah! The big sparrow's face changed dramatically. He really didn't think of this. If the long night was real, and the Church of the Seven Gods had neither prophesied nor arranged a savior, and they were so slow to react and do nothing, then, Archbishop, you come from Hejian. Don't you know how fast the Red God's faith is developing there? Every time there is one more person who believes in the Red God, there will be one less devout believer of the Seven Gods. This is a loss of faith. I know. I heard that Mersoros can resurrect the dead. The big sparrow's face looked terrible. The resurrection of the dead is the biggest miracle in the world. No wonder the believers will change their faith. Hejian is just the beginning. The holy Megalosaurus warned him loudly. Stannis is the child of holy fire chosen by the seven gods, the holy son of Lalo. The red-robed woman Melisandre is a demigod, Lalo's servant. With such a big price, can't you see Lalo's ambition? He judged the seven gods as heretics, evil gods, and he wants to be the only god in the world. Damn Stannis, why didn't you kill that evil heathen with a mouthful of dragon flame? The big sparrow said with a frown. Because of the holy oath. I am the dragon of justice. My words and actions represent the mother of dragons and the seven gods. I can't do anything that goes against my oath, the holy Megalosaurus said solemnly. It's fine if you represent the mother of dragons, but you say you represent the seven gods. Did you ask for my permission? The big sparrow was slightly unhappy. Can the girl become the holy light change all this? He asked. My mother, the Archbishop of the Seven Gods of Slaver Bay, decided to slightly change the position of the girl, in the doctrine of the seven gods. I know that. She once told me that the girl not only symbolizes purity, but also represents freedom, the girl who holds the torch of freedom. The big sparrow nodded. This is in line with the doctrine of the seven gods against slavery in the Seven Gods Bible. It's also good for the Church of the Seven Gods to develop believers in the free city. I personally agree with this. Now the great dragon queen has also decided to change the meaning of purity. Purity is not only the purity of the body but more importantly, the purity of the spirit and the soul. Just like light, warm and pure, it's called holy light. The holy light is the light of hope in the long night. The holy light can dispel the cold. Believers can get strength and salvation in the holy light. The red god has a prayer of, the long night is full of danger. The girls of the seven gods should also have a prayer of, may the holy light protect you. The Megalosaurus of the holy light spoke with assurance, and the look on the big sparrow's face became more and more shocked. What a good girl is the holy light. The doctrine of the Westeros also needs to be changed. Starting tomorrow, I will update the girls of the seven kingdoms to the girls of Slaver Bay. The big sparrow made a decision. After saying that, he even solemnly bowed to Dahe as a fellow member of the church and said, may the holy light protect you. May the holy light deceive you. Big Black replied and continued, in order to cope with the coming long night, the Church of the Seven Gods has to be reformed. How to change? The big sparrow listened attentively. He felt that he had found another fellow Taoist. Like Layla Vesuvius, the Megalosaurus way of thinking about the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods resonated with him. A like-minded member of the church. There were only him, the Dragon Queen, and the Megalosaurus in the world. So lonely. The church must launch a department dedicated to dealing with the crisis of the long night, the Church of the Light of the Seven Gods. Split the church? The big sparrow frowned. No, the Church of the Seven Gods only emphasizes that there are seven gods in the church. Of course, we all know that the seven gods are one. Look at the King of Light Lalo. The word light refers to the red god's clergy. Looking at the big sparrow's thoughtful face, the holy Megalosaurus said patiently, try adding the word light in front of the seven gods. The Church of the Seven Gods of Light? The big sparrow murmured. Remove the word seven. The seven gods are one with seven faces. They are the seven forms of one god. There is no need to forcibly split into seven gods. Danny was not talking nonsense. Ordinary people thought that the seven gods represented the seven gods. In fact, in the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods, gods had no gender. The seven gods were the only god. A person had 7 forms and 7 morals. The Church of the Light. The big sparrow murmured. It seemed to be much more superior than the Church of the 7 Gods. It also sounded very strong, domineering, and arrogant, like a big boss. Chapter 407. Won't this cause conflict between the 7 Gods Church and the Light King? Both sides seem to be fighting for the divine position of light. Braun frowned and said uncertainly, "Is it a divine position? I don't know anything about gods." "Is the red god the only god of light?" The one-armed hero Lancel retorted. Big Sparrow's expression kept changing. He wanted to say proudly, "Fuck you, Light King, the 7 Gods Church doesn't care about you." But deep down he knew that the 7 Gods Church was different from the Red God Church. In the 7 Gods Church, if you didn't live alone in the cathedral and fast for more than 3 days, you wouldn't be able to sense the 7 gods. But Soros, a Red God follower, ate and drank every day, got drunk, and liked to participate in group fights. Such a person in the 7 Gods Church would never be able to communicate with the 7 Gods Church. But Monk Wine and Meat, who drank, ate, and killed people, was favored by Lalo and revived the dead many times. The 7 Gods reviving the dead. God knows how much Big Sparrow envied such a divine skill. Even though he communicated with the 7 Gods many times, he never got a divine skill. The 7 Gods were real. Every time he fasted and prayed, he would be enlightened. He never doubted this. But the 7 Gods seemed to be too far away from the real world and couldn't transmit power to their followers. This was a big problem. Thinking of this, Big Sparrow sighed deeply and said, "The Church of Light is good, but this is too important. I must pray to the 7 Gods. Wait 3 days. No, this time I will pray in seclusion for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights? Will I see you again next time? Queen Cersei still needs you, Queen Marjorie still needs you, the king on the Iron Throne now and in the future, they all need you. Don't rush to see St. Bailey." Danny was very worried. "Your Excellency, you must take care of yourself." Holy Megalosaurus said sincerely, "The burden of protecting the church and stopping the Light King from dyeing the Westeros red is all on you. You are the son of the 7 Gods Church, the child of prophecy, the savior." How did I become the child of prophecy?" The Big Sparrow looked blankly at the sincere black dragon and asked, "I wasn't born in the land of smoke and salt, I also—" "Your Excellency, you are talking about the prophecy of the Is God. You are the child of the 7 Gods, the child of the prophecy of the Church of the 7 Gods, not the child of the prophecy of the Red God," the divine Megalosaurus Blackie said seriously. "Prophecy of the 7 Gods?" The Big Sparrow opened his mouth wide and asked in a daze. "Of course, if the Red Deity can make a prophecy, why can't the 7 deities? The 7 Gods of Light enlighten me. I saw the future in time, the future of the prophesied child of the 7 Gods." The divine Megalosaurus announced loudly, "After the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and the cold darkness will envelop the world. The sacred Son of Light was born in Hejian, and he walked barefoot across the 7 kingdoms. He wields the sacred sword of light, which was forged from devout faith, fearless courage, and steel-like willpower. He will dispel the darkness and end the long night." "Your Excellency, you see, the sacred Son of Light in the prophecy is you." The divine Megalosaurus roared excitedly. The Big Sparrow said with a straight face, "I was not born in Hejian. My hometown is west of Nuquin, a village near the Trident River." "Damn it, the information is wrong." Danny cursed in her heart, but she immediately thought of a remedy. "Your Excellency, you are too narrow-minded." The divine Megalosaurus seemed to be complaining. Lalo also said, "Land of smoke and salt," but he did not directly specify where it was. His Majesty of the 7 Gods is the same. The so-called Hejian does not refer to the Hejian kingdom of the 7 kingdoms. Hejian by the river. You see, weren't you born by the Trident River? At this time, even foreigners who had not experienced the Book of Elixir and the Yellow River Cyclops slowly understood the trick of the divine Megalosaurus. The Big Sparrow was convinced that if he said that although his hometown was by the river, his birthplace was in the Dorne Desert, the wise, divine Megalosaurus could also round it up. It was not because the Big Sparrow was stupid that he did not realize it before. In fact, there had been many prophecies in this world. Some hid the prophecies, some misinterpreted the prophecies, some wanted to break the prophecies, but no one had ever faked a prophecy. Not to mention the prophecy of a savior. It was crazy. A light flashed in the Big Sparrow's eyes and he asked, "Why is it not your mother, Danny Leasy? Is she going to be Yesor Yahai?" They were all archbishops and they were all children of prophecy. It seemed to be very promising? No, Lalo's divine servant confirmed that the savior in Yasser's prophecy must be a believer of the Red God, the child of holy fire. Mother swore that she would rather die than change her faith to the King of Light. The Holy Dragon of Light said sonorously, "Hey Layla. Danny Leasy, a member of the church, indeed has the style of Saint Baylor. No, she is the reincarnation of Saint Baylor." The big sparrow's dark and thin cheeks turned red, and he was so excited that he was a little incoherent. The one-armed hero Lancel and a few armored children of war also looked reverent and nodded in admiration. Bron turned his head away to avoid letting everyone see his twisted cheeks. Mother said that maintaining the Church of the Seven Gods in Slave Bay has already exhausted her both mentally and physically. She has no qualifications, no ability, no energy, and no time to contribute more strength to the Westeros. She is deeply ashamed and sad about this. Oh, Archbishop, Mother also knows that the child of prophecy is a heavy burden. But other than you, no one can do it. You have to work hard for the seven gods, for the church, for the people of the seven kingdoms. The big sparrow nodded in satisfaction. This was an honest megalosaurus with wisdom. The simple truth contained rich wisdom. Dragon Queen, don't be sad, she is struggling to maintain the seven gods church under the Red God's halo. It is already very difficult. He comforted gently. Then you agree? Agree to fulfill the heavy responsibility of the Holy Son of Light? Holy Dragon asked. For the seven gods, for the church, for the people of the seven kingdoms, I am willing to do my best until my death. The big sparrow sighed. However, the Holy Son of Light needs a sharp sword, not only faith, courage, and willpower. Then he changed the topic and asked meaningfully, what does Dragon Queen think about the church's armed forces? Good. The holy megalosaurus said loudly. Good. The big sparrow was stunned. Your ancestor tried every means to abolish the church's armed forces, and you say it's good? Very good, the church can't be without its own armed forces. The holy megalosaurus said firmly, faith and willpower are useful, but the night is long and the world is dangerous. Without a steel sword, how can we protect the church? Mother said that Archbishop only develops the church's armed forces in King's Landing. It is still too conservative. You should let the power of the Constellation Warriors and the Children of War blossom everywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. All the idle men at home should join the gathering of the poor, and all the noble children, except for the eldest son, should join the Children of War. The Holy Dragon of Light raised its wings high and said fanatically, you should build the Church of Light's heaven on earth in the King's Landing, in the Seven Kingdoms. Thump thump thump. The big sparrow was forced to take 3 steps back by the fanaticism of the Holy Dragon. This dragon is a fanatic of the seven gods. The big sparrow was shocked. Then, what does Dragon Queen think about the church's trial of the royal family? He swallowed and asked again. I strongly support. All the sinners in the seven kingdoms, no matter their identity, should be judged. The holy megalosaurus said without hesitation. The church is short of money. Other than the donations from the banks and the nobles, there is no regular income. I plan to take a part of the business tax and land tax to fund the operation of the church. The big sparrow probed. No problem, I support it. My mother will definitely support it too. The holy megalosaurus immediately said. The seven gods, they even gave up their financial and political power. This is a true believer of the seven gods. After Sir Kevin became the regent, he gave the church a position as the Minister of State and invited me to participate in the Imperial Conference. Brother Big Black, what do you think? The big sparrow was excited and his tone became much more intimate. He even began to talk to the black dragon as a peer. No. The megalosaurus objected loudly. No. The big sparrow was shocked. You can't go to the Red Castle. Lannister can't be trusted. If you go, you might be killed. Also, why does the church only have 1 seat? There are at least 4 seats. 1 for the monk, 1 for the nun, 1 for the Star Warriors, and 1 for the Child of War. The big sparrow stomped his feet and sighed. Why did the Dragon Queen make a sacred oath to end the long night as the king? She should immediately ascend to the Iron Throne and work with me to build the Westeros into a kingdom of God on earth. It's okay. Even if she's far away in Slaver's Bay, Mother will make a public statement to support the church's actions in King's Landing. Don't worry and do it boldly. Do it with all your might. I'm even willing to accept your baptism and officially join the Church of the Seven Gods. The holy megalosaurus said. What baptism? The big sparrow was shocked. Yes, although I'm devoted to the seven gods, Mother didn't baptize me because I was young. Why don't you baptize me and let me become a Megalosaurus monk? Megalosaurus? Monk. The 7 gods. The big sparrow, Lancel, Bronn, and the children of war's eyes bulged. Their jaws almost fell off. Why no. I've been a believer of the 7 gods since I was born. I can even recite the 7 Stars Bible. But. The big sparrow was in a trance. He felt that it wasn't normal for a Megalosaurus to become a monk, but the holy dragon was right. He was intelligent, could speak, and was a believer of the 7 gods since he was young. He could even recite the 7 Stars Bible. If you let me baptize you, the church register will naturally fall to the great cathedral of Baylor. Are you going to stay in the King's Landing Church forever? He was hopeful and worried. No, I'm Mother's eldest son after all. I have to stay in Slaver's Bay to help her. Since we're all part of the Church of the 7 Gods, why don't you give me a double church register? I'll stay in Slaver's Bay most of the time. If the King's Landing Church needs a Megalosaurus to support them, I'll come over and do some work. Double church register, support them? The holy dragon's thinking was too avant-garde. The old sparrow was old and couldn't accept it. What's so hard to understand? The Church of the 7 Gods in Slaver's Bay has the position of the light left emissary, specially prepared for me. Archbishop, you can also get a light left emissary, or light grand guardian. In the future when you want to judge the Queen, Queen Mother, King, Regent and Duke, you can let me read their crimes. With my voice, most of the people in King's Landing can hear me. My voice is like thunder, majestic and inviolable. Moreover, with a Megalosaurus as the face of the church, the good men and women will revere the church more and become more devout believers. The big sparrow couldn't find a reason to refuse. The light left emissary was willing to work for free. What else did he want? Moreover, what the Megalosaurus said made sense. With him as the light grand guardian, the Church of the 7 Gods would become 10 times more powerful. Chapter 408. Mager Tower. Afternoon. Queen Mother Cersei had washed away all the filth on her body. Along with feces, rotten fruits and other filth, she had also washed away her previous cowardice and tears. Only endless humiliation and deep hatred were imprinted in her heart. They could not be washed away with clean water. Only blood could wash them clean. Lannister, you must pay your debts. At this time, the Empress Dowager had changed into a soft green wool dress and was sitting at the table enjoying a sumptuous lunch. Broccoli sprinkled with walnuts, lemon cake, roasted sparrow stuffed with fruit, sirloin stewed with barley soup, roasted pork ribs wrapped in garlic and herbs. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Cersei chewed hard on the crispy sparrow head, trying hard to imagine it as a large sparrow. She had specially asked the chef to make the roasted sparrow dish. On the plate of the roasted sparrow, there was a 7-pointed star engraved with onion bars. She looked coldly at her head of intelligence and chief scholar and announced, Lannister will never forget hatred. From today onwards I am the Avenger. At this moment, Cersei had lost some of her charm and foolishness. She had settled down 70% of her anger and 30% of her hostility. Cabo Ern, who was beside her, could not help but be very careful. He smiled kindly like a little girl admiring an old grandfather. Your Majesty, you will definitely drink the sweet fountain of vengeance. Cersei was expressionless. Before vengeance, I have to complete the trial of martial arts. Where are my white knights? The Queen and the Queen Mother both had a king as her husband. For the king's reputation, during the trial of martial arts, other knights could not be invited to fight for them. Yes, white knights could represent the king. That was why after her brother Loras Tyrell was severely injured, Queen Marjorie would rather be judged by the church than to clear her name through a trial of martial arts. Other than the Knight of Flowers, Loras, the other 6 white knights were not only old and weak, but their strength was also worrying. To make matters worse, they were all Lannister's men. Knowing that her mother-in-law Cersei had reported her to the church for stealing men, Marjorie still dared to use her men to fight for her in the trial of martial arts? The problem was that Cersei could trust the white knights other than Loras, but she did not dare to let them fight for her. Jaime was missing a hand and was nowhere to be seen, so he passed. Palos was a coward who had betrayed Tommen. Marinland was loyal and brave enough, but his swordsmanship was worrisome. He had been beaten like a dog by the Knight of Flowers during the tournament. Osmond Cat Blake, Cersei's lover, was locked up in the dungeon. Balan and Sherwin went to Dorne to welcome Princess Myrcella. Ser Alex, Messiah's bodyguard in Dorne. Cersei should have despaired of the 7 white knights, but Princess Araine of Dorne came to her aid. She seduced Alice, leading to the White Knight's deaths in the coup d'état when the Dark Star cut Marcella's cheek. The White Knight had an empty spot, and Caborn's creation, Frankenstein, appeared. Your Majesty, this is Sir Robert Strong, a new member of the King's Guard. A 2.5-meter tall giant entered the hall. His legs were thicker than tree trunks, his chest was as big as a horse, and his shoulders were as big as a bull. A giant helmet covered his face. 7 feathers, dyed in 7 colors, symbolizing the 7 gods, fluttered in the wind. He wore a white glazed plate armor that shone like a young girl's hope. Inside there was a gold-plated chain mail. A pair of golden 7-pointed star buckles clasped his white robe around his shoulders. Sir Robert. Cersei was dazed for a moment. She shook her head and said with a venomous look in her eyes, Sir, I want you to kill 1, no, 5 people for me. Robert Strong was motionless in silence. Only his white robe swayed gently, making him look like a giant statue. Sir Robert. Cersei raised her voice. Your Majesty, Sir Robert swore the sacred oath of silence. He will not speak until he has killed all your enemies. If you wish to kill someone, just give the command. Your order is his mission. Caborn's lips curled into a smile as he explained gently. Good, very good. Cersei nodded excitedly. Now, take off your helmet and let me see your face. A hint of hesitation flashed across Caborn's face, but before he could stop him, Robert Strong had already taken off his giant helmet. Ah, it's you. Why is it you? Go away, go away, go away. Cersei's rosy cheeks, which had just drunk the cider, turned pale. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with extreme fear. She waved her arms and screamed. Your Majesty, do not be afraid. He will not hurt you again. Caborn quickly comforted. Clang, clang, clang. Robert Strong was like an emotionless robot. He put on his helmet and walked out the door. After Robert Strong left, Cersei regained her composure. She questioned the biohazard mage loudly. Why is it him? Caborn, what have you done? Your Majesty, I have already reported to you. Caborn said innocently. 7 hells. Cersei's face contorted as she reprimanded. You said you were conducting immoral medical experiments. Is that something medicine can do? I am a doctor from the barbarians and Asha, Caborn argued. Then he added, also he is the most loyal knight. Just like me, he will never betray you. Even if you ask him to bathe the great cathedral in blood, he will not hesitate or show mercy. All right, all right. Cersei's face gradually regained color. She was convinced. Ask him to kill the 5 lowly commoners who were rude to me. Oh, which 5? During the parade, many people were rude to you, Your Majesty. Caborn was confused. Then kill as many as you can. The more you kill, the happier I will be, Cersei said impatiently. My experiment is at a critical stage. I need some living materials. Caborn rubbed his hands and smiled kindly. Sure. Their cries will give me a good dream. There is a dungeon under the Red Keep. The cries of the prisoners can be heard by the people living on the 1st floor. Of course, I want to hear the confessions of the 3 old nuns, Unia, Skoya, and Maul, Cersei said. We cannot touch the people of the church for now, Your Majesty, Caborn advised. I know. If you want revenge, you have to wait until after the trial. Wait until I regain control of King's Landing. Wait until I call back the elites of the Lannister from Riverside. Your Majesty is wise, Caborn complimented. Write that, Dany rise. Cersei thought of the Toad Witch's prophecy. Her face darkened and her eyes flickered. Is she as beautiful as me? This. Caborn did not understand and chose his words carefully. I heard that the people of House Targaryen are all good-looking. Damn it, it's her. Cersei's expression changed and she said fiercely, Caborn, help me contact the Faceless. I want her dead. Caborn had a strange expression and said softly, the Dragon Queen burned bravos. The Faceless did not dare to accept orders to assassinate the Dragon Queen. What did you say? Cersei's eyes widened. Caborn quickly told her what happened in Bravos a few days ago. After the 8-clawed spider Varys escape, Caborn became Cersei's new head of intelligence. Even when Cersei was captured, Pycelle and Kevin did not remove him from his position because of his outstanding abilities. He was 40 or 50% as powerful as Varys. Dragons can talk? I don't believe it. After listening to Caborn's report, Cersei shook her head. May the holy light protect you, Westeros. A loud and majestic voice suddenly came from outside the window. The tone was very strange. It was deep and coarse, like a mixture of tiger, lion, buffalo and other large animals. It was definitely not a human voice. Megalosaurus is attacking. The mother of dragons has come to King's Landing. The castle guard shouted in panic. The mystic dragon can talk, the mystic dragon is talking, 7 gods. Cersei's expression changed. She could hear her uncle Sir Kevin's voice downstairs. What is he saying? She could not help but quickly walk to the balcony. I am the eldest son of the dragon mother, I am the holy light, the left messenger of the light of the 7 gods. Cersei was stunned as she looked at the Megalosaurus with a thunderous voice. Her body stiffened and she lost the ability to speak. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. The mystic dragon is talking. Not only can the mystic dragon speak, he can also prophesy. I came to King's Landing today for 3 things. First, I swear in the name of the 7 gods that the City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests and distorted the truth. The holy dragon explained in detail what happened in the City of Knowledge before he continued, this is against the teachings of the 7 gods. It is shocking. Therefore, the Dragon Queen and the Chief Bishop agreed to immediately put the City of Knowledge on trial. Second, I received a revelation from the old woman in my dream. I found a stone tablet in the Velvet Hills of Andalos. It came from the Huguenot dynasty more than 6,000 years ago. There was a prophecy recorded on the tablet. After the long summer, the stars will weep blood and cold darkness will cover the world. The Son of Light was born in Riverland. He walked barefoot through the 7 kingdoms. He held the holy sword of light, forged with devout faith, fearless courage and iron will. He will dispel the darkness and end the long night. Big Sparrow helped to change the prophecy. He felt that the prophecy that the Megalosaurus saw in the timeline was illogical, irregular and lacked foundation. The Son of Light, the Holy Sword of Light, what are those? Cersei asked dumbly. It's a bit like Asha's prophecy, the one where Azor and Ahai reincarnate, Caboern said with a strange expression. Then who is the Son of Light? Cersei and Caboern looked at each other and screamed, impossible, how can Big Sparrow be the son of prophecy? He looks so old and ugly. Well, in Cersei's heart, the son of prophecy should be as handsome as Legger. The chief bishop is the son of light. From the guards in the Red Keep, to the nobles on Aegon Hill, to the peddlers, residents and beggars on the streets, they all guessed the identity of the son of light in the prophecy like Cersei. Compared to Asha's prophecy, the hints in the 7 gods' prophecy were too obvious. Suitable for all ages. Finally, about the Dragon Queen's sacred vow on the Great Wall, the one who ends the long night will be king. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. My mother is a woman of her words and will keep her promise. Phew, this is good news. Cersei let out a long sigh of relief. 7 gods above, the wings of death can pick stars with his left hand and throw meteors with his right. If he sneaks into the Red Keep in the middle of the night and meteors fall from the sky, we're done for. Yes. Caboern nodded and smiled. As long as we find a group of ruffians from King's Landing and send them to the Great Wall every month, the Iron Throne will be considered to have joined the United Ghost Resistance Front, and she will not be able to do anything to you. I hope this winter will last longer, give me enough time. Cersei sighed. With my wisdom and experience, it will not be difficult to take back the power of the region from my old uncle, and it will be easy to clean up the court's rebellious officials. As long as the political situation of the 7 kingdoms is stable and everything is under my control, the Great Sparrow will really become a soft and crispy roasted sparrow. As long as the mother of dragons. Sigh, how I hope the long night is real. Let that woman fight the other ghosts, let the king of ghosts take her and her dragon away. Cersei put her hands together and prayed in the direction of the great cathedral of Baelor. 7 gods, let the long night become real. Let the other ghosts be as fierce as the Megalosaurus. Let the winter come fiercer. Chapter 409. Merciful Mother of God, the long night must come and freeze and starve those lowly mobs of King's Landing to death. Not a single one will be left. Just Father of God, brave warrior, you must make the mystic dragon and the mother of dragons fair, selfless, brave, fearless, and unafraid of sacrifice. She must be brave and selfless in the face of the other ghosts. Only those who do not fear death will truly die. Only those who persevere in selflessness will truly have no personal property. Only those who do not fear sacrifice will truly sacrifice themselves. Wise crone, please take away the wisdom of the mother of dragons. Let her continue to be foolish and invest her money, energy and military power into the wall. Let her recklessly duel with the other ghosts. Let her always be at the forefront and be surrounded by 100,000 strong and ferocious other ghosts. God of strength, blacksmith, bless the mother of dragons. May her sword break when she meets an enemy. May she lose all her energy in duels. Stranger, take away Dany, Liz, and her dragon. Let them accompany you in the 7 hells. Cersei could swear that even when her son Joffrey passed away, her father Tywin passed away, and even when she was imprisoned in the cathedral's dungeon, she was not as pious as she was now. Caborn, tell me quickly. Is the long night real? She then pulled Caborn's hand and asked expectantly. The other ghosts might be real, but the long night might not be, Caborn said hesitantly. Cersei was very dissatisfied and shouted angrily, why? Those are other ghosts. The ones in Old Nan's stories are so scary. The other ghosts bring the cold, take away the sun, and plunge the world into the long night. 99% of the humans have died. At this point, Cersei suddenly laughed innocently like a young girl. Aha, what a beautiful number. 99%. The peasants, mobs, and beggars have all died. Your Majesty, the King's Landing, Hajin, and the Western Territory are all short of food. Even Casterly Rock is not prepared for summer due to the continuous battles, Caborn reminded carefully. Haha, when have you heard of Lannister starving to death? As for the peasants, the more of them die, the better. Cersei laughed disdainfully. She quickly added, of course that ugly monster Tyrion does not count. 7 gods, let that deformed devil monkey be poor and hungry to the point that he can only bite his nose. Haha, his nose is long gone, there's nothing to gnaw on. Looking at the ecstatic Empress Dowager, Caborn broke out in cold sweat, drenching his back. He looked at the Queen Dowager's expression and cautiously said, Your Majesty, there might be no long night. Cersei's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. She pouted and complained, how can there be no night? Old Nan's stories, the other of the ghosts of the dark of evil ghosts rock, even deviant ghosts have appeared, so why is long night gone? Caborn revealed an apologetic and amiable smile, as though he had stopped the long night that the Empress Dowager had been looking forward to. There is the Great Wall between the 7 kingdoms and beyond the Great Wall. There are also the Night Watchers and the Dragon Queen who is madly investing in the Great Wall. I heard that Dragonstone Island is madly mining dragon crystals, and dragon crystals suppress the other ghosts. Now that there is a united ghost resistance front, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will continue to send people to the Great Wall. Just like us, joining the united ghost resistance front will at least ensure that the mystic dragon will not burn down their castles. The Great Wall has soldiers, money, and weapons. The other ghosts will not be able to pass. But without the other ghosts, it will not bring the long night to the Westeros. He explained softly. Damn it, why is the Great Wall not collapsing? Cersei cursed. Suddenly she had an idea. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with intelligence. She said, how about we send the 3 brothers to the Great Wall and have them secretly let the other ghosts in? The 3 brothers of Kate and Blake, the eldest, Osmond, the second, Osfrey, and the third, Ernie's, were the 3 scavenger crows in Cersei's Feast of the Crows. The 3 unknown hooligans used their weapons and skills to rise to the top. The eldest brother became the Kingsguard, the second brother became the commander-in-chief of the city's garrison, and the third brother became the Empress Dowager's close vassal. Cersei's original plan was to let the third brother seduce her daughter-in-law, Marjorie, and then let the third brother confess his affair with the Queen to the Great Sparrow. When the third brother was arrested, she would personally appear and send him to the Great Wall. When he reached the Great Wall, the third brother had a mission, to trick Jon to death and make the Stark extinct. Unfortunately, the Great Sparrow saw through Cersei's plan. He did not hesitate to torture the third brother who came to report Marjorie. The third brother could not take the beating and instead revealed all of Cersei's secrets. Then Cersei was sent to prison. She did not learn from her mistakes and came up with an even more cunning plan. No, Your Majesty, you cannot let the deviant ghosts in. Caborn's expression changed as he hurriedly advised. You saw it yourself. When facing deviant ghosts, Dragon Queen abhors evil. If she knew that you let deviant ghosts into the Northern Territory, she would immediately send Wings of Death to send a meteor down on you. Who would know that I did it? Cersei said. Caborn did not know what to say. His boss's intelligence was so low that he wanted to change bosses. He heard that the Dragon Queen knew witchcraft and was a witch. He did not know if she would want someone like him. Kate and Blake will definitely betray you. He sighed. They dare. Cersei shouted. Sai, how did you end up in the dungeon of the great sanctuary? Kaboern reminded her. A few days later, River Delta City. At noon in the dining hall, many of the Fry family's descendants were gathered together, waiting for the meal to start. The old scholar suddenly walked in from the side door and whispered something into the Marquis's ear. Ha ha ha. After a while, the bald Wade Fry laughed maniacally as he held the letter the scholar passed to him. Joy and mockery were evident on his face. My lord, what good news do you have? Black Wade, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked. Black Wade was the great-grandson of Marquis Wade and the main executor of the bloody wedding. Wade Fry was a man of honor. He was 91 years old this year, married 8 times and had more than 20 sons. Those sons helped him give birth to hundreds of grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Old Fry was the most prosperous person in Game of Thrones. Just the descendants of Fry alone could form a cavalry unit. The truth is out. College violated the rights of the guests and tried to murder the Dragon Queen. Old Wade excitedly told him about how the holy Megalosaurus sentenced College to 7 serious crimes. I told you long ago that College must be lying. Many poets in Port Lannister are singing the ballad of the mysterious knight Layla. A legendary hero like the Dragon Queen would definitely not violate the rights of the guests, Red Wade said proudly. Red Wade was Old Wade's grandson. He was only 15 years old this year and had just returned from Casterly Rock City. Old Wade had too many descendants and couldn't split them all up. In order to please their old fathers, grandfathers and great-grandfathers, many Freys named their sons Wade and their daughters Veda, a feminine modification of the word Wade. Old Wade had more than a dozen descendants named Wade and Veda. It was easy to remember since they were all named Wade and Veda. But it was impossible to tell them apart. Therefore, according to appearance and personality, there were Black Wade, Blue Wade, Red Wade, Big Wade, Little Wade, White Veda, Fat Veda, Beautiful Veda. Other than Wade, many famous people in the 7 kingdoms were also murdered. For example, Tywin Fry, Aerys Fry, Rhaega Fry, Robert Fry, Jaime Fry, Cersei Fry. Old Marquis Wade was looked down upon all year round. He was mocked for being a nouveau riche with a 600-year-old family background. Then, every time he was mocked, he could go home and find the noble who mocked him and vent his anger. The 7 gods couldn't do anything when people hit their children. Old Wade glanced at his grandson and said calmly, Kid, I'm happy. It has nothing to do with whether the Dragon Queen is a hero or not. Then what are you happy about? Yesterday you pulled me and asked me to tell you the story of the world's first female knight, Layla, who bravely took the crown of love and beauty. I thought you liked her, Red Wade said, confused. If she was a beauty, I would definitely like her. Old Wade rolled his eyes. Everyone says she's very beautiful, Red Wade said foolishly. Cough cough. Black Wade interrupted his young uncle and said seriously, It's because the Dragon Queen is legendary enough that the City of Learning's violation of the guest rights is even more conspicuous. Haven't you noticed? Recently there have been fewer and fewer comments comparing us Wade to a rat chef. That's because the City of Learning is like a giant magnetic shield, blocking us Fry and attracting the attention of the people of the 7 kingdoms. Hee hee, Big Black, you know how I feel. Old Wade showed a smile that resembled a weasel and praised him. I heard that the Bravosi also violated the guest's rights. Blue Wade, who was in the corner of the hall, suddenly said. Blue Wade's mother was a Tyroshi. He was greatly influenced by her and adopted many Tyroshi customs. For example, he dyed his mustache blue and braided it into little braids. Because of that, he had the nickname Blue Wade. Who did you hear that from? Old Wade raised his head and squinted at the corner for a while. He finally confirmed that it was one of his great-grandsons. While patrolling, I met a sea merchant from Saltpan Town. He received a messenger crow from the other side of the narrow sea. The incident happened a few days ago and will only spread after a while. Madame Stoneheart had hanged a few Freys. Ruan River City had been arranging for a fleet to search for the Brotherhood without flags along the Green Fork and Trident rivers. Come closer and talk. Old Wade waved at Blue Wade. It was too far away and he had a hard time listening. Blue Wade walked past 2 long wooden tables and dozens of brothers and uncles who were looking over curiously. He walked to Old Wade and told him the news he had heard. Ha ha! Old Wade raised his head and laughed wildly. Wonderful. This is big news that will shake the Western continent. On one side is the leader of the 9 free trade city-states, Bravos, and on the other is the world-famous Dragon Queen. They deserve to be remembered by the future generations. As for us Fry, hee hee. I love her to death, Dragon Queen. Third brother's wife, your daughter-in-law is about to give birth, right? The daughter will be called Danny Lees, and the boy will be called Dennis. Old Wade pointed at a bearded Fry and laughed. Grandfather, my wife is about to give birth too, said a bald middle-aged man at the next table. All right, they'll all be called Danny Lees. The white one will be called White Danny, and the black one will be called Black Danny. Ah. Cough, cough, cough. After panting for a while, the old man's weasel face was full of mockery. She should continue to wander around. It would be best if she visited the 9 city-states of the western continent and all the castles of the Westeros counts and above. Don't bring any guards. Only then will it evoke the deepest and darkest desires in everyone's hearts. When everyone did the same thing, when it became customary to violate the rights of guests, he, Wade Fry, would no longer be the most despicable one. Thinking of this, old Wade slammed the table and shouted, "Go get a bottle of Qingting Island golden wine. Let's celebrate. Congratulations to the Dragon Queen. Congratulations to Shueqing. Congratulations to the Great Titan." Chapter 410. Blackie first received the official identity of the Great Guardian of Light at the King's Landing, then rushed to the old town before the messenger crows and announced the 7 deadly sins of the City of Knowledge. This was not the lynching of the City of Knowledge by the Dragon Queen. The Great Sparrow and the Church were also officially involved in this matter. Just like when Cersei reported Marjorie, the Archbishop accepted the case and locked Marjorie up. When Dany reported the City of Knowledge, the Archbishop also accepted the case and summoned the scholars of the City of Knowledge to participate in the Church's trial. This was a tradition. If the named scholars went to the Great Wall obediently, it was equivalent to them admitting their crimes. After putting on the black robe and erasing their sins, the Church would no longer interfere. If the scholars of the City of Knowledge were captured by the bounty hunters and sent to the Great Cathedral, the Great Sparrow would teach them a lesson. After doing this, Dany's matter in the Westeros would be completely resolved. Blackie took the route from Dorne to Stonestep Islands to Lys to Volantis to Mat Aris to Astapor and picked up a person at Stonestep Islands. Black Sister Larissa. After the King of Dimensional Waters fleet was given to Barristan to reorganize, the mission of robbing Hathar's grain transport fleet was also completed by him. Alright, robbing was nonsense. Barristan had to guarantee 2 things. First, the old man of the old town spent 3 million gold royals to buy 200,000 tons of grain from the Free City and transported it safely to Crab Island and Dragonstone Island. Secondly, the fleet of the reserve White Knight Dark Star would receive the barbarians from Eastwatch and settle them in Stonestep Islands and the Land of Strife. Yes, 60%, about 120,000 tons of grain would be transported to Crab Island and then transported bit by bit from Crab Island to Crab Bay and the upstream Trident River to be handed over to Monk Marabad in Nuquin City. Let the old monk help the farmers of Hujin who did not have any grain because of the war. Once a word was spoken, it was hard to take it back. Since Dany promised Monk Marabad to save the people of Hujin, regardless of whether she was influenced by the Three-Eyed Crow at that time, she had to keep her word. The other 80,000 tons would be sent to Dragonstone Island to be stored in case of emergency. Bullneck Marwyn continued to follow the fleet of the 4th White Knight, Garth. He wanted to go to Myr to buy materials to build the Magic Internet. Yes, the book, Valeglia's Magic Network, in the library of the City of Knowledge's main steward had been borrowed by the old man from the old town to give to Marvin. Dany planned to use Dragonstone Island's volcano to build a small magic network. The black girl, Larissa, had originally planned to find Dragon Queen to become her disciple. Naturally, she couldn't stay on Dragonstone Island. Under the guidance of the talking holy dragon, Larissa took out the steel sword, books and strange treasures that the Dragon Queen had robbed from Lys and Volantis. Oh, 7 gods above, so many steel swords. Black Sis was stunned when she opened the package. Sigh, the Bravo's Iron Vault is the place with the most tile swords. Unfortunately, we can't snatch that place even if we want to. Dragon Queen said regretfully through Dahe's mouth. Previously, during the second negotiation at the Black and White House, Dragon Queen had asked the Iron Treasury to compensate the reserve White Knight for mental damage and let him choose a tile steel sword. That day, Dany had promised to equip the Dark Star with a tile steel sword. But the loot was hidden in Lys and Volantis, and there was no chance to take it out. And Geralt would immediately lead the rented fleet to the East Sea to pick up the barbarians near the docks outside the Great Wall. They might encounter ghouls and other ghosts. Dany didn't want to extort the Bravos people. She didn't lack 1 or 2 swords. She just wanted to make Gerald's trip safer. The key-keeper was also very straightforward. After understanding the Dragon Queen's idea, he immediately agreed. Then the fat man, Bersalo, personally brought Gerald to the Iron Vault and let him choose. 800 swords. There were 3,000 tile steel weapons in the world, and only 227 in the Westeros. The rest were mostly in the free cities. Bravos alone had more than 800 swords. Knives, swords, axes, spears, daggers, they had everything. At that time, Dany really understood how rich the Iron Vault was. Or rather, how profitable the faceless business was. Bersalo didn't want to hide the Iron Vault's wealth. Father Ma deliberately lived in a broken house, drank porridge, ate steamed buns and pickled vegetables, and then said that he lived a hard life and was a poor man. Would you believe it? Even the barbarians knew that the Iron Vault hid more than half of the world's gold. What was the point of hiding it? When Gerald was shocked and asked how the Iron Treasury was able to collect so many tile steel swords, the fat keykeeper also bluntly said, more than half of them were faceless ones' remuneration. Tile steel swords were a hard currency that far surpassed gold. They were easy to carry and were not that eye-catching. In fact, if it doesn't involve extraordinary power, tile steel swords have the same effect as core fine steel swords except that they are lighter. Only the Westeros knights like to use tile steel swords as weapons. In the free cities, tile steel swords are mostly used as payment for large transactions. The fat man Bersalo said. In fact, it was reasonable to think about it. Killing the infant dragon queen would cost 5 million gold royals. Dozens of tons of gold would need to be loaded into a large ship. Transporting it over thousands of miles was too ostentatious and too dangerous. As for opening an account with the Iron Vault, after depositing the gold from Slave Bay in Volantis, the Iron Vault charged the Dragon Queen 13% of the processing fee. 1 million gold royals and 130,000 gold royals to the Iron Vault. An ordinary person would not be able to bear it. To be honest, after knowing that the Iron Vault had 800 tile steel swords, Dany regretted it for a moment. She should have tried to get Gerald to hire 1 or 2 mercenary groups and set them up near the Iron Vault. With Blackie's help, maybe they could try robbing the Iron Vault? Well, the Iron Vault was built under a rocky mountain. The tunnel was narrow and deep. 2 dragons would not be able to rob the bank. Other than retrieving the spoils of war, Blackie also had the task of observing the movements of the Allied army. To be honest, Dany initially thought that a world war would not break out. Slave Bay and Queers were separated by the Purgatory Wasteland. It was more than 2,000 kilometers by land. Volantis was even further away from Slave Bay. Even if they risked crossing Valeglia, it would still be 2,500 kilometers. How long would it take for the Allied army of 100,000 to travel? How much pressure would the logistics be? Taking the sea route from New Gith, facing the Dragon Queen who had absolute control of the air, the blood of the Allied army could dye the Sea of Sorrows red. At that time, Dany felt that even if the Allied army was determined and had thousands of ships transporting resources, the war would only break out a year later. A year later, even the long night would come. What was the point of fighting? Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. The Allied army had already set off. Half of the fleet in Volantis port was gone. They had most likely sailed to New Gith. The Navy would use New Gith as a bridgehead to attack Slave Bay. On the wide Valeglia road from Volantis to Mat Aris, it was not packed with people. But every 10 kilometers, hundreds and thousands of mercenaries could be seen. The elephant carts, horse carriages, and ox carts that transported food formed a line that stretched for 4 to 5 kilometers. Screech, Dahe carried 2 big bags and whizzed past the mercenaries 400 meters above their heads. Ah, Demon Dragon is attacking. Quickly push out the dragon-slaying crossbow. The mercenaries were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down. They moved quickly and had a clear division of labor. Some of the archers opened the curtains on the carriages and pushed out the dragon-slaying crossbows. They adjusted the angle of the shooting holes and searched for the megalosaurus in the sky. The rest of the people spread out and hid in the fields on both sides of the black stone road to avoid the concentrated fire of the megalosaurus. I am the great guardian of light, I am the holy light. Ah! The giant dragon suddenly opened its mouth to speak. It was too shocking. The mercenaries screamed in fear. While they were still far away from the shooting range, the dragon slayer crossbows were already shooting out bolts after bolts. The demon dragon is speaking. Gods! The mercenaries panicked. Some of them even cried. Seeing how terrified they were, Dany suddenly lost the mood to act cool. She said, Dragon Mother is virtuous. Let me give you a piece of advice. This is the road to death. The sea of blood is boundless. Turn back and you will be saved. Good. Then she left without looking back. Alright, this was already very pretentious. The black girl Larissa and the mercenaries below were all stunned. They were deeply shocked. Some of them even fell into deep thought, wondering if they should turn back and you will be saved. The sea of blood is boundless. Just the sound of it was terrifying. Flying over the plains of the Rhone River, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the sun above them was covered with a thick layer of cotton. Blackie entered the land of long summer. The sky was gray, and the barren land was covered with brown and red weeds. A straight Valeglia road led to Mat Eris. There were no demons. The mercenaries and caravans were endless on the black stone road, but none of them had been attacked by the demons. The scene outside Mat Eris city shocked Danny even more. Thousands of tents of various colors suddenly sprouted on the plains outside the city like mushrooms after the rain. There were also at least 30 square formations of thousands of people practicing martial arts. One of the elephant soldier phalanxes actually had over 1,000 giant elephants charging in a line. Almost every giant elephant had a crossbow installed on its back. Perhaps there were not enough dragon-slaying crossbows. More than half of the elephants were only carrying a normal crossbow. The demon dragon is attacking. Soon, someone noticed the black dragon circling in the sky. Woo woo woo, the horn sounded, and the camp that stretched for 10 kilometers was in an uproar. The infantrymen raised their shields to protect the archers. The ballistae lifted the tarpaulin and arranged themselves into a circular formation to protect the soldiers. Squeak, Blackie flew over the elephant herd. The dragon's might was fully displayed. It was domineering and unrestrained. Ong, 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 the elephant herd was indeed in a commotion. They stomped their hooves, raised their noses, flapped their big ears, and let out dense cries that sounded like a whistle. However, although the elephant herd was stomping back and forth, they were basically under the control of the elephant soldiers. They did not run around randomly. According to the people of the wind-blowing group, the elephant soldiers came from the Jade Walrus Island. Could it be that they had special elephant controlling skills? Or was the dragon's might too weak because of the distance? A few thoughts appeared in Danny's mind. However, she did not dare to go down and verify it. The crossbow on the elephant's back was already loaded and aimed at the sky. Impossible. Danny was shocked by the elephant herd's reaction. In the yurt below Mat Eris city, a girl was even more shocked. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her perky buttocks like a waterfall. A dragon-shaped red crystal hairpin fixed her long bangs behind her head, revealing her full and smooth forehead. She had a tall nose, exquisite 5 senses, and deep blue eyes that surpassed her age. There was also that golden priest robe. On the back of the robe was a burning volcano with smoke rising in spirals. A megalosaurus with a sword in its claws was circling the peak of the mountain. It was the emblem of the Beleriand family, the head of the 14 fire peaks. This girl who was looking up at the sky with a shocked expression was Jenny Beleriand, the archpriestess Orlas who was once possessed by an evil god. In the previous battle she had clearly exploded into millions of dragon worms, but she still survived. Moreover, not only did she not die, she came to Mat Eris and got involved with the alliance. The black dragon is at least 500 meters away from the ground. How can it still affect the giant elephant that has been soaked in dragon blood? A two-headed demon beside Jenny said with a serious expression. The man was in his early 30s and was almost 2 meters tall. He had fluffy silver hair that fell over his shoulders and light purple eyes. His appearance and dressing were a bit like Brad Pitt in the stills of Troy. However, he had 2 heads. One of them had shrunk into a thick layer of pale skin and was stuck between the man's left shoulder and neck. Demigod. The black dragon has the aura of a demigod, Jenny said with difficulty. Chapter 411. Demigod? Are you saying that the black dragon is already a demigod? The two-headed demon exclaimed. He is only 2 years old, he is not even an adult yet. Danny Reese does not know how to let the megalosaurus practice meditation. How did he become a demigod? I'm not sure. Jenny's beautiful face was gloomy. The last time we met was only 2 months ago. The black dragon does not know meditation and is not a demigod. In just 2 months, not only did he learn the Grand Wizard's meditation, he also condensed a 9-colored whirlpool in his mind and stepped into the demigod realm. Are you sure? The black dragon has already condensed the perfect meditation technique? The two-headed demon said in disbelief. I created the meditation technique, how can I be wrong? Jenny's voice suddenly changed from a clear and melodious girl's voice to a mixture of thousands of voices. It was strange, low and cold, as if it was going to drill into the depths of one's soul through one's ears, making the strong man's hair stand on end. The two-headed demon shivered, lowered his head and said respectfully, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty, I did not know you were here." Danny Reese is not simple. She learned without a teacher and mastered the skill of copying the foundation of meditation. Jenny did not even look at him, she kept looking up at the black dragon hovering in the sky, but her voice returned to a clear and melodious girl's voice. Then did she discover the secret of overclocking? The two-headed demon asked worriedly. "Look, the black dragon is full of energy, it looks like he has overclocked?" Jenny laughed. "Phew, that's good." The two-headed demon sighed in relief. "The black dragon is close to a demigod. If he overclocks with Danny Reese, she will definitely step into the demigod realm. Your Majesty, we have to get rid of the black dragon before Danny Reese masters the secret of overclocking. Otherwise, killing the black dragon in the future is the same as helping her, or even helping her walk on the path of godhood like you." Jenny frowned and said, "You are right, we have to kill the black dragon who can match her dragon spirit as soon as possible. But the black dragon is very cautious and always stays above 500 meters in the sky. Benny, what do you suggest? Why don't you walk out and let the black dragon see you? The megalosaurus has always been stupid and impulsive. Perhaps it will fly down and attack you." Benny said carefully, "You want me to be bait?" Jenny pondered for a while and then stepped out of the small yurt. She opened her mouth but didn't make any sound. However, a powerful soul fluctuation was transmitted to 1 kilometer away and was clearly received by Blackie. "Evil dragon, I am the dragon god. Hurry up and kneel down." Dahe and Danny were both shocked. Dahe and Danny combined and turned into the chatty holy megalosaurus. "Dear seven gods of light, Jenny, you're not dead?" But this time Sheng had no intention of chatting with his old friend. He turned around and found traces of Jenny on the ground. After confirming that the other party could use soul voice transmissions even from over 1,000 meters away, Sheng turned around and fled without hesitation. He flew away from Mat Eris as fast as he could. "Evildoer, I, the radiant holy dragon, will deal with you sooner or later." Before leaving, Danny left a threat. Well, people were stubborn. Jenny was dumbfounded. She was shocked by the black dragon's straightforwardness and was also shocked that he could speak. Ah, the demon dragon spoke? The tens of thousands of soldiers below screamed in shock. They didn't know that a certain Sheng was terrified when he saw that they outnumbered him. They were all terrified because it was the first time they heard a megalosaurus speak. The holy megalosaurus only used its mouth to speak. In terms of pretentiousness, it was several levels lower than Jenny's soul voice transmissions, but the effect was dozens of levels higher. Especially the megalosaurus's voice was majestic and holy, full of vigor. Black Dragon can actually speak? Even the two-headed demon, Benny Morosis, was stunned. Jenny was also shocked and confused, but she didn't show it. She forced herself to calm down and said, "In the last era, dragons were born with the ability to speak origin language. However, the Valeglia megalosaurus was a creation of blood magic. Even if its bloodline was restored, its flying speed, strength, physique, dragon flames, and intelligence were exactly the same as the ancient megalosaurus, it was still unable to inherit the origin language. In this aspect, it's not as good as the pterosaurs and dragon worms. They all know some origin language. But the black dragon speaks the Valeglia language, not the origin language. Humans can't understand origin language. Benny still couldn't understand. Origin language is a language that praises the earth and mountains. It's a secondary language of songs. Only natural spiritual beings can speak and listen. It's not that humans can't understand it, but it requires too much talent. Very few people can understand it. Language of songs? The two-headed demon Benny was even more confused. He was a direct descendant of the third fire peak, Mirasis. Mat Eris belonged to Mirasis for generations, just like how Orlos belonged to Beleriand, and Telia belonged to Vargas. In the land of long summer, other than the capital Valeglia, there were 3 city-states directly under it. They belonged to the top 3 families of the 14 fire peaks. These 3 families were all descendants of gods. Their ancestors were the 3 gods that the people of Valeglia believed in, Beleriand, Vargas, and Mirasis. The megalosaurus of Aegon the Conqueror was named after these 3 gods. Benny was the king of Mat Eris. His status was only second to Jenny Beleriand. He knew the secrets of the dragon spirit, overclocking fusion, and how the great wizard of Valeglia became an undying god. However, he had never heard of the language of songs. It wasn't that the Miracis family didn't know as many secrets as Beleriand, nor did Jenny know about the language of songs. However, Jenny wasn't just Jenny now. There was no doubt that Beleriand knew all of Valeglia's secrets. Jenny looked at the black dragon that was gradually disappearing at the end of her line of sight and said faintly, "The Creator played the Grand Symphony and built the world from nothingness. Every melody in the Grand Symphony turned into time, space, and matter of the world. This is the origin of the world. In the first batch of creatures born in the world, some of them were divine creatures. I call them Holy Spirits. They could listen to the melody in the great music and gradually comprehend their own songs. Even the melody itself was spiritual. It evolved from a part of the great music into a complete song. For example, Lalo from the Song of Fire. The era before the first era belonged to the singers, to the gods, and the singers were the gods. The gods sang their own songs and formed a chorus with the other gods. This made the world prosperous and colorful. The Song of Law was the language of the gods. It was called the language of songs by the first era supernaturals. The melody of the great music was open to all creatures. The Holy Spirits understood and mastered the Song of Law. Other creatures were not as divine as the Holy Spirits. After listening to the melody of the great music, they could not learn their own songs. They could only instinctively record the chorus of the gods in their souls. Therefore, the original language was called the lesser language of songs. In fact, our Valeglia meditation rune was also a lesser language of songs. All the basic meditation runes of the human schools were lesser language of songs. The world played the great music. The gods listened to the melody of the great music and created their own Song of Law. When the humans were born, the gods had already formed a chorus. We could only listen to their songs and hope to find the original melody from their songs. Valeglia's meditation rune was fundamentally a lesser language of songs of fire. The fire mages were a level lower than the great wizards of Valeglia. They listened to my songs, the lesser of songs. Unlike the Targaryens, Miracis was truly one of Valeglia's own people. Jenny's explanation was very detailed, almost as if she was teaching. Well, to understand the difference between the Targaryens, Miracis, and Beleriand, one could look at the Manchu regime. Before the rise of Valeglia, they were nomads in the land of long summer. A very weak, inferior, and primitive people. Valeglia equals Manchu's 14 Fire Peak families equals Isenjorno's 8 great families. Valeglia equals Majar, Tonga, Guer, Fucha, Nala, Nahuru, Waya, and other great families. Targaryens equals Manchu's Valerian. Settiga equals Manchu's hereditary Manchus. The people of the world ruled by Valeglia equals, well, everyone knows that. The free fortresses of Valeglia spread all over the world equals Banner City. Among the great cities of the Celestial Empire, the Targaryens were arrogant in front of outsiders, but in front of the 14 Fire Peak families, they were nothing. 400 years ago, the Targaryen self-exile to Dragonstone Island was equivalent to the Emperor's royal guard in the Forbidden City being banished to the Ningu Tower. Well, at least the Targaryens still had a few dragons. They definitely deserved the title of royal guard. The black dragon was hatched from an Asha stone egg. I wouldn't be surprised if he awakened the source language from the depths of his bloodline, but he can speak the Valeglia language freely and fluently. The doubt on Jenny's face turned serious and she said, "This means that his intelligence must be very high, surpassing the Megalosaurus of Valeglia. This is very scary." Benny had an idea and asked, "Is it possible that Dany Lilith is speaking through the mouth of the Megalosaurus in the form of a dragon spirit?" "Impossible." Jenny immediately shook her head in denial and said with certainty, "A dragon spirit is not a shapeshifter, and a Megalosaurus is not a normal animal companion. The will of a Megalosaurus cannot be distorted, and the dignity of a Megalosaurus cannot be blasphemed. We can only merge with the soul of a Megalosaurus and tell them what to do, but we can't control their body and usurp their will. Maybe Dany Lilith is in the form of a dragon spirit, and her soul is in the black dragon's soul realm. Maybe the black dragon's words are relayed to her, but the black dragon must have spoken by himself. Well, even the old monsters who have lived for thousands of years have never heard of 2 souls in 1 body and dual cultivation of ice and fire." Benny said, "Only holy spirits can comprehend their own songs from the grand movement, and become true gods from there. Then, is it possible that Dany Lilith is a natural holy spirit?" "It should be," Jenny nodded and said with certainty, "since the birth of the first batch of living beings, for more than 10 million years of the first era, not a single holy spirit was born. But there are always exceptions. After the calamity of the long night, the second era began. As if blessed by fate, the land of long summer gave birth to 3 holy spirits, namely me, Vargas, and Milaris, triplets, 3 brothers. After 6,000 years, not a single holy spirit was born. Maybe us 3 brothers are the only holy spirits who can listen to the grand movement. But Dani Lilith is the pinnacle of blood witchcraft in Valeglia. She only exists in prophecies, and is a miracle that cannot happen in theory. There is no doubt that her talent is better than mine and my 2 brothers. So, I guess she is also a holy spirit. So, Dani Lilith can also become a true god? Benny was shocked. True god? Jenny laughed bitterly. You think I am a true god? Of course you are a true god, even Lalo has to submit to you, Benny said respectfully. Bullshit. The delicate priestess's face suddenly twisted and she burst out. Chapter 4:12. Jenny clenched her fists and growled, Thousands of years ago I took the Song of Fire from Lalo, but I couldn't sing my own Song of Fire. 5,000 years ago I was at the peak of demigod, 1 foot in the door of true God. 5,000 years later, I'm still a demigod, and that foot in the door of true God hasn't moved forward at all. The rules of the world have changed, and I'm not sure if it's because of the gods or because the rules have changed. Anyway, since the first era, the world we live in no longer allows the birth of true gods. My understanding of the Song of Fire is 10 times more than Lalo, and I have the help of Vargas and Mirasis. I was born to be the first human to become a true god, the god of fire. But look at me now, I'm neither dead nor alive, and I'm in an awkward situation. And the once glorious Valeglia is in ruins, and the 14 fire peaks are almost wiped out. Lalo is still on the throne, and he's even become the king of light. Benny seemed to feel the same way, and he was also angry. Can Dani Rise help you take the last step? He asked expectantly. I don't know. You don't know? Benny raised his voice. Then what are we doing? I said this world doesn't allow mortals to become true gods. I'm not sure if Dani Rise can help me break the barrier. But if I fuse with her bloodline and soul, I'll be free from the seal, and it'll be easy to break the curse of the land of summer. Just like what I predicted 400 years ago. When she said this, Jenny's voice and tone changed again. It wasn't a mix of multiple voices, but an old male voice, exactly the same as the great wizard Dani met when she crossed the river of time in the Immortal Palace and arrived at the Valeglia Wizard Tower. Benny knew the state of Jenny, so he wasn't surprised by her change in tone and address. Your prediction back then was wrong. The girl who awakened the legendary bloodline wasn't born in the Belarus family of the first fire peak, he said hesitantly. A look of reminiscence appeared on Jenny's face as she slowly explained. When I communicated with her that day, I didn't know that the 2 of us were separated by 400 years on the timeline. He could only vaguely sense Belarus's aura on her, so he guessed that she was a girl from the first fire peak who had just awakened her dragon spirit talent. When I went to the first fire peak and asked Chief Belarus, I found out that there was no such person in his family. This aroused my suspicion. After all, it was a dragon spirit. After that, I organized all the wizards in the Wizard Council. After expending a huge amount of manpower and material resources to extract information related to her spiritual fluctuations from the magic ball of the Adept Tower, they finally noticed the traces of time. I also discovered that her soul fluctuations are very special. She has awakened a top-level bloodline that far surpasses that of a dragon spirit. Speaking of this, Jenny couldn't help but sigh and helplessly said, although the moon chance meditation technique was referenced in the process of improving the Grand Wizard's meditation technique, our 9-colored vortex was modeled after the Megalosaurus. The Megalosaurus is too slow when it comes to prophecies, time, and the future. It's inferior to the moon chant, and it's far inferior to the green prophet of the Westeros. The believers of the Light King are also very proficient in prophecies. They can foresee danger, Benny said. Hee hee, you say that because you have never seen the terror of the green prophet. Jenny sneered. Then she explained in detail, the so-called prophecies are just a trace of spiritual consciousness that enters the timeline in a certain way and observes the future. The tenacity and mysteriousness of the green prophet's soul is unparalleled in the world. They can even ignore space and travel freely in the timeline. Not to mention the red-robed wizard, even Lalo himself can't do this. Otherwise I would have died long ago. I know the taboo that no dragon king can take half a step into the Westeros. I also know that Valeglia conquered Sosros, conquered the barren lands, conquered Asha, and even went deep into the easternmost dark land to build a fortress in the desert where evil gods wreak havoc. But I never thought of conquering the Westeros that are close at hand. Benny recalled the secrets he saw in the ancient books passed down in his family, and couldn't help but ask curiously, but the process of Targaryen conquering the Westeros was very smooth. They weren't obstructed by the Green Prophet, and just 3 dragons were able to unify the 7 kingdoms. Hee, look at the end of Targaryen. Jenny's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Their family raised dragons for more than 6,000 years, but they ruled the Westeros for only 100 years before the dragons became extinct, and their clansmen died out. In Valeglia, Targaryen was known for being sophisticated and cautious. But the moment he ascended the Iron Throne, his entire family went crazy. That's because Targaryen's foundation is shallow. Once a villain achieved success, he became rampant and forgot his original identity and the modesty that he should have. Benny said with disdain. What if I told you that in Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, at least 50 Dragon King disappeared while exploring the Westeros? Both humans and Megalosaurus disappeared without a trace. There were even 5 great wizards who went crazy while riding dragons to search for the remains of the old gods. Would you still think so? Jenny said lightly. How is this possible? Benny's face was pale as he said in a low voice, aren't the great wizards invincible in the world? The great wizards are also divided into ranks. The 14 Fire Peak families can't guarantee that every generation will have a child with the talent of the dragon spirit. What's even more frightening is that we have never met the Green Prophet face to face since ancient times. We didn't even have the chance to fight, and those great wizards died without knowing what happened. Jenny sighed. Benny's face was ugly as he said, so, with Dany Rise's talent, she will definitely be the strongest wizard in history in the future? Obviously she is. Jenny nodded without hesitation and said, give her 30 years, even if she doesn't get the remaining inheritance of the great wizards, she will still surpass all the great wizards of the past. At that time, even the Green Prophet won't be able to plot against her. But she hasn't been practicing for long, she only learned meditation for 2 months. How can she come and go freely in the Westeros? I don't know. Jenny was also puzzled. When I heard that she appeared in the Westeros, I thought she wouldn't come back. Could it be that the Green Prophet of this generation is her relative and let her live? As if she was really happy that the Dragon Queen had escaped, Jenny actually joked happily in the end. This is good, very good. I really want to know what special abilities the bloodline above the dragon spirit has. She licked her lips and looked greedily in the direction of Slavery Bay. Benny felt that Lady Jenny seemed to be too optimistic and couldn't help but remind her tactfully, Your Majesty, since the black dragon has become a demigod, should we revise our plan? If we only feed the ghost grass mixed with dragon worm blood, the elephants and horses won't be immune to the black dragon's aura. Don't worry, I am the dragon god, the ancestor of the second Megalosaurus. I have 10,000 ways to deal with the Megalosaurus, Jenny said confidently. Benny's heart skipped a beat and he asked, can we repeat the blood witchcraft from 6,000 years ago and use the pterosaur and dragon worm to create the Megalosaurus again? Your Majesty, we actually still have many clansmen. Orlas, Mat Eris, Illyria, Tauros, they are Valeglia's colonies. Many of the direct bloodlines of the 14 Fire Peaks have survived to this day. There is also Volantis. The nobles of the Black Wall are all pure-blooded descendants of the Dragon King. Not to mention restoring the prosperity of Valeglia, the descendants of the Dragon King should at least have their own dragons. I can't do it. Jenny shook her head regretfully. What? Has the witchcraft been lost? Benny asked a silly question. Blood witchcraft was invented by Jenny. How could it be lost? Unless she lost her memory. Because the rules have changed. Because Dany Rise already has 4 dragons. I can understand that the rules have changed. The two-headed demon nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked doubtfully, but what does this have to do with Dany Rise's dragons? Dragons are the ceiling of an individual's power. They are the bridge that connects the astral plane and the real world. Dragons are also the bearings of the seasons and the pillars that support the sea of magic. The world needs dragons. The gods need dragons. That is why the Megalosaurus was born. Seeing that Benny was still confused, Jenny's eyes flashed. She asked, have you ever thought of a question? Why are there no dragons in other places except Valeglia? Isn't it to maintain the supremacy of Valeglia? Did you and your ancestors kill all the dragons of other forces? Benny asked awkwardly. Even you can think like that. Are all the forces with dragons stupid? Did they not destroy us before Valeglia rose? Jenny smiled faintly. Then where did the dragons go? They died long ago. They were killed off before the long night. Otherwise, the first long night would not have been so difficult. It lasted for nearly 20 years and 99% of the humans died. Think carefully. Do you see any dragons in the story of Yesorahai? This. Benny was shocked and said in disbelief, if there are no dragons, how did Yesorahai create the magic sword? How did you and your two ancestors create dragons with blood magic? You shouldn't be so ignorant. Jenny frowned and looked at the king of Mad Eris, who was a little dazed. Asha's magic has never disappeared. Don't you know why? Is the 14th fire peak also a place of divine projection? Benny was shocked. If the 14th fire peak is just a normal volcano, why would we waste thousands of years to excavate it? Does Valeglia need gold? The corners of Jenny's mouth curled up into a sneer. The entire world is ours. What's the difference between gold and scrap metal? I'm wrong. Gold is not as good as scrap metal. We can make steel into steel. Steel should be more valuable than gold, right? This was also what Danny was confused about. People all over the world said that the people of Valeglia dug for gold in the 14th fire peak. But if they mastered the technique of making steel swords, wouldn't that mean that they had mastered the Midas touch? What's under the 14th fire peak? Benny swallowed and asked with difficulty. How did the first batch of gods come? Jenny asked. The holy spirits who listened to the grand symphony of creation. Benny was deep in thought. Before they became true gods and became gods in the astral world, the holy spirits had a home in the real world, Jenny said meaningfully. Benny nodded and sighed. At that time dragons were extinct. That's why our ancestors could use blood magic to create the Megalosaurus? Yes, the world needs dragons. The three of us are the mandate of destiny at the beginning of the second era. Danny Rise is also the mandate of destiny at the end of the second era. That's why she could awaken the bloodline of the mother of dragons, which is higher than the dragon spirits. Sigh, I only figured it out after meeting her. Jenny's eyes were deep and her voice was faint. Bringing back the Megalosaurus to the world is her mission. My set of blood magic is outdated now. If there's a third era, if the Megalosaurus goes extinct again in the future, if she becomes a demigod like me, her ability to hatch dragons may disappear. The only thing that doesn't change in this world is that it's always changing. Jenny sighed. Can the free cities hatch dragons through sacrifice? They think that Danny Rise is also a dragon hatched through sacrifice, Benny asked. Jenny heard this and her expression became very strange. Benny, do you understand blood magic? Without waiting for the two-headed demon to answer, she continued, blood witchcraft can never be separated from sacrifice. When I fused the pterosaur and the dragon worm's blood witchcraft, one of the most important steps was to sacrifice to Lalo. At that time Lalo was the Lord of Fire. Life sprouts in fire and fire can create life. Lalo's Song of Fire contains the power of life. That's why a new Megalosaurus was born. But I took away Lalo's Song of Fire, but I couldn't control it myself. At that time, Lalo lost the Song of Fire and became the Lord of Light. Without the Song of Fire, he didn't have the power to activate life. Even if the rules don't change, even if I sacrifice to him and he doesn't care about the past, he can't repeat the process of using blood magic to create the Megalosaurus. Then, sacrificing the Lord of Light is useless? Volantis and New Guys are both sacrificing to Lalo, Benny said. Jenny shook her head and looked into the distance. She sighed and said, not necessarily. Lalo's resurrection of the dead is not fake. Maybe he can really resurrect a dragon? At first, I thought that Danny Rise had sacrificed to Lalo to hatch the dragon. That's why I didn't pay much attention to her and even allowed Jenny to bring her to the inheritance room. When she revealed her talent that far surpassed the dragon spirit, I was sure that she was the one who awakened the top bloodline in the prophecy. But at that time she had already obtained my meditation technique. Sigh. There's no point in regretting. We have to seize the moment. A cold look flashed in Benny's eyes as he sneered. Danny Rise definitely didn't know what was waiting for her at Slave Bay. Maybe the Alliance doesn't even need to attack Myrene City. She would have died in the plague. No, for 6,000 years, Valeglia has never stopped optimizing the bloodline genes. P.S. Other than our exquisite godlike appearance, we Valeglia also have an extraordinary physique that is almost immune to diseases, Jenny said. But the grayscale disease is different. That is the curse of Mother Roan, just like... Benny stroked the second head on his neck with a sinister look. Just like this. Even the supreme Miracis bloodline couldn't resist the curse of the gods. Benny, you are of noble birth. But in terms of bloodline, you don't have the qualifications to be compared to Danny Rise. Even I can't compare to her, Jenny said calmly. Hearing that, Benny's handsome face contorted. The anger in his eyes almost materialized and flowed out. But he knew the identity of the person in front of him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a muffled voice, "The corpse transport ship of the Alliance is about to reach Slave Bay. Shouldn't we prepare early? If we really cause a great plague in the 3 cities of Slave Bay, wouldn't Danny Rise take revenge on us? The Alliance can secretly throw stones into the wells of Myrine, Kayuan, and Astapor. She has a dragon and can throw the grayscale disease victims in any corner of New Gith Volantis, or even Mat Eris in a day. The Alliance is sure that she doesn't know about this," Jenny said with a sly smile. "What if we are discovered? The land of long summer is already shrouded in a curse. There won't be any more outbreaks. Also, do you know how the grayscale disease came about?" Jenny asked. Benny immediately replied, 2,000 years ago when Mother Roan caused a great flood, her divine power overflowed. Together with her resentment and the curse of the Roan, a terrible virus was born. That virus is the source of the grayscale disease today." Haha, since the grayscale disease appeared 2,000 years ago, would Valeglia turn a blind eye to it? Or is there nothing she can do? Jenny said proudly. The legendary incurable grayscale disease actually has a cure? Why hasn't it been spread out? Benny was shocked and suspicious. What does the life and death of others have to do with Valeglia? Jenny said coldly. What about the Alliance? Benny was confused. A sinister look flashed in Jenny's blue eyes. She laughed softly. Benny, do you really think that I treat the Alliance as an ally? Are they worthy? From the beginning they were used as sacrifices. I only want to borrow their army to win this war. I don't care if the 9 free cities, New Gith, and Queers are destroyed in the plague. Chapter 413. A seagull spread its gray wings and painted a leisurely figure in the clear blue sky. It looked down at the white sails on the sea and finally slid into the red brick city of Astapor. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the orange wine slowly approached the Astapor pier. The hot sea breeze from the land blew the blonde hair of the dwarf on the side of the ship. "We're about to see your aunt, why do you still look so sad? You're not me, you don't have to worry about losing your head." Aunt and nephew hugging each other and crying, what a touching scene. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Tyrion said to the young man beside him with a smile. The summer sea was hot, and Tyrion and the young man were dressed much the same. A thin linen tunic untucked at the chest, silk breeches up to the knees and leather sandals. The young man was thin and well-proportioned. He was 17 or 18 years old, with long silver hair and violet eyes. He was a handsome man with a feminine temperament. The sailors and passengers on the Orange Wine called him Little Griffin, knowing that he had come to Slave Bay with his father, Old Griffin, and a few followers. It was said that Little Griffin's aunt had made a fortune in the Slave Bay Liberation War. "You warned me that I would look like a beggar if I went to see her empty-handed," Little Griffin said gloomily. "Without a doubt, you're a beggar compared to her, and it's not shameful to know that. In front of such a ruthless person, your father is not much different from a beggar." The little devil laughed. "My father is a true dragon and so am I. My right of inheritance is higher than hers." Little Griffin growled. "That's where the problem lies. Your father is dead, and all that's left of you is the illusory inheritance that no one recognizes. She's the mother of the 4 dragons, the queen of Slavers Bay, the Valkyrie of the battlefield, the devil of slave traders all over the world, and the savior of suffering slaves, Misha." The little devil looked at the great pyramid bathed in golden sunlight and sighed. "Look, such a magnificent building, but it's only one of her palaces. It's said that in Kayuan and Myrine, there's a magnificent pyramid as the queen's palace. The Westeros are her hometown. The Red Castle is her home, our home," young Griffin emphasized. "A home where I never slept for a night or had breakfast, a home that only exists in my imagination?" As expected, Tyrion was once again delighted to see the young prince's face turn red from anger, but he was speechless. The imp couldn't help but think of Joffrey, who often flew into a rage because of her. "I really have a talent for infuriating princes." However, this feeling was really good. This was the only bit of fun left in the boring sea trip, he thought. But when the imp thought of Joffrey, he restrained the smile at the corners of his mouth. It was fun to see the princes being provoked, but it was also very painful to see the princes slap him. Not only was it painful, but it could also take his life. He had to learn his lesson. So, he hurriedly comforted him. Actually, there's nothing bad about being a beggar. At least, your pitiful state can evoke my aunt's pity, and she might even give you a dragon. I don't want to rely on acting pitiful to gain her sympathy. Young Griffin was even angrier, the veins on his neck bulging. She's my aunt, she will marry me and become my wife. Dragons have 3 heads, I don't need her to give me one, I was originally one of the heads. The imp slapped his forehead and moaned, Look, what did old Griffin say to you? At this moment, a small boat with a green dragon flag on a black background approached the galleon. The small boat sailed parallel to the side of the ship, and a customs officer wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with blue stripes stood at the bow of the boat, holding a copper horn and shouting, Where did this merchant ship come from, and what goods are they transporting? There was also a green dragon on the customs officer's chest, but it was a green dragon with its wings spread, not the red 3-headed black dragon of the Targaryen family. The galleon lowered a rope ladder, pulling the customs officer and 2 Unsullied onto the deck and into the cargo hold below. A trace of unease and suspicion rose in young Griffin's heart. He retracted his gaze and forced himself to be calm. What, is there something wrong? There are only 2 Targaryens left, me and her. According to custom, we will join forces with the Aegon siblings and take back the Iron Throne together. Besides, Lord Illyrio told me personally that my aunt needs help, she needs me. She once wrote to Illyrio, asking about the prophecy of dragons having 3 heads, and even planned to invite Count Valerian to become a dragon knight. That's why I rejected your suggestion to immediately bring the troops back to the country. The Golden Band only has 10,000 men, at most they can take down the Stormlands. What I want is the Iron Throne, not Storm's End. And on the way from the Lorne River to Volantis, Tyrion had repeatedly urged young Griffin to bring the Golden Band to Dorne, and then join forces with Dorne's uncle Dowlord to go south to the Stormlands and fight all the way to the King's Landing. Tyrion was slowly turning evil. Because of the inner demons of patricide, he could not hold back and wanted to find his whore sister for revenge as soon as possible. According to the original plot, young Griffin really was tricked away. Tyrion himself stayed behind and was captured by Jorah Mormont, who went to the brothel to seek comfort. But the butterfly effect caused by Dany was too great. First of all, she was not as heartless as the original Dany Lilith. Not only did she not feel guilty about taking Illyrio's 3 ships and several 100,000 gold royals worth of goods, she even forgot about it not long after. The first thing Dany did was to ask the sea merchants of Pentos to deliver a letter for her. While promising to double the compensation for the spice seller, she also explained the general situation at Slaves Bay. After all, Illyrio was nominally funding the restoration of the country and was Dany's investor. If she changed the project, she should at least inform the investor. Illyrio knew that she needed dragon knights, Dany was deliberately probing, and also knew that she did not have any plans to take back the Iron Throne before the next summer. She would not return to the Westeros. Naturally, Illyrio did not let the Golden Band go to Volantis to wait for the Dragon Queen. Young Griffin could not bring the Golden Band to change their route halfway. There was also another reason. This Dany was more capable than the original Dany Lilith. Her actions were spectacular and resonated with the heavens and earth. The World Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance had been formed. Illyrio, Varys, Jon and Clinton were not stupid. They all knew that the Dragon Queen's most urgent problem was to deal with the Alliance. Therefore they all came to a consensus. Let young Griffin go to Slaves Bay to cultivate his relationship with his aunt and strive to become a Dragon Knight. Wait for the Dragon Queen to defeat the Alliance. Wait for the Megalosaurus to grow up. The 3 dragons were only 2 years old. They believed that dragons were too young to take on such great responsibilities. Wait for winter to pass and then go and conquer the Westeros. They said the same words that Dany had said to the guests at the tournament banquet. After defeating the Alliance, the Dragon Queen would naturally be the first empress in the world, and the Westeros would be as easy as taking something out of their pockets. Losing the battle was not scary either. The aunt and nephew rode their dragons back to Dragonstone Island, taking the same path as the Aegon siblings. Thus the plot was completely changed. Young Griffin came to Slaves Bay to seek refuge with Aunt Dany. Pier S13, 2 silver coins per day as management fee. The Orange Wine ship will rent the pier for a total of 12 days, a total of 24 silver coins. The customs inspector had already led 2 unsullied people to check the cargo hold. He was holding a pen and quickly writing on a document that was padded with wooden boards. The captain of Volantis took out 24 silver coins from his money bag and handed it to the unsullied person. He asked curiously, I heard from a friend that if you buy a certain amount of goods in Astapor, you can get a subsidy from the customs when you leave? That's right. If you buy 100 gold coins worth of goods, Her Majesty the Queen will give you 10 to 50 gold coins, the Green Dragon T-shirt inspector said. The 7 gods above, give us 50 gold royals? The little demon on the side shouted. How high are the profits of the merchants in Astapor? How much tax do they have to pay to the Dragon Queen? Not all goods and merchants can get half of the subsidy. The price of goods in Astapor is lower than that of the free cities. Not only does the queen not receive much tax, she also has to pay more than 100,000 gold coins every month, the inspector said seriously. The Volantis merchant also nodded in agreement. The price of white sugar and refined salt in Astapor is only half of Volantis, but the quality is 10 times higher. It's as white as snow and as fine as sand. There's no impurities at all. Little Griffin walked over and asked curiously, then what is the Dragon Queen after? Look. The customs inspector pointed at the busy dock. In the past it was hard to see an elephant carriage on that street. There were even no foreign merchants or pedestrians for a few days. Now it's 10,000 times more prosperous. Even if the United Nations clamors to seal off Slavers Bay, in reality, the sea merchants that come to the summer sea will come to buy goods and replenish their dried fruits and fresh water. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and looked around. The dock and streets were almost the same as Volantis. The ships were like Baker on the beach, and merchants and tourists were walking shoulder to shoulder. I'm also wondering why there are so many people in Astapor when the Allied army is sharpening their swords. He was puzzled. Slavers Bay is the Queen's bathtub. With the Megalosaurus soaring in the sky, the Allied fleet doesn't even dare to enter the Sea of Sorrow, the customs inspector said proudly. Slavers Bay could be seen as a crooked gourd. The head of the gourd was Myrene, the upper half of the gourd was Slavers Bay, and the Astapor Peninsula was stuck on the gourd's waist. The Sea of Sorrow was the lower half of the gourd, and New Gith was on the bottom of the gourd, connected to the summer sea. The customs inspector was bragging. The Dragon Queen had complete control of Slavers Bay, but the Sea of Sorrow was too big for the Megalosaurus to patrol. But she can't keep subsidizing, right? Tyrion frowned. Once the Allied army is defeated, the world will belong to the Queen. Naturally, she won't need to subsidize anymore. The little devil's ugly face twisted. These words were too true and too ruthless. He couldn't refute them at all. The customs inspector tore off the dock lease bill and gave it to the Volantis merchant. He warned, you must receive invoices when doing business in Astapor. You must have them for all goods. You have a batch of Kohler stainless steel in your cabin. After you sell it, you can receive a 15% subsidy from the General Administration of Customs with the invoice. Fat Faust didn't lie to me. The merchant was overjoyed. Tyrion was deep in thought. Slavers Bay lacks steel. No, Slavers Bay doesn't lack steel. It only lacks steel for weapons. The merchant laughed. The customs inspector glanced at the two of them. He didn't admit or deny it. He bade farewell and prepared to leave with the two unsullied. Wait, Mr. Inspector. An old black man in a mage's robe reached out and stopped the customs inspector who was about to go down the rope ladder. He smiled and asked, I wonder if the Dragon Queen is still recruiting fire mages. Chapter 4:14. You are. The customs inspector carefully looked at the old black man who was pulling him. His face was old and his hair was gray and sparse. He was a very ordinary old black man, but on the cuffs of his sky-blue silk robe, there was a thumb-sized flame symbol embroidered. Are you a fire mage? Suddenly, an amiable smile bloomed on his face, and his tone and attitude were as warm as the spring breeze. I am Wood, the fire mage, the strongest fire mage in Volantis. The old black man seemed to be bragging as he told the truth. After the first young man in the western continent, Lisbon, died tragically in the hands of mercenaries, Old Wood did not become the new number one. He was too old and his inheritance was not good enough. However, in the Fire Mages faction, he had become the undisputed number one. At least the number one in Volantis. The customs inspector's body shook violently, and his face changed greatly. He quickly handed the document and ink pen to the unsullied behind him. He took a step forward and asked respectfully and expectantly, Is this true? Master, can you make wildfire? Wood saw his expression and he had an idea in his heart. He flicked his sleeves, raised his head and said coldly, In the streets of Volantis, I don't know how many people know my name. How can it be fake? As for wildfire, it's an entry-level thing. After the age of 18, I don't dare play with it. This was another big truth. Wood had made a living on the docks and streets of Volantis for decades. There were at least 8,000 spectators who had seen him perform fire magic. Master, do you want to join the Royal Megalosaurus Mage Regiment of Her Majesty the Dragon Lady? My name is Donder, and I can take you to the Great Pyramid. The customs inspector's mouth almost cracked into a big banner that said, "Welcome, welcome. Royal Megalosaurus Mage Regiment?" This name was very high and it sounded pretty good. Old Wood was satisfied, but there was no expression on his face. He nodded reservedly and asked, "Is the Queen in Astapor now?" "She just came back yesterday," the customs inspector said politely. "For a real master like you, Her Majesty has always been thirsty for talents. She will definitely meet you in person." "I'm also a fire mage." Another gray-robed man walked over, rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "My name is Pogba. I can be ranked in the top 3 in the world of fire mages in Volantis, second only to Lisbon and Master Wood." "Really?" The customs inspector was doubtful. This Pogba was thin and short, with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. When the sea breeze blew, 7 or 8 ribs could be clearly seen on his chest. "Master Pogba is too modest," Old Wood said seriously. "Now that Master Lisbon has passed away, the Pogba brothers and I are on par. It's not an exaggeration to call him and me the Volantis twin masters." "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. So you're the Volantis dual masters. Master, you've already reached the realm of returning to the natural state. I was blind and failed to recognize Master's simple and unadorned Grandmaster temperament. Please forgive me." Donder bowed and apologized sincerely. It was completely sincere, without the slightest bit of mockery or disrespect. "And me?" A short and fat man who looked like a beer barrel squeezed over, his thumb pointing to his fat chin that hung down to his chest. "I'm Greasy Residue Hancock from Coer, proficient in fire witchcraft and blood refining. I'm the #1 fire mage in the central continent of Ursus." As soon as Greasy Residue Hancock introduced himself, before Inspector Donder had time to compliment him, a thin 2-meter-tall bamboo pole immediately shouted, "And me, Jeep Burning Cloud from Mill, the #1 fire mage in the Narrow Sea. Are you sure you're here to join the Royal Megalosaurus Mages?" Donder was surprised and doubtful. In the past, there were no true fire mages. How come there were 4 of them today? And they were all top grandmasters from all over the world. Hey, don't doubt it. Since we dare to report our names and birthplaces, there's no possibility of lying. With the Dragon Queen's actions in Slaver's Bay in the morning and Pentos at night, she can easily verify the authenticity of our identities. And people can lie, but magic power is real. We'll prove ourselves to the Queen. Jeep Burning Cloud said very wisely. Inspector Donder had to admit that the thin bamboo pole was right. So, they had recruited 4 grandmasters at once? While Donder was feeling excited, another large group of 40 to 50 ugly melons and split dates, demons and ghosts, and shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed over, shouting, "I'm also a fire mage. I'm the #1 fire mage in Mill, we're the 4 talents of Tarosai, we're the top 10 young talents of Volantis," and so on. Not to mention Inspector Donder, even Tyrion and the others on the deck were dumbfounded. "Aren't they jugglers?" A female dwarf who was leading a big dog wondered. "When we were sailing on the sea, we even practiced with them on the deck. They also said that they wanted to come to Astapor to be jugglers." In order to hide his identity, Tyrion changed his name to Hugo Caesar and formed a group with Fenny to perform a burlesque show. Well, it was Tyrion riding a pig and Fenny riding a dog. They pretended to be famous people like Robert, Young Wolf Master, and Renly and had a duel. It's really a group of demons dancing. Tyrion looked at the noisy fire mages and frowned. What is Dragon Queen thinking? Is she a fanatic for wildfire like her father Eris? Have you forgotten how the Gith fleet failed? If it wasn't kerosene and asphalt that fell from the sky, but a can of wildfire, just a small can ignite an 800-ton warship. A man with wrinkles at the corner of his eyes sneered. Tyrion pulled his unbuttoned shirt and sighed. Look, how hot is the weather here? The wildfire has just been taken out of the cellar. It will explode immediately without the direct sunlight. Sister Lamore suggested, why don't we join the group of fire mages and go to the Great Pyramid to see the Dragon Queen? She was Little Griffin's etiquette instructor and also his spiritual teacher who taught him the teachings of the 7 gods. She had long dark brown hair and a pair of gentle purple eyes. She was a beautiful and elegant woman who was almost 40 years old. Well, the little demon was greedy for her body. Halden, what do you think? The weathered man turned to look at Halden, who had an ascetic face. Scholar sigh. Halden was the gray-robed scholar who accompanied Tyrion and Volantis that day. If the Dragon Queen is in Astapor, we don't need to hide our identity anymore. We can go to the Great Pyramid and report your name. Whether it is John Mormont or Sir Barristan, they all understand the meaning of John Clinton. Halden said methodically. I wanted to observe her first and see how she deals with things up close. The weathered man, Clinton, said hesitantly. We're already here. What is there to observe? Halden's serious face showed a hint of a bitter smile. Sigh, the Alliance's rumors about her are too exaggerated. I am worried that she will harm Griffin. Clinton glanced at the young man standing beside the fire mages and lowered his voice. The other rumors may be false, but Viserys' death is absolutely true. A woman who can see her own brother being burned to death by her husband is terrifying. This. Halden also hesitated. Why don't little Griffin continue to hide his identity, and you pledge your loyalty to her as an old vassal? Forget it. Tyrion had been listening for a while. When he heard his old friend's bad idea, he couldn't hold it in anymore. You want her people, her army, and her dragon. You can't hide the truth about little Griffin forever. It is best to be honest with a powerful queen from the beginning. If she is as suspicious, greedy, and cruel as the rumors say, the consequences of hiding things will only be worse. Sigh, you are right. Clinton's frown deepened. A perfect king like Prince Rhaega is rare. I sincerely pray to the seven gods that she can have a tenth of her brother's kindness and wisdom. Tyrion's missing nose twisted into a pig's nostrils. Lord Clinton, you must not let Robert hear this. Otherwise he will be so excited that he will lift the coffin lid. What did you say? Clinton was confused. The Dragon Queen who defeated more than 100,000 Guy soldiers and forced the slave merchants of the world to form an alliance is not even a tenth of Rhaega in your words. Then how extraordinary is Robert who wields the hammer? After all, Robert defeated Rhaega. The little demon laughed. You should pray with me that she has a tenth of Rhaega's kindness. Otherwise, when your witty words anger her and she orders to cut off your deformed head to vent her anger, we will not disobey her over such a trivial matter. Clinton said coldly. The little demon held its head with both hands and laughed. Dispensable? No, at least it can say witty words. Clinton gave it a deep look and walked over to Donder. At this moment, the orange wine ship had already docked at Pier S13. Inspector Donder had also registered the names, birthplaces, and bandit titles of the fire mages. Captain Neville, come with me. The customs inspector said to the small bearded captain who was watching the show. What did I do? Neville was so shocked that the mustache on the side of his lips stood up. No, you didn't do anything. Donder took his hand enthusiastically and explained with a smile as they walked to the gangplank. Captain Neville, you have brought so many high-tech talents to Astapor. The Queen will at least reward you with a green card. Hearing that he was going to be rewarded, the panic on Captain Neville's face immediately turned to surprise. He hurriedly asked, what is a green card? A tax-free card. No matter how many goods you buy or sell in Astapor, they are all tax-free. Donder explained. If I bring a caravan next time? Neville said with a shiver. Donder waved his hand and said proudly, no more than 100 ships tax-free. Neville was so excited that he almost fainted. He turned around and looked at the group of strange technicians again. He seemed to see 3 feet of golden light on their strange heads. So, according to the Dragon Queen's taste, this is a talent. Next time, no matter what, I have to go to the pier to plunder another batch. Sir Inspector, please wait. Clinton struggled to pass a group of fire mages who were excitedly talking about the 1 million gold coin project, and came to the side of the customs inspector in the green dragon t-shirt. He whispered, I am an old friend of Sir Barristan Selmy. I wonder if you can pass on a message for me? Donder was shocked and solemnly reminded, Sir Barristan is the captain of Her Majesty's Kingsguard. Don't try to establish a relationship with him. Clinton said with certainty, if you tell him the name John Clinton, he won't. Iron Judge, Iron Face Clean. Suddenly, loud cheers came from Pier S12 next door. What's going on? Clinton turned his head and saw a man who looked like a butcher walking down the gangplank with a determined and resolute expression under the cheers of thousands of people. Chapter 4:15. Ah, Iron Mask Judge, it's Mirene's Iron Mask Clayan. Inspector Tanner looked back and exclaimed excitedly. Clayan was wearing a gray linen t-shirt, gray loose silk pants, handcuffs and shackles. He was escorted by two Unsullied as he walked slowly down the gangplank. As he walked slowly with a calm expression, he smiled and raised his hand to signal the cheering crowd. The chains on his wrists rattled. Although he was chained and dressed like a prisoner, his expression was not dispirited. He exuded an aura that was as deep as the abyss. The crude butcher's face faintly revealed a fearless and strong expression. He was like an honest and upright official who was imprisoned with a grievance but was magnanimous. Clayan Count. The little devil chewed on the name. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said hoarsely. He's Count Clayan the Butcher? I heard that he kills people like scything flax. He's cruel and bloodthirsty. His hands are stained with the blood of countless suffering Gai's civilians. He is the #1 butcher under the Dragon Queen's command. Why does he look like a peerless minister with an awe-inspiring aura? He really has the demeanor of a famous official. Clinton's face was full of surprise. He murmured, he reminds me of Duke Tywin who resigned from the hand of the king out of anger. But he's less resentful than Tywin and more carefree and calm. Rumors are harmful. The Gai's people of Volantis tried their best to smear the Dragon Queen, the mother of Dragon's Guards, the new free people of Slavers Bay, and a famous official, Count Clayan, as a greedy and bloodthirsty devil. The fire mages also nodded in agreement. In fact, Clayan's bearing made people admire and respect him. There was no trace of wretchedness or brutality on his face. The customs inspector said with a complicated expression, "The enemy's enemy is my hero." The Gai's people's insults and slander are just Count Clayan's medals and praises. He is indeed very harsh to the Gai's slave masters, but his actions are completely in accordance with the code. In the few months since he became the city lord of Myrene, he handled the case impartially and selflessly, and because he's too true he can't tolerate sand in his eyes and won't let go of an evil person. He completely offended the Gai's people and was reported to the Emperor by them. What happened? Tell me in detail. Tyrion leaned over and asked with interest. You, Inspector Tanner frowned at the ugly dwarf and asked Clinton. He's with you? He and that female midget are burlesque artistes that I bought from the Free City, Clinton said. Tanner's eyes suddenly became sharp as he said coldly, slaves are not allowed to exist in Slaves Bay. Any slave that enters the bay will immediately regain their status as a free person. And you will be arrested for selling slaves even if you know Sir Barristan. As he spoke, the two Unsullied behind him drew their daggers and cautiously approached Clinton. The little devil's eyes lit up and clapped with a smile. Good, long live the Dragon Queen, long live freedom. We, the oppressed slaves, finally have a day to become masters. No wonder so many people in Volantis look forward to the stars and the moon, hoping that the Dragon Queen will attack soon. The dwarf is not a slave. Clinton took a step back and coldly glanced at the little devil who was gloating. Look, he has no tattoos on his face and no slave shackles on his hands and feet. Also, how can there be a slave with such a cheap mouth? You just said buy. Inspector Tanner said. Buying their labor is hiring. Clinton argued. He began to regret. If he knew that Slave Bay had such low tolerance for slaves, he would rather say that the noseless dwarf was his stupid son than arrange the identity of a clown for him. Are you a slave or not? Don't worry, Slave Bay is a free harbor and the Dragon Queen is a free girl. After crossing the Free Girl Strait and coming to Slave Bay, you are completely free. At this moment they had already walked to the gangplank and came to the dock. There were sailors in linen shirts, dock workers and merchants in silk shirts everywhere. Elephant carts and horse carriages were connected into 4 lines on both sides of the wide dock. They were the caravans that transported goods and the caravans that transported goods. Because they found a slave, the fire mage team led by Tanner also stopped by the orange wine ship. Free Girl and Free Girl Strait, what are they? Little Griffin was very sensitive to information about the Dragon Queen. You are from the Free City, right? You don't believe in the 7 gods? Tanner said. You believe in the 7 gods? The little devil was shocked. Tanner had already regarded the slave dwarf as one of his own. He was very kind and explained, Her Majesty the Queen believes in the 7 gods and reorganized the Grace Temple into the Great Church of the 7 gods. Because of this, the new free people of Slave Bay all believe in the 7 gods. The Queen did not force everyone to change their faith, but we all think that the 7 gods are good, especially the goddess Maiden, who symbolizes freedom. Finally he added, So the free girl is that maiden? Clinton and the others suddenly realized. But the maiden symbolizes purity, not freedom. The little devil's mouth twitched, but he was inexplicably afraid of the dragon queen who he was about to meet. Is that woman really only 16 years old? Politics, economics, military, and even religion. She displayed extraordinary talent in every field. In just 2 short years she built a flawless country from scratch. The long island at the entrance of Slave Bay is called Free Girl Island. The strait between Free Girl Island and Asta Wavelength Arm is Free Girl Strait. The 3 cities of Mirin, Kayuan, and Astapor are on the east coast of Slave Bay. After defeating the Allied army and taking down Illyria and Toros on the west coast of Slave Bay, the Queen will change the name of Slave Bay to Free Girl Bay, Tanner said. The inspector saw the little devil's serious expression and the worry in his eyes. He thought that the dwarf was struggling in his heart, wondering if he should report his master and regain his freedom. He said softly, "Dwarf, don't worry. You have come to the paradise of freedom. On this land you don't have to worry about your safety and your life after freedom. The Dragon Queen will distribute land and houses to you. You can get the same amount of money without farming. It's enough for you to buy a house and settle down in the city. The neighborhood committee will also arrange a job for you. You can be your own boss and continue to perform antics. Not to mention supporting your dwarf wife, it's more than enough to raise 8 or 10 little dwarves. In short, any slave who comes to Slave Bay is equivalent to coming to heaven." Tanner was afraid that the dwarf would be like some cowardly technical slaves, thinking that they couldn't live without their master. He was eloquent, trying his best to comfort and encourage him. He himself was an example. Tanner was once a scholar in the Great Pyramid. At that time his ideological awareness was not high enough. He thought that without a master he wouldn't be able to live a comfortable life. He was unwilling to regain his freedom and even begged the Dragon Queen to sell him again. Later the Dragon Queen accepted him as a scribe and raised him for a year. Then, when he worked at the customs, he discovered one thing. The cost of raising him by the Dragon Queen was far less than the salary he deserved for his labor. So, he mustered up his courage and with a nervous heart, he timidly went to the Dragon Queen and asked to terminate the support contract with her. The Dragon Queen gladly agreed and signed a new labor contract with him. He was truly independent and free. He became a civil servant in Astapor. His life was prosperous, and he was 10,000 times happier than when he was a slave for the slave owner of Gith. He was truly enlightened and understood how precious freedom the Dragon Queen had brought to these slaves. When he saw the little demon who was suspected of being a slave, it was like seeing his weak self in the past. He began to preach crazily. "Are you a slave?" Clinton stared at Tyrion and said coldly. The little demon opened his big mouth and revealed an ugly wry smile. He shook his head and said, "It's funny. I really wish I were an ordinary slave now." Unfortunately, he was not ordinary. If he lied, when the Dragon Queen found out about Lannister's identity, not only would Clinton and the others not intercede, but they would also add fuel to the fire. Then he would most likely lose his deformed head. "Sigh, Inspector Donder, I'm really not a slave. Sir Clinton hired me and—" The little demon turned around and glanced at Fenny, whose cheeks were red and eyes were watery. Fenny just looked at him and immediately lowered her head. Her face was even redder, and her blue eyes were even more watery. "Fenny and I are not husband and wife, and there won't be a little dwarf." The ugly dwarf without a nose hardened his heart and said calmly. Fenny's apple-like face immediately turned pale. "Since you are all performers performing for the Queen, then follow me." Donder greeted Clinton and the others with a wooden face. All of a sudden he lost his previous eagerness. It seemed that if he was not a slave, the ugly dwarf's status would be lowered by 2 levels. This Slave Bay is interesting. The Dragon Queen has also piqued my interest. The little demon looked at Donder's back and said excitedly, "I always thought that she was trying to buy people's hearts, or that it was just the kindness of a young girl just like my wife Sansa." The little demon glanced at Fenny who was beside him. He saw that she only pursed her lips, her eyes were not red and swollen, and there was no sadness in her eyes. He ignored her sadness. He was relieved. "What's wrong with your wife? What does she have to do with the Dragon Queen?" Little Griffin asked curiously. Tyrion smiled and said, "My wife Sansa is a kind beauty. She loves cats and dogs very much. But if there were really starving people who targeted her, she would immediately be like my sister, hoping that the Kingsguard and the Golden Robes would be brave enough to kill all the rioters. This is the kindness of a noble girl. It's so cheap that it's not even comparable to the kindness of a prostitute. So I'm very surprised." Compared to us, the Dragon Queen is like a weirdo. I heard that the Dragon Queen has an ancestor called Saint Baylor. Maybe he was a devout believer of the 7 gods like her, said Pogba, one of the Tile City's double absolutes. Saint Baylor is brainless. He doesn't understand war and politics. He can't even solve a domestic rebellion. Look at the Dragon Queen, look at this prosperous Astapor. The little demon squeezed into the crowd at the docks. He pointed at the endless stream of pedestrians and the shops with a dazzling array of goods on both sides of the street inside. Can you imagine that all the major cities in the world are working together to form an unprecedented army of hundreds of thousands to surround this city? Look at the expressions of the residents of Astapor. Are there any signs of worry or fear? I have never seen such a confident and proud temperament anywhere else. Chapter 4:16. When Danny came to Astapor for the first time, the streets by the docks were empty. Other than their group, they didn't even meet a single foreign vendor. Even the local residents rarely wandered around the red brick streets. 2 years later, the old city walls with cracks were repaired. The weathered red brick floors on the streets were taken out and replaced with new bricks. The buildings in the city were also optimized. All the old and dilapidated houses were demolished and rebuilt. Red brick and black-tiled houses rose from the ground. 3 to 4-story buildings lined the streets. The residents also planted apples, persimmons, figs, loquats, and other fruit trees on the streets in front of their houses. It was clean, tidy, and had a natural harmonious beauty. If there weren't dozens of pyramids in between, one would almost think that they were in a small county town in the 80s or 90s. Tyrion, Clinton, and the others walked all the way and were amazed. The King's Landing is also near the river and the sea. But compared to Astapor, it's a big cesspool. The little devil's tone was complicated. The air in the city is very fresh. The hygiene is very good. The sewer system is almost comparable to the black walls of Volantis. The skinny man Pogba commented. Ah, Count Klein, it's Count Klein. Incorruptible Klein. The Great Pyramid was behind the city gate. After leaving the docks and walking along the streets at the base of the city wall, one would enter Astapor's North Gate by walking half a kilometer to the east. Past the North Gate was the People's Square, the punishment square where the bodies of disobedient slaves were hung. Behind the square was the Jianghu Palace, the Great Pyramid of the Dragon Queen. At this moment, the south end of the square near the Jianghu Palace was crowded with people. They crowded together tightly and cheered for the Count of Shackles, who was surrounded. Yes, Klein arrived at the Jianghu Palace before them. The moment he got off the carriage, he was surrounded by countless citizens who rushed over after hearing the news. Myrine has a Klein who can distinguish right from wrong, loyal from traitors, harpies coming to persecute, Megalosaurus and father by his side. He has a clear sky above his head, a belief in his heart, not cruel and bloodthirsty, but to defend freedom. Other than the citizens surrounding the Earl of the Shattered Shackles, there were 7 or 8 bards standing at the side, playing and singing. They recounted the story of how Klein had braved all dangers to solve the case of the Harpy, the Dragon Mother, the Freedom, and the people in Myrine, and how the hero had been wronged and imprisoned. In the mouths of singers, poets, and even commoners, Klein was upright and unafraid of death. He fought against the entire anti-singing group by himself. He was a very good person, a fighter to protect the freedom of Slave Bay, the #1 official of Slave Bay. He's the Lord of Justice. To think that Cleon has such high prestige, the little devil was dumbfounded. As the muscles on his face twitched, his black nostrils expanded, scaring the citizens of Astapor into taking a few steps back. Tyrion had seen too many similar expressions on other people's faces. After he lost his nose in the Battle of Blackwater River, everyone looked at him with either disdain, disgust, or fear. At first he was bitter and depressed. Slowly he became numb and finally he got used to it. At this time Tyrion did not seem to notice the crowds pointing and whispering. He walked to the leader, Donder, and asked curiously. That Harpy group was formed by the Gith people who were unwilling to submit to the rule of the Dragon Queen? Of course, other than the original slave owners who would rebel. Donder said with certainty. But why did the Dragon Queen arrest Earl Klein for suppressing the rebellion? Clinton asked the little devil's question. It's not the Queen's arrest. This is the normal operation of the Grand Court. Knowing that the foreigners could not understand, Donder quickly explained the law of the Dragon Queen's separation of justice. the Grand Court, and administration, the guards and the military police. Finally, he concluded, the power of trial lies with the court, while the power of arrest and search lies with the guards. If the criminal is a noble, the Grand Court must be formed. Only the Minister of Government can lead the military police to search for evidence and arrest the criminal. In order to ensure the fairness of justice, the Queen can only play one role in the trial process. Was the Codex really written by the Dragon Queen herself? The little devil was fascinated. The legal system in the Codex was so standardized that it was refreshing to him. Donder was very dissatisfied with the little devil's suspicion and said stiffly, "You're just a comedian, what do you know about the law? Any scholar who has a little understanding of the laws of various countries should know that our codex is unique in the world. Although I haven't seen the complete codex yet, I don't doubt its advanced nature." The little devil first complimented before asking his own question. The Dragon Queen is only 16 years old, and she was even younger when she wrote the codex. No matter how talented she is, she doesn't have rich experience and doesn't understand the customs of various countries. How could she create such a perfect codex? The Queen hatched 3 dragons at the age of 14, led the tribe across the Red Wasteland at the age of 14, liberated Astapor at the age of 14, resolved to liberate the entire slave bay, completely destroy slavery and change the whole world. How can an ordinary person do these things? Donder rolled his eyes and said unhappily. The little devil thought for a while and was actually speechless. Alas, the Dragon Queen is so wise and powerful, how can any man in the world be worthy of her? Tyrion said as he glanced meaningfully at the silver-haired youth beside him. Little Griffin's face was gloomy and he lowered his eyes without saying a word. Clinton saw this and felt very helpless. He had hoped that the Dragon Queen had 1/10 of Liga's compassion and wisdom, but now it seemed that she was so different. With a sigh, he changed the topic and said, "Since the judicial system is so perfect and Cleon is impartial, adhering to the codex, why was he arrested?" Dang dang dang. A group of Unsullied rushed out of the Great Pyramid and beat the gong to disperse the crowd. In the end, they even lined up in 2 rows and separated a passage for Cleon and the guards who were escorting him to enter the hall. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, and the figure of the Count of Shattered Shackles disappeared at the entrance of the palace. Donder once again led the Fire Mage and Clinton forward. As he walked, he shook his head and sighed. It's all Earl Leon's fault. He's too stubborn and selfless. In the case of the Harpies, he attacked too many people, and a small number of innocent people were implicated. How many people were wronged? To be able to overthrow a respected count. The little devil said in surprise. I'm not sure, but a total of 60,000 people were imprisoned, and 20,000 were sentenced to death. It's really 7 levels of hell. Tyrion's ugly face that was red from the sun instantly turned pale, and he howled, "How many Gith are there in Meereen? I remember that the ratio of slaves to free people in Volantis is 4 to 1. I think the ratio in Slave Bay is even higher. How many people are there in Slave Bay? Did Cleon capture all the Gith people? This method is simple and I guarantee that no bad guy can escape, but how can it be all? There are nearly 200,000 Gith in Meereen." Donder said. Tyrion looked up at Donder and said strangely, "Do you have any misunderstanding about being impartial? Count Cleon fully abides by the code, and has no personal feelings," Donder said solemnly. "How can there be so many Gith in Meereen?" Clinton asked in surprise. Donder explained, after the liberation of Slave Bay, the previous slave business naturally could not be done. The Queen then optimized and adjusted the economic structure of the 3 cities. Astapor developed manufacturing and heavy industry, the original capital of bed slaves, Kayuan, was converted into a granary, and the Gith who cultivated bed slaves all moved to Meereen, and Meereen developed handicrafts and light industries. Dany was a kind and upright queen. Naturally, she could not directly say to the people, "Meereen is the battlefield I chose and I want the disobedient Gith to be cannon fodder in Meereen." Of course, she was not completely lying, and optimizing the industrial chain was also one of her goals. "What is heavy industry and light industry?" Tyrion asked curiously. The Queen said that the departments that provide the means of production are called heavy industry, and the departments that produce the means of consumption are called light industry. The customs inspector scratched his head and said with a conflicted expression, "Don't ask me what means of production and means of consumption are, I don't really understand." In short, mining, smelting, forging ingots, glassmaking, logging, and building ships are all considered heavy industry. As for light industry, everything except agriculture is considered light industry. It's easier to understand this way. Clinton and the pyromancers listened in a daze, but Tyrion was excited, his eyes sparkling. But I see that most of the merchant ships come to Astapor, and very few go to Meereen. He asked again. Donder frowned and thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, the industrial layout seems to have not been completed. Without a doubt, Meereen was originally the most prosperous, with the most craftsmen and craftsmen. But they were all slaves, and after being liberated as free people, they all moved to Astapor. Now heavy industry and light industry are all in Astapor. Meereen mainly develops cash crops such as olives, soybeans and peanuts. Especially olives. The olive oil from Slaver's Bay is sold all over the world. There were also large olive forests in Kayuan Plain, but unfortunately they were all burned to the ground by the slave owners, and now we can only grow wheat, corn, turnips and other food crops. Wonderful, wonderful! Tyrion exclaimed, clapping his hands. What's wonderful? Little Griffin looked at him as if he was crazy. Ah, the little devil was stunned, his ugly face twisted. I don't know what's so wonderful about it, but this industrial layout has a strange beauty, very harmonious. Beauty? This time Little Griffin completely thought he was crazy. Optimizing the industrial chain can double the production efficiency. Suddenly, a slightly immature female voice came from the side. Tyrion turned his head and saw a little black girl with a round face and a flat nose looking at him with her round golden eyes. Ah, it's the mayor. Donder respectfully walked to the little black girl, bowed and said, I am Donder Hope, Inspector of the Customs Commodity Inspection Department. Greetings to Lady Missandei. Mayor? Everyone was shocked. The mayor is a female dwarf? Tyrion looked at Missandei with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed that the Dragon Queen did not care about the origin of the people. But then again, even the ugly demon-like fire wizards had a high salary of millions of gold coins, so it was very reasonable for a dwarf to be the mayor. If the Dragon Queen did not care about his identity as Lannister, with his wisdom, he wondered if he could become the hand of the king. In a short moment, countless thoughts flashed through Tyrion's mind. But the next moment, Donder slapped him on the back of the head and reprimanded, Do you think that just because she's as tall as you, she must be a dwarf? Lady Missandei is only 11 years old. Chapter 417. Astapor, the top floor of the Great Pyramid, under the shade of a persimmon tree. The black dragon, green dragon and gold dragon were sunbathing on the brick wall. The Dragon Queen was sitting on a deck chair by the pool, wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses, produced by the Astapor Royal Glass Factory. She was wearing a light green sleeveless vest and apricot yellow silk pants with red daisies embroidered on them. Her fair arms, round belly button and well-proportioned calves were all exposed. She even put her little feet into the pool and playfully stirred the clear water. She was so relaxed that she seemed to have forgotten about the Great Wall tens of thousands of miles away and the deviant ghosts under the Great Wall. Back in Astapor, she was surrounded by trustworthy unsullied and centaur maids. She no longer had to worry about being poisoned, ambushed, violated the guest's rights, or stabbed in the back. With her safety guaranteed, she felt much more relaxed physically and mentally. She never wore armor again. Moreover, the Westeros affairs had been arranged. Dragonstone Island had 3 giants who continuously mined dragon crystal ores and made dragon crystal weapons. Garth Hyder had already been contacted. He would complete the task of buying and transporting food. He would also help Dany fulfill the promise to the people of Hujian County and the monks of Marabad. After all, Garth was also a White Knight. The White Knight system was really good. The 7 White Knights represented the 7 clones of the Queen. Even the most unqualified White Knight, the fat eunuch Bevos, had always been the representative of the Queen and led hundreds of thousands of farmers in Kayuan to carry out the Great Leap Forward. There was also the reserve White Knight, the Dark Star. He was responsible for leading the fleet to transport the barbarians and bringing the goods promised by the Dragon Queen to the Night Watchers. The White Knight captain, Barristan, would reorganize the royal fleet and receive the barbarian fleet from the Dark Star. He would also open up settlements for the barbarians on the islands and along the coast. Even Braavos was responsible for organizing the city-states of the western continent of Ursus to plant food. Dany felt that she had already fulfilled her responsibilities as the queen. She had fulfilled her responsibilities and no longer had any psychological burden. Why couldn't she live a leisurely life? Your Majesty, you have to make a decision for me. The Green Saintess, Grazda, knelt on the ground and cried for injustice. Alright, she wasn't like Erlu, the king of empty talk. All she did was grind her teeth and replenish her mana. She had nothing to do. Dragon Queen had a large kingdom to take care of. Hey, get up and talk. Ili, help the Green Saintess up. Jichi, bring a chair over. The queen pressed her aviator sunglasses to reveal her eyes and called out to the two centaur maids. Yep, Jichi, who had been guarding Kai Yuan's palace of compassion and peace, had also returned. After Dahe brought back the black girl Larissa, the tile steel sword and other trophies, Danny ended her closed-door training. She announced that she was on a business trip to Bravos. In fact, he was hiding in the mountains in the south with Little Green and Little Gold to cultivate. After Big Black returned and ended its seclusion, Danny rode her dragon to Kai Yuan to participate in a Great Leap agricultural commune activity. When he came back yesterday, he brought Jichi back. Now that the Megalosaurus had grown up and Dahe had learned how to meditate, he could easily carry 500 kilograms. Danny could run around with two centaur maids at the same time. If you have something to say it slowly. You're the Minister of State Affairs. Danny said to the Green Saintess. Your Majesty, you don't even know what the people in the city say about me. The old saintess tears flowed down her face. She looked very pitiful. They say that Klein is a loyal minister who is impartial and impartial. I followed the rules of the code and went through the normal procedures to arrest him with the military police, but I became a scoundrel who sowed discord in front of you. I'm innocent. Old Grasta said in grievance. Sai, you also know that I went to Bravos a few days ago. The Dragon Queen counted with her white fingers. A Sea King died, almost all the guards and professors in the Iron Vault died, Purple Harbor was burned by Dahe, Sea King's palace was smashed into a lake by a meteor, thousands of people died, and tens of millions of gold coins were involved. In the end, a deal of 150 million gold coins was negotiated. Then I went to the Stone Steps archipelago and burned dozens of pirate leaders to death, becoming the strongest pirate king in the Narrow Sea. Then I sent Sir Baristan to rob the Hathar family's fleet. 3 million gold royals, more than 100 ships and tens of millions of gold royals. The Green Saintess' expression was dull. The tears and grievances in her eyes turned into shock and confusion. Danny raised her chin at her and said with emotion, You see, these are all big things. I really don't want to care about you and Klein. You should relax and think about the millions of troops in the alliance. What problems can't they overcome? After hearing the Dragon Queen's words, the Green Saintess suddenly felt that she was making a big fuss over nothing. It's just being misunderstood by the people and Klein's rising reputation. No, I can't let that butcher go. Your Majesty, Klein violated the rules of the code and used his power for personal gain. He tried to control public opinion and influence the court's trial, the old woman said seriously. What do you mean? Danny pretended to be curious. When I was on the way to Murine with the military police, Klein suddenly invited a large number of bards and singers to participate in the trial of the Son of the Harpy case. Danny said, What's wrong with that? According to the code, when any city lord is trying a case, unless it involves the privacy of the plaintiff and the plaintiff requests to avoid the public, any free people have the right to supervise the trial. For example, in Astapor, go to the hall on the first floor and see how many people are watching every day. Like a rape case, the victim would definitely not want to make a big deal out of it. At that time, the trial would not be open to the public. In front of everyone, Klein explained the process of the trial in detail. He even took out the testimonies of the people involved in the case for everyone to see. In the end, he cried to the singers, poets and theater performers that he was framed by a scoundrel. The old face of the Green Saintess wrinkled like a sun-dried eggplant, and she said angrily, The scoundrel he was talking about was me. He said that I slandered you, that I was a sympathizer of the Son of the Harpy, and that I was even the most hidden mastermind behind the scenes. He also said that I was plotting to overthrow your regime, and that I intended to turn the free people back into slaves, and eventually restore slavery in Guy's rule in Slave Bay. The old saintess did not have such thoughts, so she spoke very calmly. There was no panic on her face, only anger, the grievance and resentment of being wronged. Danny seemed to be indifferent, but in fact, from the beginning, she had been observing her from Blackie's perspective, not missing the slightest expression on the Green Saintess' face. Previously, Danny did have doubts about the Green Saintess. Letting Klein accuse the Green Saintess was to muddy the waters and make it easier for Mormont's intelligence system to investigate her. Danny wanted to know how deeply involved the Green Saintess was in the case of the Son of the Harpy. She could not be blamed for being suspicious. The Green Saintess of Myrene had been confirmed as the spiritual leader of the Son of the Harpy and one of the founders. The results of Mormont's investigation showed that the Green Saintess of Astapor sympathized with the guys of Myrene purely because of her race, and was not really the Son of the Harpy. At this time, her reaction in front of the Dragon Queen was also normal, without the slightest bit of guilt, only righteous anger. This made Danny breathe a sigh of relief. The Green Saintess, Grazda, was her old subject. After taking Astapor, Grazda had been doing her best to assist the Dragon Queen, not only helping her to appease the common people of Guise, but also firmly supporting her in the religious reform. Well, Grazda supported Danny's reorganization of the Temple of Divine Grace in Astapor into the new Church of the Seven Gods. The ancient beliefs of the Guise had long died with the Orthodox bloodline of Guise. The previous Temple of Divine Grace was more like a hospital and a garden of love. The two had been together for a long time, and had established a deep friendship between monarch and subject. Danny did not want the old Saintess to have a bad ending. Your Excellency Green Saintess, obviously, I will not believe Klein's nonsense. The people who accused Klein of excessive sentencing and cruelty were the people of Myrene. I was the one who arranged for you to take the military police to arrest Klein. You are not a treacherous subject. Danny comforted her gently. Your Majesty, I am very grateful that you trust me, but the people who were bewitched by Klein did not believe me. Grazda complained. After the singers and poets of Myrene heard Klein's analysis of the case and his accusation against me, in just half a month, the streets of Slavers Bay were circulating the story of impartial Klein, who knew right from wrong and judged the traitors. And I was that treacherous subject. Squeak, Blackie suddenly raised his neck and screamed. Danny glanced at him and said, "Go!" Squeak, Blackie spread his wings and screamed. Little Green and Little Gold also screamed. The three dragons jumped down from the pyramid and flew in the direction of the southern mountains. It's late. They are going to look for blood food, she explained to the Green Saintess. Then, Danny said with certainty, the results of the trial in the Grand Court will only guide public opinion, and will not be influenced by public opinion. It was her idea to let Klein make himself, Scholar Bao, but she did not intend to let Klein escape the trial by relying on public opinion. The key was that Klein had detained 60,000 prisoners in the case of the Son of the Harpy, and 20,000 of them were on death row. He had almost caught all the middle class and above of the Guise clan. This was too shocking. Not to mention the Guise clan, even the free people would think of him as a butcher. Her idea was to let Scholar Bao and Scholar Lai neutralize the pH value, and let public opinion return to normal evaluation of Klein. Well, it was completely through legal procedures without public opinion or coercion. According to the code, Klein's behavior would be tried one by one. He would definitely be found guilty. After all, he was Scholar Lai. How could Scholar Lai be a good person? But if the crime was not to death, there was a possibility of rescue. If Danny intended to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, she would directly comply with public opinion and get rid of Klein. But she found that this fake, Scholar Lai, was more useful than the real Scholar Lai. First of all, Scholar Lai was completely different from Lai Junshin. He strictly abided by the law and rarely violated the code formulated by Danny, the shadow left in his heart from his early years. The incident of the Dragon Queen whipping him had always been deeply engraved in his mind. He was afraid of dragons, afraid of the Queen, afraid of violating the code. Secondly, Scholar Lai had a high consciousness. He did not target the Guise clan because of money and power. It was purely his hatred for the slave owners that made him unable to tolerate any of the Son of the Harpy lurking around him. Among Danny's new freedman subordinates, there were very few who could compare to such a firm stance on singing songs. Finally, Scholar Lai had a strong executive ability and would be of great use in the future. Myrene was just the beginning. In the future, the Dragon Queen would take down Queer's new Guise Volantis. Scholar Lai had a promising future, and there was hope to be promoted to Scholar Lai. Don't worry, I will call Missandei up later and let her represent me to announce to the people of the city that Her Excellency the Green Saintess is the minister of the council. She strictly abided by the law and arrested Klein. He is not a treacherous minister. Danny comforted the old Guise woman softly. Your Majesty, you were looking for me? Speaking of Missandei came. Chapter 418. Your Majesty, There are two groups of people coming from the dock. One is a group of fire mages from Volantis. The other group of 7 has 2 midgets. The middle-aged man in the lead calls himself Sir John Clinton, an old friend of Sir Barristan. Ah, fire mages from Volantis? Did they say their names? How many of them came? Danny laughed out loud. 54 people came, led by Mages Wood and Pogba. They call themselves the Volantis Double Masters. Ha 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 ha. Danny held her stomach and laughed so hard that she could not breathe. Familiar name, familiar people, familiar style, familiar smell. You know them? Little Black asked curiously. Danny laughed on the recliner and said, old acquaintances. Quickly call them up. I haven't seen them for a few months and I miss them. And that John Clinton, since he's a knight and knows Sir Barristan, bring him over too. Wait, Missandei, wait for a moment. Looking up at the sky, it was almost dusk. Danny stopped Missandei, who turned to leave, and waved to Ellie and Jichi. Old friends don't show off when they meet. It's like walking in the night. Quickly go and get me some grains, eggs, bacon. After the centaur maid and Little Black left, Danny smiled and said to the green saintess, who looked confused, those fire mages are not pure. At least half of them are spies of the Volantis. I have to show them what I can do and make them respect me like a god. Since they are spies, why do you want to see them? Can't you just lock them up? Sigh, I can't lock them up. It's not easy to trick them and they are all useful. Danny waved her hand and smiled strangely. I'd better leave first. Green Saintess got up and left. In the past, the good lord often held banquets in the garden at the top of the Great Pyramid. It could accommodate 200 or 300 guests. At this time, with more than 50 fire mages and less than 10 people in Clinton's group, it was not crowded. Oh gods! 7 layers of hell. As soon as they walked out of the stairwell, they saw Dragon Queen smiling at them from behind a long table under the shade of a tree. Their expressions changed drastically as they howled. Well, there were only 3 or 4 people who were wailing: the skinny Pogba, the old Blackwood, and the noseless Tyrion. Halden was shocked, but he didn't shout out loud. The others stood there in a daze. They were shocked by the Dragon Queen's youth and beauty, but also embarrassed and confused by their companion's loss of self-control. Queen, please spare my life. Old Greenwood knelt on the ground and groaned. Queen, please spare my life. The skinny Pogba followed closely behind, kneeling and begging for mercy. You guys, what's wrong? The other fire mages were confused. Get up, we're all old acquaintances. Danny waved her hand, and 2 Unsullied immediately went over to help the fire mage up. She smiled and said, I've already told you that there are millions of gold coins worth of projects waiting for you. Now that you've brought so many people, I can't be happier. Your Majesty, I. Old Greenwood's tanned face turned red as he said helplessly, I'm willing to serve you. Me too. Pogba hurriedly said. Danny nodded with a smile. Seeing the Dragon Queen's amiable attitude, Old Greenwood's panicked expression gradually calmed down. He continued, I'll do whatever you say. I'll definitely carry out the mission. Me too. Pogba said. Good. Dragon Queen smiled. The old black man clenched his teeth and said firmly, I swear to be loyal to you, and will never have anything to do with Volantis again. Me too. Pogba hurriedly said. Very good. Dragon Queen grinned. Eliminating the possibility of being half-hearted, and knowing that he must be the Dragon Queen's trusted subordinate based on his identity as an old acquaintance, Old Greenwood turned his cold gaze to the confused fire mages and said, Your Majesty, I'm willing to report the spy in the team to you. Me too. Pogba immediately followed. A spy? Where did the spy come from, Great Wizard Greenwood? What are you talking about? The fire mages were in an uproar. Some of them even had a drastic change in expression and their eyes flickered. Very good, but there's no hurry. Danny waved to the crowd. Come and sit down. I'm free today, so I'm trying to cook dinner myself. It's better to come at the right time than early. Let's all have a taste of my cooking. The crowd didn't know what was going on, but they still obediently walked forward. Dragon Queen's long hair was tied behind her head with a butterfly knot. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and silk pants. It was a very simple and refreshing outfit. She was standing behind a thick wooden table that was 5 or 6 meters long. There were pots and pans on the table. Looking up, they saw that there were corn, rice, eggs, bacon, washed scallions, green vegetables, and so on. She really seemed to be cooking. Ellie, bring a few tables and chairs over for the masters, as well as Sir Clinton and Sir Tyrion. There's a little too many people. Danny glanced at the crowd. She lowered her head and took out a red copper bucket from under the table. Then she poured the corn from the big porcelain bowl into it. "Your Majesty, did you recognize me that day?" Sir Barristan was also in the merchant's house. The little devil touched his nose that was missing the tip. He was very surprised. "You're so brave. You dared to enter the tiger's den and spy on the enemy," he complimented. What kind of tiger's den is Volantis?" Danny glanced at the silver-haired, purple-eyed youth who was staring at her with a complicated expression. She was puzzled. "In the 2 months that you were floating on the sea, I went to Lys and burned dozens of trading princes. I went to Dorne and saw your niece's nose cut off." "My niece?" The little devil was puzzled at first. After a moment he said in shock, "Marcella? Who hurt her?" "Your father died in the latrine pit. The Princess of Dorne thought that she had found a good opportunity and was ready to support your niece to ascend the throne. Well, according to the customs of Dorne, your eldest nephew died, so your niece should ascend the throne." Danny shrugged and said, "You're also a veteran. You should know. Since you're involved in the game of power, even if you're passive, it's hard to escape unscathed." The little devil pursed his lips and frowned without saying a word. After being interrupted by Tyrion, the Dragon Queen did not continue to brag about her adventures in the Old Town, the King's Landing, the Great Wall, and bravos. After a while, the Unsullied came back with stools and long tables. They quickly set up the tables and chairs by the pool and invited the guests to sit. The seats were determined according to their status. The higher the status, the closer to the Dragon Queen. The status of the fire mages had already been determined. The Volantis twin masters were the leaders. After all, the fire mages were in their organization. Everyone quickly sat down. On the other hand, Clinton's group, the actor Hugo, who originally had a low status, was pointed out by the Dragon Queen and was even called Sir Tyrion. Then a Sir should have the status of a Sir. At least he should sit opposite Clinton. But the one with the highest status in their group was Little Griffin. Not to mention being the chief, by right he should be sitting beside the Dragon Queen. "Sigh, Lord Griffin, I'll sit beside you." The little devil looked at the gloomy young man and sighed. He rejected the seat arranged by the Unsullied and walked to the seat behind. Clinton looked at the messy crowd around him and felt helpless. He could only introduce to the curious Dragon Queen, "This is my adopted son, Little Griffin." Danny smiled as a greeting, but in her heart she muttered, "I don't even know who you are. How would I know who your adopted son is?" The Prime Minister of Eris, Count John Clinton of the Vulture's Nest Castle, was naturally a well-known figure in the Westeros. Even Danny knew him. But in the public's knowledge, the Count of the Vulture's Nest Castle was long dead, and there were too many foreigners with the same name. Look, another John, with the same name as the main character. It was normal that Danny did not recognize him. Dragon Queen held the bottom of the copper bucket with both hands and smiled at the fire mages. "Let's have some popcorn first, to whet your appetite." The fire mages looked at each other blankly. Everyone saw that the bucket was filled with raw corn. How could they eat it? Boom. Just as they were wondering, a crisp sound came from the bucket, followed by a red-yellow flame that rose 3 feet high. "Gods, this is elemental combustion, the fire-gathering spell and fire control?" Oldwood exclaimed. "What, this is fire gathering? Pure fire elemental combustion?" The fire mages were in disbelief. They all stood up, stood on their tiptoes, stretched their necks and wanted to put their heads in the bucket to see. "It's really fire elemental. I can feel the magic waves as vast as the sea." Pogba swallowed and said with difficulty, "It's just a little trick of the fire mages." Danny smiled casually. Crackle, crackle. In just a few words, a series of popping sounds came from the copper bucket. Visible to the naked eye, the snow-white popcorn slowly piled up from the bottom, and some even jumped out of the bucket. "Ellie, distribute the popcorn to the guests." In less than half a minute, a bucket of popcorn exploded. Dragon Queen was very pleased with herself, but her expression was still so casual, and her tone was still so relaxed. "Calixi, don't you want to order?" The centaur maid carried the copper bucket and asked with a strange expression. "Distribute it to the guests." Danny waved her hand and bent down. She grabbed a handful of corn kernels from the sack under the table and held out her hand with a calm expression. "I can do this," she said. Crackle, crackle. The muffled sound of beans exploding came from her small white fist. When she opened her palm, the golden corn kernels had already turned into popcorn that was emitting white steam. In front of the guests who were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to pop out and their jaws dropped, Dragon Queen stuffed the popcorn in her palm into her mouth, puffed up her cheeks and chewed with crunching sounds. After swallowing the popcorn in her mouth, she grabbed a handful of raw corn kernels and put it in her mouth. I can do this. Crackle, crackle. The corn kernels exploded in her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff up. Exhaling a mouthful of hot air, Dragon Queen directly chewed. Clang. Even Ji Chi, who was arranging the dishes, was stunned. The porcelain bowl smashed on the table and shattered. I can do this. Dragon Queen said again. As she spoke, she flicked her finger and a golden corn kernel flew into the air. Without any warning, only Old Wood, who had the most profound magic power, vaguely sensed the fluctuation of fire elements. Beep beep. The corn kernels flew into the air and exploded. The popcorn fell and was caught by Dragon Queen with her mouth open. At this moment, Tyrion and the other muggles felt as if 10,000 curses were running through their hearts. There were countless what the fuck in their minds. At this moment, all the fire mages were shocked speechless. They looked at Dragon Queen with reverence and fear. Only they who were fire mages understood the meaning of Dragon Queen's slightly ridiculous behavior just now. Only they who were knowledgeable fire mages understood the depth of her magic power and the height of her skills, which had long surpassed the limits of the imagination of ordinary people. What number one of the younger generation, what Volantis double master, what coerce number one fire mage, there was only one unified title in front of Dragon Queen: pleasure. She was not targeting anyone, she was just using practical actions to tell everyone, in front of me you fire mages are all pleasure. Chapter 419. Dragon Queen's dazzling skills weren't over yet. 4 fire mages with extraordinary powers, only absolute power could make them truly submit and respect her like a god. And Dany had always been straightforward. Since she intended to subdue the fire mages by showing off her magic power, she had to do her best. Just the popcorn wasn't enough. When the centaur maids were distributing popcorn, she set up the steamer again, put in the washed rice and added water. Pata. She snapped her fingers with her left hand, and an orange flame rose from the bottom of the steamer without firewood. The water in the steamer boiled in 2 minutes, steaming hot. During this time, Dragon Queen didn't stop. The kitchen knife in her hand was as fast as lightning. She skinned, removed the tendons and bones of a cow's hind leg, skewered it on an iron rod, and then used the knife to draw patterns on the meat, smearing it with sesame oil, salt and spices. Then she set up a grill next to the steamer, and the iron rod with the cow's hind legs slowly rotated. The air rippled and a long string of orange flames appeared, without any smoke or fire. Sizzle. The flame element burned from the inside out, and the beef quickly seeped out a fragrant oily juice. Gulp. The fire mage's eyes widened and they swallowed hard. It wasn't because of the fragrance, although the barbecue tasted good. They were more shocked by Dragon Queen's endurance. Think about the number one of the younger generation, Lisbon. Just igniting Tyrion's beard made him pant and exhausted his magic power. Then compare it to Dragon Queen. She first exploded a big bucket of corn, then used fire elements to cook rice. The rice wasn't done yet and the boiler was steaming, so she started a fire again to barbecue meat. What realm was this? Dragon Queen is probably the strongest fire mage in the world, Oldwood said with a trembling voice. Not just the strongest fire mage, I dare say that the magic power of those old monsters in Wuxia isn't as good as hers, the lanky Jeep said. The skinny Pogba's face shone with the light of faith and he said excitedly, Her Majesty the Queen is the god of fire. For a full 5 minutes, the sweetness of the rice and the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the garden. Dragon Queen personally scooped 61 bowls of rice from the porcelain bowls. Using the realm of lifting heavy as light, she quickly sliced the beef thigh into 61 pieces and spread them on the crystal-clear rice grains. Sprinkle chopped green onions and small peppers. A bowl of barbecued pork rice. Please forgive me for my lack of hospitality. Dragon Queen stretched out her right palm and opened it. Smiling, she picked up an egg and knocked the shell on the table. Her left hand gently opened the eggshell, and the egg yolk and egg white fell onto her right palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was as if an egg had been dropped into a boiling hot iron pot. Accompanied by white steam and the sound of roasting, the side of the egg that touched the palm of the hand became visibly brown. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. Gulp. This time, even Tyrion, Clinton, Little Griffin, and the other muggles were dumbfounded. They were in a trance as if they were dreaming. With a flip of his right hand, he placed the egg in a bowl and sprinkled it with pepper. A complete set of barbecued pork egg rice was completed. Following that, it was the second egg. The speed at which he fried the egg was very fast. He could finish a set in almost 10 seconds. Very quickly, the fire mage and Clinton's group were all given a bowl of barbecued pork rice and a cup of orange juice. Not sure if it was a psychological effect, but almost everyone felt that this bowl of magic rice personally made by the queen was unprecedentedly sweet and delicious. Greasy residue. Hancock finished licking the last grain of rice, put down the bowl and chopsticks and left his seat. His fat body suddenly knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you until death." "Good." Dragon Queen nodded with a smile. Immediately, a bald middle-aged man walked out. He first knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times before saying, "Your Majesty, I surrender myself to you. I am a spy from Volantis. I took 200 gold coins from the Alliance to destroy your stockpile of wildfire. Please punish me." Dragon Queen waved her hand. Immediately, an unsullied came over to help the bald man up. She gently comforted him, "The big mistake has not been made yet. You still have a chance to turn over a new leaf. Jichi, go to the treasury and take 2,000 gold coins to this great mage." Blah. The bald man knelt on the ground again and cried, "Your Majesty, I don't want gold coins. I only beg you to give me a chance to redeem myself. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Your Majesty, I want to confess to you. I'm also a spy. I am responsible for sending your information out through messenger crows." Another fire mage walked out and knelt on the ground to surrender. "Me too." Burp. Same. The 5th fire mage cleaned up the rice in his bowl and burped, "I surrender myself. I am a spy. I am responsible for spreading fake news in the city." In a short while all the fire mages knelt on the ground. They either confessed their identities or swore their loyalty to the Dragon Queen. Ha ha ha. Danny pretended to be bold and laughed 3 times. She left her seat and walked to the kneeling mages. She raised her hands and said, "Great mages, please rise. From now on I accept your loyalty. You are all members of the royal mages. From now on, there will be a place for all of you at my fireplace and dining table. From this moment on, my glory is your glory. Thank you, Your Majesty. I Woodward, I Pogba, I Hancock, I Jeep, I swear allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Dany Liz Targaryen. Swear allegiance to her and never leave her side." More than 50 fire mages used the Valeglia language with a local accent and blurted out the firmest oath. "This." The little devil looked confused. Scholar Sai, Sister Lamore and Clinton were all stunned. Little Griffin's eyes widened and his fists were clenched. The Dragon Queen personally walked forward and helped the new subordinates up one by one. She asked for their names and comforted them. After more than an hour, the sky darkened. Dany roughly understood the names and magic levels of these fire mages. Yes, she could judge the depth of their magic and the level of their meditation techniques through their eyes. "When I disguised myself and entered Volantis, I promised Great Mage Pogba and Great Mage Wood that Dany Liz, who defected to Slave Bay, would receive a reward of 1,000,000 gold coins. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain." Her expression was firm and her voice was sonorous. With her hands behind her back, Dany walked back and forth in front of the fire mages. She smiled faintly and said, "Jichi, 54 fire mages, 20,000 gold coins for each of them. That's almost 1,000,000 gold coins." The fire mages were shocked and in disbelief. When they saw the confirmation in the Dragon Queen's eyes, all of them were delighted. 7 gods above. The little devil held her forehead. "I also want to shout, 'Long live the Queen.' I don't know if she will accept my allegiance." Clinton glanced at Little Griffin with a serious expression and sighed helplessly in his heart. This Dragon Queen's methods are not that brilliant, but they are simple and practical and very targeted. She seems to be an old hand in the game of power. Compared to her, little Aegon is too immature. The afterglow of the sun completely disappeared under the sea in the west. The sky was dyed a deep indigo, and the moon showed a faint outline in the sky. Astapor by the sea was already brightly lit. Jichi left the top of the pyramid with the fire mages. The centaur maids would arrange a place for the fire mages and according to the queen's orders, the 20,000 gold coins would be distributed tonight. Clinton and the rest of the 7 did not leave. They had not even clearly explained their identities. Yura Mormont took off his helmet and pointed at the dwarf who was standing by the wall and looking at the scenery. He shouted, "7 levels of hell, little devil? Where did your nose go? Why are you here? How dare you come here?" Well, in the days when the Dragon Queen was not in Slave Bay, the agricultural production did not stop. According to the rhythm of 3 days of work and 1 day of rest, the farmers were led by the White Knights to work collectively. Kayuan had Beevos, Astapor had the Great Bear, and Mireen was a prisoner of Gith, so a whip was enough. Today was also the day to cultivate sweet potatoes. The Great Bear was busy outside the city until the sun went down and had just returned. Well, like Danny, the White Knight was busy practicing martial arts on the ridge of the field and did not even plant a single sweet potato. "You are." The little devil stared at Mormont for a long time. Gorgeous armor inlaid with white glaze, a white cloak that was as bright as a young girl's feelings. His heart skipped a beat and he suddenly said, "You are the Count of Bear Island who ran away with his wife? You look quite spirited and strong. You are doing well." As expected, Mormont's face darkened. Seeing this, Tyrion immediately changed the topic, rubbing his nose and saying, "Hello, Sir Mormont. I lost my nose in the Blackwater River. I don't know which bastard it was fed to." Mormont's face darkened even more. "Your Majesty, he is Tyrion Lannister. Don't be deceived by others. Let me kill him," he shouted to the Dragon Queen who was seated above him. "Ahem, Sir Mormont, Her Majesty already knows my identity. She won't kill me." The little devil laughed. "Why won't I kill you?" Danny asked curiously. "I also want to know why you won't kill me." The little devil wrinkled his ugly nose. "You invited me to a banquet and ate beef and egg rice. Unless you violate the guest's rights, you can't kill me no matter what." Clang, Mormont sheathed his sword and complained, "Your Majesty, why are you still keeping this kind of person?" Obviously, he also knew that the Dragon Queen would not kill Tyrion. Danny stared at the little devil's black and green eyes and said with a strange smile, "Because Duke Tywin is Targaryen's most hated enemy. You, on the other hand, brought him the most humiliating, most absurd and most satisfying death in the world. This makes me very happy. It's even more pleasing than taking revenge with my own hands." Tyrion's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. His face instantly turned deathly pale. His lips trembled. He wanted to say something but he couldn't even spit out a single word. The scene also suddenly became deathly quiet. Clinton and the others looked at the Dragon Queen with a hint of fear in their eyes. The timid female dwarf even shrank her neck and turned her head away. She didn't dare to look at the Dragon Queen again. She only looked at Tyrion with a pair of worried eyes. Danny seemed to be unaware of everyone's reaction. She shrugged and said in a flat tone, "What? Shouldn't I be gloating and clapping my hands in joy? In the War of the Usurpers, I'd, Robert, Jon, and Aaron all have a reason to rebel. Only Lannister and Duke Tywin are absolutely unforgivable. Even lions know that debts must be repaid. A true dragon's anger should be even fiercer and crueler, shouldn't it? Blood and fire? You are the true Targaryen," Tyrion said bitterly. Chapter 420. Your Majesty, Danny Rise, Tywin Lannister is indeed hateful, but you did not lose your nephew Aegon. Determination flashed across Clinton's weather-beaten face. He stood up, pulled Little Griffin up, and introduced him to Danny solemnly. "Your Majesty, this is the son of your brother, Prince Rhaegar, and Princess Ilia, Aegon Targaryen." Say that again." Danny was stunned. "Who is Rhaegar's son with?" Little Griffin broke free from his foster father's arm, stood up straight, raised his head and puffed out his chest. His dark purple eyes met the Dragon Queen's suspicious violet eyes. "I am Aegon Targaryen. My father is Rhaegar Targaryen, and my mother is Princess Ilia of Dorne," he said loudly. "7 gods above, you are crazy." Jorah Mormont slapped his forehead and said in disbelief, "Everyone knows that Prince Rhaegar's children were killed by Duke Tywin. Now you are here pretending to be Prince Aegon. Do you think Her Majesty is an idiot?" "I'm not dead." Little Griffin straightened his back and raised his neck, as if he wanted the White Knight to see his silver hair, purple eyes, and the prince's anger on his face. "Tell me what is going on?" Danny asked. Little Griffin said, "Before Duke Tywin entered the city, Count Varys found a drunken tanner in the stinking bay. His wife died in childbirth. The tanner had many sons, but he had never drunk golden wine. He sold his youngest son to Count Varys for a pot of golden wine from the Green Pavilion Island. After that, Varys handed the kid from the stinking bay to my mother and took me away. Varys had guessed that Tywin would harm his old friend Aerys. Dany did not doubt this. In fact, when Tywin led his army to King's Landing, Varys had advised the Mad King not to open the gates and not to let Lannister's army in. But Grand Secretary Pycelle had long since taken refuge with Tywin. When Tywin was Prime Minister, he encouraged the hesitant Mad King to welcome the army of the Western region into the King's Landing. Deep in his heart, the Mad Monarch knew that his old friend was no longer trustworthy. Otherwise, he would not have planted wildfires in the city and ordered Jaime to kill Tywin and take over Lannister's army. The Mad Monarch was not stupid. He was just crazy. But at that time, Liga had already died in battle at Ruby Beach, and Eddard Stark's army arrived almost at the same time as Tywin. The Mad Monarch had no choice. It was worth mentioning that the Mad Monarch's order for Jaime to kill Tywin might seem crazy and foolish, but that was not the case. First of all, this was his only chance to turn the tables. With the king's order to kill Tywin, Jaime might take over the army of the Western region. Jaime was Tywin's only son. With the army of the Western region, there was a high chance that the King's Landing could be defended. Then, when Dornmartel or River Ben Tyrell's reinforcements arrived, the Mad Monarch could really turn the tables. Secondly, the Mad Monarch was born in the golden age of knights. He was spoiled. White Bull, Sword of Dawn, Barristan the Fearless, and so on. A total of 9 white knights had served Aerys. Every white knight was brave, loyal, virtuous, and powerful. They also adhered to the belief that the white knights were completely loyal to the king. It could be said that the Mad Monarch was not the strongest king in history, but his Kingsguard was the strongest, most loyal, and most perfect in the history of the white knights in the past 300 years. If it was not Jianghu but Barristan, White Bull, and the others, they might have listened to the king and killed their own father. If they were sure that their own father wanted to rebel and harm the king, they would have done so. Well, that was a digression. According to the information Dany received about the War of the Usurpers, if Varys had the heart to help the Targaryen Empire, then it was possible to exchange the baby. Varys had the ability to do it. The problem was whether Varys was loyal to the Targaryen Empire. Was this a fake version of the Orphan of the Zhao, or a leopard cat swapping the crown prince? Dany's eyes darkened. This is really a legend. But I still have a question. What about your sister Rhaenys? Princess Elia had 2 children, a 4-year-old daughter, Princess Rhaenys, and a 1-year-old son, Little Aegon. Liga is such a scumbag. When his wife was pregnant, he put a LV cap on her in public. When his wife just gave birth and was still in confinement, he and his mistress were all lovey-dovey and did not return home for a year. He did not even care about Robert's rebellion. This. Little Griffin looked at his foster father. Clinton said, Princess Rhaenys is too old to disguise herself. Also, Varys was just taking precautions. He was not sure if Duke Tywin was really that crazy to kill an innocent child. As he spoke, he carefully took out a letter wrapped in sheepskin from his shirt. There was even a red wax seal on it. You can take a look at this letter. Varys gave it to you. The Great Bear went forward to take the letter. Clinton only hesitated for a moment before handing the letter to the White Knight. In front of everyone, the Great Bear pulled out a dagger from his waist and separated the wax seal. He opened it and read it before handing it to Dany with a frown. It was a letter written by Varys himself. There was only 1 page, but it was filled with words. He explained in detail his motive and process for exchanging the baby. At the end, he sincerely suggested that they should imitate Aegon and his sister. The Dragon Queen should marry Little Aegon and continue the pure-blooded Targaryen Empire. In the end, they would conquer the Westeros and take back the Iron Throne. Sit down first. Dany pondered and waved her hand. Aegon, Sir Clinton, sit down first. Irri, go to the Dragon Cave and call Scholar Ymont over. Irri did not leave. She only went to the stairs and gave a few instructions to the Unsullied before walking back. The centaur maid looked at Little Aegon strangely and hesitated. Calixi, it's almost time. Do you still want to eat? Cooking the barbecued pork was just an accident. Under normal circumstances, Dany would eat with her officials when the sun set and the Great Bear returned. Moreover, the Dragon Queen made dozens of bowls of barbecued pork egg rice, but she did not eat a single one. Dany nodded and said, make it more sumptuous and send a portion to the fire mages. The barbecued pork is just a gimmick. There is too little of it. Also, tell the mages that I have an important guest tonight. I will officially entertain them tomorrow. By the way, go to the wine cellar and get a few bottles of Qingting Island golden wine. I'm really not full. It's great to have a feast and wine. The dwarf laughed. Clinton, little Aegon and the others looked solemn and pursed their lips. Tyrion, however, recovered from his earlier gloom and was laughing and joking again. Scholar Yimot, which scholar is it? It can't be the scholar I think, the one on the Great Wall, right? He blinked his heterochromatic eyes and asked curiously. He still remembers you. Dany laughed. The Seven Hells. Your Majesty, you really went to the Great Wall? What did you go there for, to see the deviant ghosts? Tyrion exclaimed. Jorah Mormont dragged a chair and sat down beside Dany. He looked at the little devil with a strange gaze. Not to mention the Great Wall, I also went to the Old Town, King's Landing and Hedgien. Just a few days ago I even saw your sister. Dany said. Tyrion's expression changed. It was a very complicated expression, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. He said in a low voice, You killed her? Do you want her to die? Dany asked curiously. Tyrion did not hesitate. Of course, he said. A headless sister is the cutest sister of all. Beast. Only a beast would kill his nephew, father, and even his own sister. Jorah said disdainfully. Not only was Tyrion not angry, he even smiled proudly and said, Knight, you weren't here just now, so you didn't hear how the Queen appreciated me shooting Dad. I think Her Majesty needs a cute little beast like me who kills both her king and her own family. Dany stared at Tyrion's eyes for a while and shook her head. Joffrey wasn't killed by you, and killing Tywin wasn't your intention either. Maybe you really did have that impulse, but now you seem to be on the verge of regret? I never regret it. I will always remember the moment I pulled the trigger. That was my happiest moment. The little devil shouted. Looks like you really do regret it. Dany nodded. That's right. Patricide is too much of a violation of human ethics. Normal people can't stand it. Tyrion opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Joffrey wasn't killed by him? Little Aegon suddenly asked. Dany glanced at the suspected nephew, and shook her head. No. Why? The little devil was puzzled. No one would kill their king and their own family in public. At least you wouldn't be so stupid and crazy. But my sister, father, and brother all think that I'm that stupid and crazy. The little devil opened his mouth and revealed an ugly smile. To be honest, I think your sister and brother here. Dany pointed at her temple. It's empty. No, it's not empty. It's stuffed with shit. The little devil put on a straight face and corrected her. The little devil's expression changed. He asked again, Are you saying that my father knows that I've been wronged? It's obvious. Clinton was shocked. Then Duke Tywin, why? Now you understand why I can pull the trigger? The little devil's face twisted as he laughed. He asked again, Tell me, how did my sister die? Was her head chopped off or eaten by a dragon? I didn't kill her. Why? Didn't you say that the blood feud between Targaryen and Lannister could only be cleansed with blood? Could it be that my sister also killed a certain Lannister and Jaime? To win the Queen's favor? The little devil was puzzled. Something like that. Dany nodded with a smile. She really killed Jaime? The little devil's playful smile disappeared as he was stunned. Dany said with a smile, He's not dead yet. But with the speed at which your sister finds wild men, something will happen sooner or later. I realize that your sister is so stupid and crazy that she's more useful to me alive than dead. One Cersei is more lethal to Lannister than 3 Megalosaurus. The dragons would only cause the Lannisters to band together and fight against their enemies. They would even inspire courage and wisdom that they had never had before. But your sister. Dany laughed under Tyrion's stunned gaze and said happily, Watching your sister perform on the Iron Throne is far more enjoyable than watching a stage play. Watch her destroy the foundation of Casterly Rock City step by step and establish strong enemies. Watch her throw away the prestige and glory built by Lannister's ancestors. Watch her make the people of the King's Landing and the people of the Seven Kingdoms hate Lannister. I can't even protect such a peerless immortal puppet, so why would I kill her? Tyrion. Chapter 421. Your Majesty, you are ruthless. Tyrion stared with his strange eyes and said dryly. Not just Tyrion, even Clinton, little Aegon, Sister Lemore and the others looked at the Dragon Queen in horror, deeply shocked by her words. What am I ruthless about? I didn't do anything. Your sister is stupid and crazy. What does it have to do with me? Dany glared back at the dwarf. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't that right? The Dragon Queen didn't do anything. She was just watching the show. Was she supposed to help her enemy Lannister clean up the family, so that Casterly Rock would prosper and Lannister on the Iron Throne would remain strong forever? Tyrion's face was twisted. His two black holes were sometimes flat and sometimes round. It was terrifying. Finally, he sighed helplessly and muttered, "I really should let my father hear the Queen's words. It's the father's fault for not teaching. It's your father's retribution for raising you 3 siblings." Dany smiled lightly. Tyrion sighed again and asked curiously, "What stupid thing did my sister do recently?" "Your sister put 3 LV hats on your brother and planned to give one to her son. She actually arranged for her lover to seduce Tommen's wife and share an adulterer with Queen Marjorie." 7 gods above, this is crazy. Clinton and the others exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. What's the purpose of her doing this? She can't be communicating with her daughter-in-law Marjorie through that adulterer, right? Tyrion grinned. Cersei used a price of 900,000 gold royals to allow the church to rebuild their armed forces. At this time, a strong-willed archbishop appeared in the church. Dany's words made no sense. Everyone was confused and shocked. They were shocked by the restoration of the church's armed forces. They all knew that the war between the Targaryens and the church's armed forces had lasted for several generations and decades. Hundreds of thousands of people had died and even a few kings had died. After paying a huge price, they were finally able to strip the church of its legitimacy. Even someone as devout as St. Bailey had never thought of restoring the armed forces of the church. But when it came to Cersei, she didn't feel bad about selling off her grandfather's land. Cersei has gone mad. Clinton sighed. Tyrion rolled his eyes and said, "I understand now. This is my sister's style. She can't bear to see someone, especially a woman, even if it's her daughter-in-law, steal the glory that belongs to Queen Cersei." The King's Landing was a huge stage for Cersei alone. There was no room for a second female lead. In particular, the other protagonist was even more brilliant and moving, and was loved by the people of King's Landing. "Well, my sister disdains to interact with commoners and is unwilling to spend the effort to act to win the love and respect of commoners. However, she also doesn't allow other women to win the favor of commoners." So she wants to perish together with Margaret and roll in the toilet together?" Dany laughed. Tyrion said with a complicated expression, "Cersei thinks she can control the archbishop and let the adulterer report Margaret to the church? If the church still has power, then only the archbishop is qualified to judge the crimes of the royal family." "Well, you continue to guess. Guess your sister's ending." Dany nodded with a smile. "Your Majesty, you said that the new archbishop is tough." Tyrion looked incredulous and said in shock, "Did he not only accuse Margaret but also announce my sister's crimes? That adulterer, he confessed my sister's crimes?" "Sigh, you still underestimate the Great Sparrow. He didn't just announce her crimes. The Great Sparrow is the archbishop's name," Dany added. Tyrion's face changed and exclaimed, "Impossible? Even if the Great Sparrow restored the armed forces of the church, how much power can he have in such a short time? How can he be a match for the Iron Throne? My father left at least 2,000 of the best Western soldiers in the King's Landing." "What's impossible? What did the Great Sparrow do to Cersei?" Little Aegon hurriedly asked. "Cersei was arrested by the Great Sparrow and locked in the cathedral for several months. In the end, she was paraded naked in the King's Landing to atone for her crimes. Everyone saw it." Dany laughed. That's too scary." Little Aegon was shocked. Clinton said with a straight face, "It's true. Cersei's living is more satisfying for Lannister's enemies than her death." Dany then explained to Tyrion, "The Lannister elites in the King's Landing were all buried by the Knights of Flowers on Dragonstone Island. 1,000 died in battle and more than 500 were injured. In the end, only a few hundred soldiers who could run and jump were left to guard Dragonstone Island. Just half a month ago, I joined forces with Tidehead Island, Crab Island, and your old subordinate, Bronn Blackwater, to take Dragonstone Island with 0 casualties. As expected of the elites, the 400 guards resisted tenaciously and only 20 or so survived. Your uncle thought the ransom was too high and didn't ransom them back. He's now mining in the Dragonstone mines. The 2,000 elites Tywin left in the King's Landing were all wiped out." 7 hells. Tyrion slapped his forehead and groaned, "Father, oh father, you should be grateful that I got rid of you in advance. Seeing such a stupid sister, you'll die of anger sooner or later." "What's the matter with Bronn? Why did he join you?" he asked again. You know his wife Loris, right? After you escaped, Cersei put out a bounty to find a noseless dwarf. After Bronn knew of her hatred for you, he named the bastard son Loris gave birth to Tyrion. Ah. The imp's face twisted. Bronn sucked up to her and made Cersei misunderstand that he was still in contact with me. She wants to kill him? Yes. Dany smiled and nodded. I like your sister's craziness. Now that she was tortured by the Big Sparrow, all the people and nobles of the King's Landing saw her most humiliated side. I think she has the potential to surpass my father. Little Aegon and Clinton looked at each other as if to make sure they were not hallucinating. You know that the Mad King is your father, and you're using him as a benchmark for Cersei? Your Majesty, I can understand that you want to take revenge on Lannister. But the people of the Seven Kingdoms are innocent. The divided Westeros are bleeding, and my dear sister can only use salt to stop the pain and heal her wounds. It is time for you to strike out and end the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms at once, Tyrion said earnestly. Dany stared at the imp for a while before shaking her head. There are deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall. The long night is coming. Deviant ghosts, the long night? Are you okay? Tyrion asked strangely. Could it be that the Dragon Queen also got mad? Deviant ghosts, it's real. An old voice came from the staircase. Everyone turned around and saw two Unsullied carrying a palanquin over. An old man in a gray robe with sparse white hair sat on the sedan. Beside him was a short-haired black-haired girl. Scholar Ymont, you're really here. Tyrion was surprised and overjoyed. The sedan landed on the ground. Old Ymont walked down with Larissa's help. He sighed. Tyrion, I didn't expect the two of us to meet here. Yes, the first time we met we were still at the Great Wall. In less than 3 years we're on the other side of the world. Tyrion sighed as he thought of the days when he toured the Great Wall with Jon Snow. Dragon. Little Aegon pointed at Ymont's shoulder and cried out in surprise. The palm-sized red dragon was hanging on Ymont's back and climbing up his shoulder. When it heard little Aegon's cry, it spread its blood-red wings and roared at him. Its voice was as soft as a cat's meow, but it was full of energy and had an indescribable majesty. Red dragon, another dragon? Clinton and Tyrion were surprised when they saw this. His name is Bloodflame and his nickname is Little Red. He was born not long ago. Ymont stroked the little dragon's head lovingly and introduced it with a smile. Yes, the red dragon was born. The red dragon was about to break out of its shell at the Great Wall's King's Tower. Because of the three-eyed crow, Dany reduced the number of spiritual bestowments and delayed Little Five's birth. Even when she was on Dragonstone Island, she didn't let the red dragon be born. It was also because she wanted to hatch the dragon in the absolutely safe Slave Bay that Dany left the Westeros on the day she took down Dragonstone Island. No matter how long the three-eyed crow's arm was, it couldn't reach Astapor. The process was similar to when she hatched Little Gold. In front of Ymont, Cora, the Centaur Maid, and the Unsullied, Dany brought Little Five into the world in flames. The others had seen it once, so they weren't too surprised. When old Ymont saw the process of a dragon being born in flames for the first time, he kept shouting, "Miracle, 7 gods above, this is the world's greatest miracle." However, there was a slight difference between Little Five and his 4 brothers. Little Five's body wasn't made of flames. The dragon egg snatched from Volantis belonged to the Targaryens. It came from 250 years ago and hadn't been completely petrified. If a dragon egg was not hatched for a long time, it wouldn't rot like a chicken egg. Instead, it would slowly solidify and turn into stone after 1,000 years. After Little Five was born, Dany was too busy. She had to use the Song of Wind to perfect the 2 meditation techniques of ice and fire. She also had to project her projection and deal with the matters of Braavos and the Narrow Sea. The work of taking care of Little Five was left to old Ymont. Just like how an old man in the countryside went to the city to help his son and daughter-in-law take care of his grandson, old Ymont couldn't be more satisfied with the young dragon. The Colosseum behind the Great Pyramid had been transformed into a dragon cave by the Dragon Queen a long time ago. It wasn't a place for the Megalosaurus to live in. There was only a herd of cattle and sheep for the Megalosaurus to eat when they were hungry. The lesson of the Targaryen Megalosaurus degenerating generation after generation in the Dragon Cave was too tragic. Dany had never forgotten. She wouldn't let the Megalosaurus live in the cave again. Ymont was like Dany in the past. He was training the young dragon to fly and hunt in the Dragon Cave. 2 days ago, Larissa came to Astapor and became the old scholar's assistant apprentice again. Yes, she continued her studies with Ymont during the day. After dinner, the Dragon Queen would teach this disciple about fire witchcraft. Is this the red dragon hatched from the dragon eggs snatched from Volantis? Seeing the true dragon up close, Tyrion was inexplicably excited. He wanted to reach out and touch the dragon's little head like old Yemont. He heard that the Megalosaurus body was boiling hot. He didn't know if it was true. Would it be comfortable to touch? No, there was no doubt that it would be more comfortable to touch than Sansa's Hanako. Although he always wanted to touch it, he pretended to be a gentleman and resisted. This is Targaryen's dragon egg. The Braavosi stole 3 dragon eggs from Dragonstone Island 250 years ago, old Yemont said angrily. There's such a thing? I've never heard of it. The little demon said in surprise. If we find another dragon egg, can it still hatch a dragon? Since Braavosi stole 3, why didn't they ask for the other 2? Also, where are the other dragons? Little Aegon looked around. The other dragons have been sent away by me. Dany muttered in her heart. She didn't know if Dahe had a premonition. Before Aegon and the others went upstairs, Dahe had taken his brothers to the mountains to hunt in advance. After Dahe and the others finished their dinner, Dany quietly asked the dragon spirits to go to the 5-dragon cave, to rest for a few days. Dany planned to let the Megalosaurus return after appraising the quality of this cheap nephew of hers. The Braavosi sent the dragon eggs away and handed them to the Dragon Breeders Association of the Allied Army, old Yemont said helplessly. Then he noticed little Aegon's appearance and asked in surprise, Child, are you really Aegon? Being suspected again and again, little Aegon felt suffocated. His face turned red and he said loudly, Of course I'm the son of Rhaegar and Ilya Aegon Targaryen. Child, don't be angry, old Yemont sensed his displeasure and comforted him softly. This is a serious matter, we have to be careful. The old man looked at Dany again and sighed, Varys's arrangement is not appropriate. He should have at least told Dany earlier. Chapter 422. At the banquet, Dany sat at the head of the table. On her left were Yemont, Jorah Mormont, Irri and Jichi. On her right was little Aegon, followed by John Clinton, followed by the imp, Sister Lemore, Scholar Halden, River Bend blacksmith's son Raleigh, and Tyrion's rumored girlfriend the dwarf Fanny. In fact, Grey Worm and Dany's blood guards were outside the city. It wouldn't take much time if they were called over, but tonight's banquet was a little special. Little Aegon's identity was awkward, so it wasn't good to let too many people know before confirming his identity. However, when the centaur maids took their seats, little Aegon, Clinton, and the others still turned to look at them. In theory, maids weren't qualified to sit at the same table as their masters, not to mention that there were many guests here. Dany pointed at Irri and Jichi who were sitting and introduced, The tall and strong one is Irri and the other is Jichi. They are about the same age as me and have accompanied me for many years. They are my trusted maids and also the First Madam of Astapor. The First Madam is a noble. According to the Westeros, they are court ladies with the title of Count. Irri and Jichi stood up and proudly performed a Dothraki salute to the guests opposite them. At this moment, the strange expressions on little Aegon, Clinton and Tyrion's faces disappeared. They looked at the centaur maids with a trace of respect in their eyes and returned the salute with a serious attitude. Oh, it was that realistic. The women of Slave Bay currently only had 3 ranks. Young Madam, Madam and First Madam, corresponding to Knight, Sir and Count respectively. However, the titles of women only had honor and status. They didn't have land and couldn't be passed down. They were equivalent to the Westeros court knights. Currently, the highest title in Slave Bay was Clayton's Count of Shattered Shackles. In terms of status, it was the same as Irri and Jichi. White Knights and Blood Guards did not have a noble title, but their status was naturally higher than others. Dinner was sumptuous. Roasted lamb chops, Dothraki blood sausages dripping with oil, fresh and tender beef and coconut soup, salmon sashimi, chopped pepper fish head, mushroom stewed chicken, steamed crabs the size of a bowl, braised lobsters the length of an arm, roasted apples that emitted a cinnamon aroma, and fruit cakes sprinkled with sugar. There seems to be some strange food? Tyrion and the others looked at the huge fish head on the plate and looked at each other, not knowing how to eat it. In the queen's territory, the queen was in charge. She liked to mix different styles of food and eat whatever she wanted. As for how the others felt, she didn't care at all. She's already the queen, so why can't she have some privileges? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the people at the table began to talk. Sir Clinton, with all due respect, are you Earl Clinton of Vulture's Nest Castle? Old Yamant wiped the grease at the corner of his mouth with a napkin and looked at the weathered man opposite him. Well, Danny had wanted to ask this question for a long time. John, may I ask which John are you? This was also why Yura Mormont was not as good as Baristan. Bear Island was too remote and the social circle was too narrow. There were too many nobles in Westeros, hundreds of earl families and thousands of productive knights. It was useless to just remember people's names as there were too many names. Big Bear's Bear Island was remote and his family was very poor. Everyone knew that the poorer a person was, the less social they had. In fact, following Eid Stark to participate in the War of the Usurpers was the first time Mormont had left the Northern Territory in his life. Barristan was different. His family's fief was richer. As a legendary white knight who had become famous at a young age and had a noble status, he had made friends with too many nobles in King's Landing. Therefore, when Clinton came to find him, even though he heard that Barristan was not in Astapor and knew that Mormont had always been in Slave Bay, he did not say that he was looking for Mormont. Instead, he claimed to be Barristan's old friend. In fact, Clinton was also an honest person. Everything he said was the truth. He had also heard of Yura Mormont, who in Westeros didn't know Mormont, who had lost his honor and run away with his wife. But Barristan was really the only person he knew in Slave Bay. If old Bart was here, he would recognize Clinton at a glance. Old Yamant was also familiar with the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms, but he had been at the Great Wall for more than half a century and only knew their names, not their faces. Again, John Clinton was also very famous in Westeros. Dany, Mormont, and Yamant all knew the Mad King's Hand of the King, Prince Lega's close friend, really gay, John Clinton. It was because they knew that Clinton had been dead for many years that they were not sure if the person in front of them was really that Clinton. I am the Hand of the King who was exiled by King Aerys, and also the Earl of Vulture's Nest Castle. The identity of the Hand of the King reminded him of the unbearable past the Battle of the Bell. The wine in his mouth became bitter and sour. After recounting how he faked his death to raise little Aegon, Clinton said with a sad expression, "I've let King Aerys down, I've let Prince Lega down, I've let you down, Your Majesty Daenerys." Everyone who knew about the Battle of the Bell naturally understood why Clinton was apologizing and regretting it. "Sir, you don't have to apologize." Dany waved her hand and said solemnly, "You upheld your honor and did not kill the innocent men, women, and children of Shirtang Town. This behavior is highly commendable. You should be proud." "But I missed the opportunity. I let go of the best opportunity to kill Robert for nothing," Clinton said in shock. Dany looked around at everyone, taking in their expressions. "Nephew, what do you think?" she asked little Aegon. The silver-haired youth was stunned for a while and said uncertainly, "You're asking me? Other than you, who else here is my nephew?" Dany said calmly. Little Aegon looked conflicted. He was relieved that the Dragon Queen had indirectly acknowledged his identity, but he also felt helpless about her attitude toward the younger generation. Although he was indeed her nephew, he should also be her husband. "Can't she call me by my name? I'm more than half a year older than her." Although he thought so, his expression revealed most of his thoughts. This is a youth who is not very scheming. Varys and Clinton have protected him well. Dany thought. Sir Clinton upholds his honor as a knight. This is right, little Aegon said thoughtfully. But the people of Shirtang Town are not innocent. They are all covering for the usurper and are the king's enemies. Their actions are treasonous. Although burning to death is cruel, it is not excessive. That makes sense. Dany nodded and turned to the little devil. What do you think? Don't ask me what I think. His Majesty should ask me what I would do. Tyrion said as he put down his fork. Well, if it were you, what would you do? Without a doubt, I would do whatever my father did. My Aunt Xena always said that I am more like Lord Tywin's son than Jaime. Tyrion said with a smile. What would Duke Tywin do? Burn down the town? Little Aegon asked. He won't enter the town to search for Robert, Tyrion said with a shrug. He'll just surround the town and set it on fire. Dany nodded and said, This is indeed Tywin's style. Look at what he has done to Hajin County. The granary of the Seven Kingdoms is now thousands of miles wide, starving people are everywhere, and the villages have withered. Clack. Tyrion snapped his fingers and said with a smile, That's right. He burned the enemy's territory, destroyed production, killed the people, and attacked the lord of the territory. Unfortunately, he still lost to the young wolf master in a direct battle. After the War of the Four Kings, the broken Hajin County became a burden to the Iron Throne. Look at your sister's fate. If it was not for the famine in Hejian County, why would so many poor people go to the King's Landing to be sparrows? Danny said coldly. Tyrion was stunned for a moment before he smiled and asked, if His Majesty was in Sir Clinton's position, what would he do? As soon as he said that, everyone at the table stopped eating and stared at Dragon Queen's face. Everyone wanted to know what kind of choice she would make under such a dilemma. Well, I haven't been to Stonehall Town, so I'm not sure. Danny said slowly. What do you mean? Tyrion asked in confusion. I'm not sure if the terrain around Stonehall Town is suitable for an ambush. Danny said honestly. An ambush? Everyone was confused. Everyone wanted to know what choice she would make between honor and responsibility. How did she end up talking about an ambush? I know that Robert is in Stonehall Town, and so do the reinforcements. So here's the problem. Since I know that the reinforcements are anxious to save Stonehall Town, why can't I set up an ambush at the strategic location leading to Stonehall Town? So what if I kill Robert? Hejian County, the Northern Territory and Arryn Valley had all raised their banners in rebellion. If Robert was killed, the rebel army would become a powerful force. Perhaps without Robert there was a chance that the rebels would surrender. But even if the rebels surrender, they will definitely ask the Iron Throne to not hold them responsible for the rebellion. They have the power to make this request. Then what? 4 of the 7 kingdoms are in rebellion, and the Iron Throne is powerless to punish them. How can the Wang family maintain its prestige? Might as well go all the way and kill all the rebels. Robert let him stay in Stone Town. It just so happens that Ed Stark, Jon Arryn, and Hodely Tully came together. At that time, Count Clinton led the soldiers from High Court and the King's Domain, and their military strength was about the same as the rebels. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight the Battle of the Bell into a 50-50 battle under the premise of being ambushed. In this way they would be able to ambush the marching troops in a dangerous place. They would be able to achieve a complete victory, wouldn't they? Kill these 3 dukes and cripple the reinforcements of the 3 kingdoms. Robert of Stonehall Town will die sooner or later. Even with Robert's courage and impulsiveness, he will definitely run out when he sees the flames of war outside the town. Then, I just need to arrange a team of 20 people in advance to guard the town gate. No matter how strong Robert is, he can't fight 20 people alone, right? In this battle, the 4 dukes will all be caught. Danny looked at Tyrion, whose jaw almost dropped to the dining table, and asked, if I kill the 4 dukes and the 4 kingdoms alliance in one battle, will your father immediately kneel in front of me and call me father? Who in the 7 kingdoms would dare to covet the Iron Throne? Tyrion's eyes bulged, his mouth wide open, and he was dumbstruck. John Clinton had a dazed expression, his jaw dropping to the ground. Little Aegon felt like he was in a dream. Lemore, Scholar Sai, and Dukfai's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets and onto the ground. Even old Aemon was in a daze, staring blankly. Only Jorah Mormont, who had followed the Dragon Queen for many years, was immune to her unexpected strategies. As for Irri and Jichi, the centaur maids ate and drank as they should. They didn't think much of the shocked crowd. How can you ordinary people compare to Calixi? Making a fuss over nothing. Chapter 423. Snore Snore. The silence of the banquet was broken by the sound of sucking viscous liquid. Tyrion pulled back his eyes, closed his jaw, which had almost touched the table, and closed his flared nostrils. Then he turned his head in the direction of the sound. He saw the plump centaur maid, Kiki, using a napkin to wrap a large fish head, sucking on the fish brain with her plump red lips. The centaur maid noticed everyone's gaze and blushed. She mumbled, "That's how you eat fish heads. It's really delicious. You can try it." Okay. Tyrion rubbed his nose awkwardly. Then he turned to the Dragon Queen who was sipping her wine and said, "I've been to Stonehall Town. It's surrounded by rivers and mountains. There are quite a few dangerous places. 1 man can hold the pass and 10,000 can't pass." Clinton had just come back to his senses when he heard Tyrion's words. He didn't even have to think carefully to name 7 or 8 good places to set up an ambush. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. He hated himself for being useless. Then he used his head as a muddy shoehorn and knocked it hard on the thick oak table. Bam bam bam, the sound of the porcelain voice frightened everyone. "Sir, what's wrong? Are you drunk?" Tyrion and little Aegon immediately held the crazy Clinton. When they held his head up, Everyone saw that there were 2 streaks of tears on Clinton's weathered face. I'm so stupid, really? I only knew to set fire to the town and thought that everything would be fine after I killed Robert. I didn't know that I could ambush the reinforcements of the 3 dukes. The exiled hand of the king mumbled with a hoarse voice. Sir, don't blame yourself. Old Yamant looked at Danny with a complicated expression and sighed. It's been 16 years since the Battle of the Bell. During that time, countless famous generals of the 7 kingdoms and even the continent of Ursos have discussed the process of the battle. But they only argued about personal glory or fulfilling the responsibilities of the hand of the king. No one was like Danny. When everyone heard this, their expressions were complicated. They looked at the dragon lady with a hint of respect. Tyrion thought for a moment, then looked at Danny and asked, if Stone Hall Town is located in the plains and there are no dangerous places nearby, will His Majesty choose to burn the town? There are no dangerous places near the town. Don't you know how to create one yourself? Danny glanced at him and said indifferently. How? Seal off the town first. Only entry and exit are allowed. Arrange for the archers to occupy the most dangerous street, which is the place with the most towers and the most densely packed. Aren't there many clock towers in Stone Hall Town? The reason why it was called the Battle of the Ringing Bells was because bells would ring throughout the town during the chaotic battle. Then find the street block with the most clock towers, hide archers on the roofs on both sides of the street, set up crossbows, hide pikemen in the houses on both sides of the street, and hide a group of heavy cavalry at the end of the street. In this way, that street block will be set up as a death zone for the rebels, waiting for Ide and Stark to come in. Jon Arryn isn't stupid. Why didn't he retreat when he was attacked? Tyrion asked in confusion. Hey, you're still asking such a simple question. Danny looked at him with disdain. When she looked up, she saw many pairs of eyes that were as confused as the little demons. She sighed and said helplessly, the royalists don't know anything about Robert's location. It's obvious that the rebels outside the town don't know anything about the situation inside the town. But I already have the information advantage because I'm in Stone Hall Town. I still don't understand, Tyrion said blankly. Arrange a group of soldiers near the ambush point and pretend to besiege Robert's residence. What would Ed Stark do if, as soon as he entered the town, he heard the soldiers of the royal family shouting, Here's Robert. Don't let Robert go. Oh, Robert's fierce. Come on, Robert's tired. Damn, Your Majesty, you're so shameless. But even if this method didn't sound honorable, it didn't burn the civilians and didn't throw away the honor of the knights. Tyrion and the others were stunned again. But what if Robert ran out and exposed the trap? Little Aegon asked. Didn't I say it before? The sharpshooters occupy all the clock towers and the town is in my hands. As long as there's no evenly matched battle, if Robert dares to show his head, I'll immediately shoot him into a sieve. Then I'll shout Robert is dead, and even cut off Robert's head and put it on a spear, bringing it to the front of the army. The rebels will naturally be defeated. I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? Little Aegon was still unconvinced and continued, what if Robert doesn't show up and arranges for the townspeople to come out and shout? As soon as the townspeople come out, the queen will know where Robert is hiding. Plus, normal townspeople don't have the guts to openly go against the king. Even if there were bold people who wanted to fight for riches and honor and didn't fear death, Aida didn't dare to believe them. Because the queen can also send people disguised as townspeople to shout, Robert is here, save Robert. Tyrion quickly followed Dany's train of thought. Dany continued, if you don't want to kill 4 dukes in one battle, it can be simpler. You just need to ambush the archers and cavalry at the entrance of the town, and wait for the 3 dukes to come with reinforcements. Kill 1 or 2 of them and Robert won't be able to hold back. Wait for him to raise his hammer and charge out with a roar, then use the prepared crossbows to kill him, and the battle will be reversed immediately. That is to say, from the moment Robert escaped into Stone Hall Town alone, the royalists have no chance of losing. It's just a matter of winning more or less. Bam bam bam. Clinton banged his head on the table again. I'm so stupid, really? I only know that setting fire to the town and sending people to search for Robert. I didn't know that ambushing the 3 dukes' reinforcements would be so easy, he cried out loud. Dukefy and little Aegon quickly went up to comfort him. Dany? Ymont was gratified and happy for the Dragon Queen's unconstrained battle wisdom, but he had a reproachful expression on his face. Dany shrugged, looking innocent. Sigh, now I finally understand why the guy's army lost so badly. Tyrion scratched the back of his head and sighed as if he was glad and regretful. If Her Majesty was the eldest daughter and was born 30 years earlier, the War of the Usurpers would have had a different ending. If the Dragon Queen was born 30 years earlier, with her viciousness and cunning, his father would have been reduced to ashes. And the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, those who were obsessed with power games, would have already knelt on the ground and licked the Queen's feet. The War of the Usurpers, Balan's Rebellion, the Four Kings' Rebellion, and now the Crow's Feast were all gone. The people lived in peace and the Westeros were thriving. It seemed beautiful too? You can't be born 30 years earlier, or we centaurs won't have Calixi. Jichi put down the bone and said unhappily. Irri nodded in agreement. Dosh Kalen said that Calixi will fulfill the ancient prophecy and ride the Megalosaurus to unify the Dothraki Sea and become the strongest Khal in history. Dothraki also has an ancient prophecy? The child of the prophecy Yesor Ahai? Tyrion was surprised. Irri tilted her head and thought for a moment. Maybe it's the child of the prophecy. After all, Calixi also said that there are deviants on the Great Wall and the night is coming. The centaurs should also have their own child of the prophecy. But it's not Yesor Ahai. In Dothraki, it's called Ride the Steed of the World. Alright, don't talk about the centaur's prophecy in front of outsiders. Dany waved her hand. She didn't want to hide anything, but she didn't trust the Dosh Kalen's prophecy at all. That's right, Ride the Steed of the World wasn't prepared just for Dany Rise. A long time ago, there was a prophecy among the Dothraki that the strongest Khal would appear in the Sea of Grass. His Khalasar would cover the entire land, countless in number, and the Arak scimitar in his hand would be as sharp as grass. The Dosh Kalen believed that Dany Rise's son Leg was the person in the prophecy. Obviously, if Dany didn't transmigrate, that kid wouldn't even have a chance to be born. There really are deviants? Tyrion observed her expression and changed the topic. He could tell that the Dragon Queen didn't want to talk about the centaur's prophecy, and he was indeed more curious about deviants. It's true. Old Ymont looked at little Aegon with a complicated expression, and slowly told him about Dany's experience at the Great Wall. Few people knew that Prince Liga had written a letter to Ymont on the Great Wall on the day Aegon was born. Liga told Ymont that he might not be the child of prophecy, and that the newly born Aegon was the true child of prophecy. When little Aegon was born, there really was a red deviant star in the sky above the King's Landing, which happened to match Asha's prophecy. Before today, old Ymont didn't take Liga's words to heart. Liga and little Aegon died 16 years ago, and the child of prophecy wouldn't die. This meant that Liga and little Aegon weren't the child of prophecy. On the contrary, after meeting Dany, he firmly believed that she was the child of prophecy, although she firmly denied it from the beginning. But now, well, under the influence of the Dragon Queen, the old man didn't care too much about the Asha prophecy now. But the prophecy was related to the authenticity of little Aegon's identity. This was a very serious problem. If the Forest Witch's prophecy was true, the child of prophecy would be born from Aerys and Layla's bloodline. Then excluding Dany, she was a devout believer of the seven gods, and wouldn't become a believer of the Red God, so she might not be the child of prophecy. Other than him and Dany, there was a third Targaryen who had to be alive to fulfill the prophecy. And he must be of Liga's bloodline. Because the long night was coming, Viserys was dead, and Dany's offspring had yet to be born, so they couldn't become the child of prophecy. Only Liga's children fit the age. Thinking about it this way, there was a very high chance that little Aegon was real. Dany, what do you think about little Aegon? After the introduction of the other ghosts, it was already late and the banquet was over. Irri brought Aegon, Clinton, and the others downstairs to settle down. When they heard the news about the other ghosts, they were very shocked and didn't discuss Aegon's identity anymore. Perhaps they planned to talk to Dany alone tomorrow. Then old Ymont came to Dany's bedroom. Do you think he's real or fake? Ymont asked. I don't know. Dany stroked Little Red's wings with a helpless expression. Yes, Ymont took care of Little Red during the day, but she had to sleep with her mother at night. Dany wanted to cultivate a relationship with him in preparation for the future dragon spirit. Varys definitely has the ability to cheat, but the question is whether he's loyal to us Targaryens, and whether he's willing to do so. She sighed. Chapter 424. There were two people in the Westeros that Dany could not see through. The first one was Stannis. Everyone said that he was resilient, upright, fair, responsible, and adhered to his duties as a minister and a ruler. After a few days of contact, Danny found that the guy was indeed stubborn, inflexible, and determined. He had a bottom line compared to most of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. More importantly, Erlu had fallen to such a state, but many nobles were still loyal to him. The nobles of Stormlands, the nobles of River Bend, and the vassals of Dragonstone Island. The most classic example was Davos, the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight could be said to be the last knight with true chivalry after Ares. During Robert's reign, among the rotten Westeros knights, the Onion Knight was the only shining point. Loyal, fearless, trustworthy, sincere, wise, loyal, dedicated. Then the Onion Knight was completely loyal to Stannis. This did not mean that Erlu was like the Onion Knight and had chivalry. But at the very least, Erlu had some qualities that made him charismatic. But Erlu killed his brother and Erlu sacrificed Lalo. Facing the Dragon Queen who rode alone to the wall, the shadow in his heart began to stir. Actually, just killing his brother alone would never be enough to clear his name. Erlu seemed to have a split personality, which Danny could not figure out. The other man was shrouded in a layer of mist, a half-man. It was Varys the eight-clawed spider. Danny did not know what he wanted or what he wanted. According to the plot of the last season of Game of Thrones, Varys wanted peace. He always stood on the side of the Westeros and maintained the stability of the Seven Kingdoms by himself. When the Mad King went mad, he betrayed him and joined Robert, who brought peace to the Seven Kingdoms. When Robert declined, he joined Lannister. When he saw that Joffrey and Cersei were even crazier than the Mad King, he joined Dany and Lys. Then, when he saw Dany Rhys burning the Westeros nobles who were unwilling to surrender with her dragon flames, he discovered that she had also awakened the mad blood and was unfit to ascend the Iron Throne and become the king of the Seven Kingdoms. After that, he planned to work with Snowball to get rid of the queen and help Snowball ascend to the throne. In the end, he died. As a traitor to Dany, Rhys died under the dragon flames. Varys' death became another example of Dany Lilith's brutality. At the same time, the dead Varys was almost whitewashed as a saint in Journey to Power. In his eyes there was no king, only the interests of the people. Whoever was good to the people, whoever could make the Seven Kingdoms better, he would support that person. In fact, Varys became the vanguard of weakening the monarchy, denying the divine right of kings and advocating democracy and equality. What the fuck? According to Dany's thoughts, the plot of Journey to Power was too different from the real world. The plot could not be trusted, but the character's personality should not have changed and could be used as a reference. Then, could Varys' personality be used as a reference in Journey to Power? Unfortunately, she could not do it. Firstly, Varys was a foreigner. He was a Lys who grew up in the free cities. Why would he care about the life and death of the Westeros? Could it be that the Westeros were the center of the world, the lighthouse of civilization? In terms of technological level, cultural development, historical background, and political system, the Westeros were not as good as Volantis or Braavos. What center of civilization? That did not make sense. Secondly, Varys had once instigated the relationship between Rhaegar and Aerys, causing Aerys to be suspicious of the crown prince. At that time, there were indeed nobles who secretly discussed launching the Great Council, planning to let the increasingly crazy Aerys retire early, but Rhaegar refused. Varys' instigation forced the wise and powerful Prince Rhaegar to stay away from the court, unable to participate in the politics of the King's Landing. The country was falling apart day by day and Targaryen's rule was in danger. Finally, when it came to dealing with Viserys and Dany Lys, Varys did not act like a loyal Targaryen minister at all. A truly loyal minister would be like Sir William Darry, raising the princess and the prince well, giving them a peaceful and prosperous life, teaching them etiquette, reason, knowledge and martial skills. Instead of raising them half-dead like wild dogs. While sending messages to Robert to arrange for assassins to assassinate the siblings, he secretly arranged for people to rescue them before the assassins arrived. Back and forth like this, unsurprisingly, the once gentle second brother went crazy, and the once lively and lovely little princess became autistic. Well, Dany's second brother, Viserys, was once a sensible and refined young man who cared for his sister and was well-educated and reasonable. The former instructor of the Red Keep, Sir William Darry, raised the prince so well that he was almost a second Rhaegar. But no matter how good a person was, being hunted from the age of 13 until the age of 23 would awaken the family's mad blood. Finally, looking at the Westeros now, were they better than the time of Aerys? Obviously not. Ethics collapsed, the economy withered, the government was paralyzed, and the people had no way to make a living. The Westeros today were a few hundred streets worse than the time of the Mad King. It was still the same old saying, no matter how mad the Mad King was, he would not torture the country or the people. He was also very diligent and thrifty. The national treasury was abundant, and every family had surplus food. "You have warned me many times that Varys cannot be trusted," Dany said. Old Yemont nodded and sighed. "Although I was at the Great Wall, I have been paying attention to the King's Landing. If not for Varys's slanderous words in front of your father, the spring of error would not have happened." "Then do you think little Griffin is Aegon?" Dany asked again. Yemont hesitated at first, then his expression became certain. "There is at least an 80% chance that Aegon is real, and he is even the legendary child of prophecy." Old master, are you not acclimatized? Your brain?" "No, Astapor's climate is warm, not much different from the old town. It is very suitable for an old man like me to retire." Yemont shook his head and told her about how Liga had written to him and told him that Aegon was born on an alien planet. If the prophecy is true, then there must be someone of Liga's bloodline who survived. "I'm guessing that he is Aegon," the old scholar concluded solemnly. Dany looked at him strangely. The old man had guessed correctly. Liga did have a posthumous child, and his bloodline was indeed the child of prophecy. But he was not little Griffin but Jon Snow from the Great Wall. "Old master, let me ask you something." Dany thought for a while and decided to give a little spoiler in case the old man really poured his heart out to the unknown little Griffin. "You really think Liga kidnapped Lyanna?" she asked. "That counts as abduction." Old Yemont's expression changed and he said hesitantly, "With Liga's character, I did not believe that he would do that, but this is the truth and everyone knows it." Dany shook her head and said, "Liga is handsome, noble, melancholy, gentle and powerful in martial arts. He can play the piano, sing, recite poems and paint. There is no girl in the Seven Kingdoms who does not love him. Lyanna is a little girl from the north who has never seen the world. How can she resist the temptation of a man of the highest quality? If Liga is really interested in a woman, why would he need to snatch her? My second brother Viserys, at his craziest, would only use his good looks and those flowery words that no one would believe to trick a woman's body. Forcing a woman is too low class. How can Liga do something like that?" "Could it be that they are in love with each other?" Yemont said in a low voice. "Let me ask you again, how long has Liga and Lyanna been together?" Dany said. "Almost a year has passed since he abducted Lyanna and appeared in front of the world again." After Yemont finished speaking, he was stunned, and a complicated expression of shock and absurdity gradually appeared on his face. After a long while, he said in a dry voice, "Are you saying that they might have an illegitimate child?" Dany shrugged and said with an indifferent smile, "A man and a woman alone together for a year, they can't just look at the stars and the moon every day, can they? Actually, I am very puzzled as to why no one in the Seven Kingdoms has ever suspected the illegitimate child. Could it be that you have all been brainwashed by the three-eyed crow?" Old Yemont came to a sudden realization. This is really possible. If the illegitimate child is the child of prophecy, the three-eyed crow might have really sealed off the news about him to protect the identity of the child of prophecy. When Dany saw the old man's expression that said, "It's not that we are too stupid, it's all the three-eyed crow's fault for distorting our minds," the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Let alone the three-eyed crow, even if 10 true gods worked together, they would not be able to influence the minds of millions of Westeros, she said in annoyance. "Then why didn't we think about the illegitimate child? It can't be that we are all idiots, right?" Old Yemont retorted. "We are all idiots." Dany wanted to say this. The old man's expression turned grave and he said in a deep voice, "The more I think about it, the more I feel that something is amiss. There are too many loopholes. There should have been 3 white knights by Liga's side, White Bull Giro Hyder, Dawn Divine Sword, Arthur Dane, and Helen Castle Sir Oswer Hone. But when he appeared at King's Landing, he was alone, and he left the white knights in Dorne's blissful tower to look after them." His expression changed drastically, and he spat out a name in disbelief, "Lyanna." Liga asked the 3 white knights to look after Lyanna, but why? An-eyed Stark, he brought people to Blissful Tower to look for his sister, but he only brought back Lyanna's corpse. All the white knights died in battle, and Ide kept silent about the battle. How did Lyanna die? Yemont slowly closed his eyes and after thinking for a while, he slowly opened them again. A look of disbelief flashed across his blue eyes, and his lips trembled as he said, "Jon Snow. When Ide returned from Dorne, other than Liana's corpse, he also brought back an illegitimate child. Liana died in childbirth and the child is Liga's. 7 levels of hell. The old man held his head and moaned softly, "No wonder I feel an inexplicable sense of closeness to John. No wonder John's birth mother has always been a mystery, and I'd Stark never mentioned that woman, and did not even mention her name to John. This is not normal, it is not logical, why didn't we suspect it before? A handsome man and an adult woman have been together for a year, both of them are healthy, and both of them desire each other. What can they do, what can they do? Giving birth to an illegitimate child is a matter of course, why didn't anyone think of it before? Three-eyed crow, blind in River 1. It's all him, he's the one who's controlling everything in the dark. Old Yamant said through gritted teeth. Old Yamant's reaction shocked Danny greatly. She did not expect that the old man would instantly discover the truth with just a few hints, and she did not even give any more hints. It was completely based on the old man's wisdom and experience. Could it be that the old man's IQ soared after he left the Westeros? Danny, did you already know about John's identity? Old Yamant suddenly raised his head and stared at Danny. Chapter 425. Danny, did you already know about it? Yamant's eyes lit up and he looked at Danny. Know what? I don't know anything. Danny had to deny it, of course. She still remembered how she taught John how to become a shadow-binding soldier, and every time they went on an adventure she would let John take the lead, and he would be accompanied by the dragon faction's most loyal minister, Sir Elisa. She also dug many holes in the Great Wall. Night Watchers couldn't participate in the Seven Kingdoms politics, and she also praised the Night Watchers' glory to the point that they would be crushed if they fell. She also reinforced the belief that if one wore black clothes he would be a Night Watcher forever. The Night Watchers' power couldn't be used for private purposes, and they couldn't fight for power for some people or some kings. She also destroyed the Child of Prophecy's sanctity and cut off the Child of Prophecy's ability to summon heroes, unless it was to defend the Great Wall and fight against the deviant ghosts. There were many more holes and Danny would look for every opportunity to dig holes. There were so many holes that she couldn't remember them all. This was why she couldn't admit that she already knew about John's identity. Since I entered Dorne, the three-eyed crow controlled my thoughts and twisted my will. So what could I possibly know? I almost couldn't come back and it was you who kept reminding me to leave the Great Wall. Did you forget? I even neglected the most basic safety and I was rash. It was the three-eyed crow who controlled me. At that time, I didn't even have the most basic rationality, and I couldn't control what I said or did. How could I deduce John's identity with the rich experience and profound wisdom you accumulated over 100 years? Danny's words were reasonable and her voice was filled with grievances. When Yamant heard this he felt guilty. Danny's thoughts were controlled by the three-eyed crow, and even an old man like him had his vision obstructed by a layer of fog for more than 10 years. If he hadn't left the Westeros and escaped the three-eyed crow's range of control, he wouldn't have been able to deduce John's identity. Everything was the three-eyed crow's fault. That damned blind in River 1. As expected, illegitimate children were naturally despicable. Oh, that might not be the case. Jon Snow is also an illegitimate child. Except for his love for Stark, he was a good young man. At the same time, at the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Commander Tower. Jon Snow, the new commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, shuddered and withdrew from the crow spirit state. Achoo achoo. Jon blew his nose and murmured, I can't sneak out in the middle of the night to fool around with Jacqueline anymore. Now that I'm the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, I should lead by example. I can't. Well, Mole Village has prospered a lot lately, and a lot of prostitutes and peasant women who couldn't get along in Hearthstone and Carho have come to Mole Village to make a living. The Queen kept her word and gave the Night Watchman silver deer every month. The money was all spent in the Mole Village. Moreover, the Queen had said that a man's normal physiological behavior was not a big mistake. After all, the long night is coming, and the men of the Night Watchers are going to fight for their lives. A little mistake is not a mistake. After murmuring like this, Jon felt at ease again. At most, he would reduce the frequency of his dates with Jacqueline. Jon sat behind the desk and said to the empty chair opposite him, Lord Mormont, please help me tell Jacqueline that I won't be going to the top of the Great Wall to meet her tonight. I have a cold. Jon, you've been led astray. Jon, you've grown up. You're a man now. Jon blushed and said helplessly, I don't want to either. It's Jacqueline. She said that if I don't go to her, she'll come and steal from me in the middle of the night. Liar, liar. Think about it. You really want her. I saw it and heard it. You still want Vane. No, no, I don't want Vane, John quickly denied. Think about it. You used my body to peek at her bathing and watch her do herself. You want to go? Stop it. John's face was as red as monkey's butt. He quickly changed the topic. Corn, Lord Mormont, do you want corn? Corn? There was no one in the office of the commander's tower except for John. But someone responded to him. In the identity of the former commander-in-chief, Dio Mormont, he responded to him. Flap, flap, flap. A big black crow flew up from the back of the chair and flapped its wings around John, cawing, John, corn, corn. If any night watcher walked into this stone room, they would be able to recognize the big black crow at a glance. It was the pet crow that Commander Mormont had domesticated for many years. It could speak human language, understand human language, and communicate with people. It was a very smart crow. Everyone knew that Elder Bear was inseparable from the crow. He would take it with him wherever he went. Elder Bear also put the crow on his shoulder when he led 300 rangers on an expedition to the frontier. In Castle Castle, when Elder Bear was killed by the night watchers who violated the guests' rights, the crow was on the roof beam. Then the crow followed Sam and Gilly all the way to the wall. When it saw Black Hand send Sam into the stone cave, it flew to the Long Night Keep, found Sam again and returned to Dark Castle with him. The crow also saw the Dragon Queen, but the Dragon Queen's attention was never on a normal crow. After that, the crow stayed in the crow's nest until the Dragon Queen left. Stannis and the red-robed woman moved out of the commander's tower and went to the king's tower where the queen used to live. The crow then returned to its old home. Until now, when the new commander moved in. John immediately opened the drawer and took out a handful of golden corn. He handed it to the red-eyed crow and said, Lord Mormont, after you send a message to Jedrit, please go to the haunted forest again and see if you can find Tormund, the giant's nemesis. Tell him that Targaryen is a man of his word. The Dragon Queen was a woman of her words. As soon as she left the wall, she started to fulfill her promise. At this time the Queen's White Knight, Sir Jarrow Dane, was leading a fleet from Braavos. 80 ships, tens of thousands of tons of supplies, enough for 100,000 barbarians to eat for a few years. John said a lot. He was not worried that the crow would not remember because he knew that this was not a normal crow. In the depths of the crow's soul, there was the figure of Jiro Mormont. He also found it by accident. Although the legendary demigod Tam's secret manual, that the Dragon Queen gave him was a bit of a cheat, the meditation technique of Tam's master was very authentic. Just like the complete reality chi cultivation technique, in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, compared to the Nine Yin manual, Nine Yang manual, and Xiantian technique, there was a huge gap. But no one could deny that the complete reality chi cultivation technique was an authentic Taoist, and was most suitable for Foundation establishment. It was the same for Tam's meditation technique. Compared to the Great Wizard's inheritance and the Green Prophet's inheritance, its level was a bit low, but there were no side effects. It was the purest shadow binding meditation technique. Otherwise, Tam would not have become a big shot in Volantis at such a young age. Yes, Tam's role was similar to Mayu and Kuei. She was one of the 5 unique. The Great Wizard, the Green Prophet, Melisandre were similar to Dugu Qiubai. Shuju, the Nine Yang manual was written by Shuju, and Huang Shang, the author of the Nine Yin manual. After John practiced the meditation technique of Tam's master, he improved at lightning speed. How could it not be? He was the child of prophecy, and there was no doubt about his talent. After mastering the technique of White Spirit Wolf, John began to look for a second animal companion. It would be best if it was a flying eagle. Perhaps it could fly to Winterfell, visit his hometown, visit his father in the tomb, he thought. He had not found the eagle, but he saw Mormont's raven. Could talk and fly. This big black crow was not inferior to the goshawk. Then, his soul entered the raven, and he was shocked to find old Mormont's figure in the depths of his soul. Old Bear was also a shapeshifter. John was shocked at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was reasonable. Mormont and Stark were both from the Northern Territory. They had pure ancestral blood and had believed in the old gods for thousands of years. Why couldn't he be a shapeshifter? Thinking about it this way, the close relationship between Old Bear and the big black crow was understandable. The raven was his animal companion after all. As for the reason why Old Bear hid his shapeshifter identity, John could also understand. If White Spirit was not too conspicuous, and if the savages knew that he was a wolf spirit, he would also want to hide his shapeshifter identity. In fact, he had never publicly admitted that he was a wolf spirit. He was a shadow-binding knight, so it was not a lie. Unlike the six forms Valamir who suppressed Oriel's soul in the goshawk, John did not destroy Old Bear's will. Instead, he kept narrating Old Bear's life through mental waves, showing his thoughts to Old Bear. Old Bear's dissipating humanity actually stabilized, and the dissipation speed became extremely slow. Perhaps one day in the future Big Bear could see his father again. Father Crow. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. John came back to his senses and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me." It was Sam's voice. "Come in." John waved his hand and the big black crow cawed and flew out of the window. "John, why have you been staying in the command tower recently instead of going down to practice martial arts with the Night Watchers? Galen wanted to come up to you several times, but because of your identity as the commander, I stopped him." Sam looked at his little friend worriedly and said sincerely, "I don't think you're putting on airs now that you've become the commander-in-chief." John's pale face turned even paler. "Sorry, I'm a little busy. Sir Gerard Dane's fleet will arrive at the East Sea in about half a month. There's a lot of supplies No, are you hiding something from me?" Fat Sam interrupted him, looked at him carefully for a while and said in surprise, "Your face is so pale. Are you sick? Do you want to find Dr. Paristan?" My face. John's heart sank. He rubbed his cheeks and his expression was uncertain. "I'm a little afraid of light." "The sun stings my face, so I don't want to go downstairs during the day," he said in a low voice. "Afraid of light? What?" Sam was puzzled. "It seems to be binding." John's eyes flashed and he changed his words. "There's a problem with my magic cultivation. Why did the Shadow Binder wear a mask? To be mysterious? The Shadow Children of Yaxia were not just for show. Yaxia in the Far East had been in the shadows for thousands of years, and it had almost never seen the sun. Without the sun there was no way to grow food. In fact, the Yaxia residents not only bought food from the sea, but also brought in fresh water from the outside. The water in Yaxia was black, and it shone with a light green phosphorescence. It had powerful magic radiation, and it was a curse to ordinary people. A shadow binder born in such an environment would definitely have an allergic reaction to the normal world. Chapter 426. John needed a mask. After understanding John's predicament, Sam suggested the same thing. "Do you know Captain Morona of the Wildling camp? She's a witch warrior and wears a white weirwood mask all day long. She's also known as the White Mask. John, you can learn from her." Sam said. "Mask, I know about masks." John covered his face and sighed. How could he not know about masks? The legendary demigod Tam had already mentioned this in his diary. After becoming a shadow-binding knight, he had to prepare a mask as soon as possible. However, it didn't mean that shadow-binding knights couldn't see sunlight. Wasn't Melisandre also a shadow-binding knight? When had she ever been afraid of sunlight? Shadow-binding knights controlled the power of shadow and fire. If they could learn a high-level fire spell and develop it to a certain level, shadow-binding knights would no longer be afraid of sunlight. However, the legendary demigod Tam had also said that most shadow-binding knights wouldn't spend too much effort on fire. A person's time and energy were limited. The mysterious and powerful shadow and blood spells were the main focus of a shadow-binding knight. Of course, John didn't need to worry about this. He wasn't interested in blood spells. Switching to fire spells was a good choice for him. The Dragon Queen had even given him Master Lisbon's legacy spell card. According to the Dragon Queen, Lisbon was also a legendary figure known as the Western Overlord. Together with Master Kueishi of the Far East, they were the two most powerful great wizards in the world. His legacy must be very good. At the very least, even the Dragon Queen majored in fire manipulation. John had originally planned to work hard on fire manipulation, but for some reason Melisandre had also come to him recently. Melisandre had basically said that she could help him train in fire magic. John was immediately tempted and asked how he could help him. Then Melisandre's warm and white body leaned over. Her seductive eyes were like silk, and her fragrant lips opened for a kiss. John was mesmerized for a moment, but he managed to control himself in the end. First, everyone knew that the red-robed lady was Stannis's woman. And Stannis lived in the king's tower next door. John cherished his life. Secondly, the red-haired girl, Yurgrit, had been having an affair with him recently. The two of them were very passionate, and John didn't want to make her a cuckold. Finally, he had long known that Melisandre was a shadow-binding knight. Now that he had become a shadow-binding knight, he understood the consequences of having sex with a shadow-binding knight. As if she could see John's hesitation, the red-robed woman spoke frankly. "Recently, I saw your figure in the flame. You will play an important role in the Long Night War. I want to help you." However, John still firmly refused. The deeds recorded in the diary of the legendary demigod-level Tam were even more terrifying than the ghost stories that Grandma had told back then. Thinking of those magic experiments that scared him so much that he couldn't sleep, John didn't dare to be hard even if the red-robed woman took off her clothes. Melisandre only told half of the truth. The Great Wall contained powerful magic power, and her magic power had been growing faster and faster recently. However, the stronger her magic power, the more she saw John's figure in the flames. This made her confused. Who was the real child of prophecy? Helping John was just a matter of convenience. She often helped Erlu replenish magic power, so she was already familiar with it. Yes, she could also change her taste. John was fresh and tender. More importantly, she planned to use blood magic to figure out John's background. This was also the reason why John rarely went downstairs recently. He didn't want to have too much to do with the red-robed woman. Of course, he couldn't say this to Sam. "Look at this." John took out the Veleglia steel magic card and handed it to Sam across the table. "This is a magic card that Her Majesty Dani Alice gave me. It came from Master Lisbon. I've been practicing this magic recently." "Ah, tile steel," Fatty exclaimed as soon as he held it in his hand. The Tars also had tile steel swords and Fatty had seen them many times. "Hey, did Dragon Queen learn her fire witchcraft from this?" Sam heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was worried about John not only because he lived alone and became estranged from his friends. Recently there were many rumors about John in Dark Castle. Spirit wolf, shapeshifter, wizard, blood magic, evil witchcraft. The Black-robed brothers were afraid of their commander-in-chief. Fat Sam looked at his friend with concern and advised, "John, you should tell everyone that you're practicing the fire magic that Dragon Queen taught you. It's the most effective fire witchcraft against deviant ghosts." John's eyes flashed and he shook his head. "No need. I can use fire magic sooner or later. Everyone can see it. If I say it myself, how can it be more effective and convincing than if you help me spread the word of this accident?" Fire mages were indeed more reputable than shadow binders and spirit wolves. Moreover, Dragon Queen, who had a high reputation among the Night Watchers and barbarians, was also a fire mage. John apologized to Fat Sam in his mind. Fat Sam didn't know what his friend was thinking. His face reddened and he decided to tell the truth. "There's been a lot of bad rumors about you lately. You're arrogant, you look down on your brothers, and you're secretly practicing evil witchcraft. John, you have to explain it to everyone and clear up the misunderstanding." The commander-in-chief's eyes flashed coldly. "It's Slint who's talking bad about me, isn't it?" "You know?" Sam was shocked. "I'm not deaf or scared." John lowered his eyes. "How many eyes does Duke Bloodcrow have?" 1,000 plus 1. "How many eyes does Commander-in-Chief John have?" 1 pair, and 1 pair. There was no secret in Dark Castle that could be hidden from him. Sam said, "And Sir Elisa," John interrupted him. "Sir Elisa is Her Majesty Dani Rise's man, and he's only supporting Slint." "Yes, Sir Elisa is different from Count Slint." Sam's small gray eyes flashed with understanding. One had a strong backer, and although he was a bit talkative, he was still so brave in battle. "Sir Elisa, I don't want to be so brave." The other had no backer, liked to talk big, and had a blood feud with Stark. John smiled faintly. When Commander-in-Chief Mormont was still alive, he planned to send a group of night watchmen to Greyguard Castle. "Sam, go and inform Sir Gino Slint to pick 15 men from the Night's Watch and 15 savages. Tomorrow morning he'll be the Commander-in-Chief of Greyguard Castle. As for Sir Elisa, he was originally serving at Eastwatch. Let him return to Eastwatch and take care of the savages' southern affairs." Greystone Castle had been abandoned for many years. The buildings had basically collapsed and were almost in ruins. It was the worst of the 19 castles. And John had deliberately misinterpreted Old Bear's orders. Old Bear did want to send people to Greystone Castle at first, but after discovering that it was impossible to live there, he immediately changed his plans. He changed Greystone Castle to Stonegate Village next door. One more thing, the City of Knowledge sent a letter. The professors denied Professor Pereston's identity and insisted that the Great Wall was lying. There were no deviant ghosts and no long night. They even scolded us for going against the neutral position of the Night Watchman and becoming Dragon Queen's lackeys. Sam said as he wriggled and took out a letter from his pocket. Damn it. John cursed as soon as he read the first few pages. It was no wonder he was angry. The City of Knowledge had scolded the Night Watchman for lying. They had cursed the Commander-in-Chief John as a despicable and greedy bastard. In order to get the 7 countries' help, he had lied about deviant ghosts. What did Professor Pereston say? John threw the letter on the table and said with a gloomy face. He was very calm. Even when the City of Knowledge called him a liar, he didn't get angry. Instead he had an "I knew it" expression. Sam said strangely. John's mouth twitched. He was originally a member of the City of Knowledge. Of course, he understood the City of Knowledge's behavior. I'm asking, what does the professor plan to do? Her Majesty Danny Alice has sent a letter. Dragonstone Island is working overtime to mine dragon crystal weapons. In at most 2 months, there will be countless dragon crystal arrowheads and dragon crystal short swords shipped by Sir Sitiga of Crab Island. With weapons, we need people who can use them. Not only do we need new recruits, we need knights with excellent martial arts and officers with a knightly background to lead the barbarians. We also need armor, war horses, blacksmiths, craftsmen. Dragonstone Island is barren and can't provide those things. Her Majesty Danny Alice has already exceeded her responsibilities. Now, the Great Wall needs the support of the nobles of the 7 countries. Fatty said, the professor asked me to go to the City of Knowledge. He said that words are like the wind. Even the wind can't wake up a sheep that is pretending to be asleep. Only true deviant ghosts and ghouls can wake them up, just like his own experience. Okay. John nodded lightly and said, the reason why we spent so much effort to capture deviant ghosts is to let the nobles, the City of Knowledge, the Iron Throne, the Church and the common people see it with their own eyes, to let them know that the long night is coming. After thinking for a while, John added, I will appoint Darion as the new Wave Raven and let him accompany you to the south. The nobles' reaction is still uncertain. We have to be more diligent and recruit more brothers. The Night Watchers were called Ravens because of their black clothes. The Night Watchers who were in charge of recruiting new members were called Wave Ravens. The Wave Ravens didn't need to be stationed at the Great Wall. They wandered around the 7 countries and brought the resources, money and prisoners given by the feudal lords to the Great Wall. The most famous Wave Raven was Yoren, the Night Watcher who saved Arya at the King's Landing. In fact, old Yamant was also a Wave Raven now. Yamant went home with his great-granddaughter to retire, but he still belonged to the Night Watchers in name. He just changed from a scholar to a Wave Raven. The Wave Raven Yamant was in charge of collecting dragon crystal weapons. He didn't work for a day, but he completed the task well. Which deviant ghost should I bring to the south? A small deviant ghost or a big deviant ghost with its limbs cut off? Sam asked. The big deviant ghost, of course, John said without thinking. John, have you thought about it? The big deviant ghost can resurrect the dead. It might resurrect the same person as it walks, Sam said seriously. Then kill it. Kill it with dragon crystal weapons. The corpse ghost it resurrects will become dead again, John said. What am I going to show the City of Knowledge after killing it? Sam said with a straight face. Oh. John was also stunned. Why don't we bring both deviant ghosts? I'll ask Melisandre if she can make a magic seal to seal the deviant ghost's abilities. Sam nodded and asked again, when do I leave? When White Knight Dragon Queen arrives, I'll go south with the barbarians or... John immediately said, the sooner the better. Prepare your luggage tomorrow and leave the day after tomorrow. Go to the East Sea Watch first and ask Carter Parker to arrange a ship to send you to Bravos. Then hire a fast ship from Bravos to the Old Town. But if I bring deviant ghosts and corpse ghosts, will they allow me to board the ship? Sam hesitated. We have money. John reminded him. He waved his hand and said generously, 5,000 gold radiance coins for travel expenses. It's enough for you to stay in the first-class cabin and drink Qingting Island's golden wine every day. We can lock the deviant ghosts in a box. There's no need to be so extravagant, Fatty laughed. An obscure light flashed in John's eyes. He said in a low voice, take Jilly with you too. Chapter 427. That's how it is. It's so sudden and legendary that even I don't know what to do. Varys, whether it's true or not, I can't help but say respect to him. Dany sighed. Barristan frowned and thought for a moment before asking, Your Majesty, can you confirm whether John Clinton is real or not? Well, after discussing with the old man to no avail, Dany began to contact the White Knight on the Stone Steps archipelago. Mental projection. And Little White had also landed in the torture abyss. The Royal Navy Yamen. It was the wooden house that the King of Dimensional Water had built by the bay. I'm sure of that. John Clinton knows that you're my White Knight, and he even met me as your old friend, Dany said. If Sir Clinton is sure of little Aegon's identity, then he might really be Rhaega's child, Barristan said in a low voice. Why? Dany asked curiously. Because. Barristan's eyes drifted. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, John Clinton admires Prince Rhaega. He wouldn't lie about something like this. Are you kidding? Dany's mental projection flickered like a color TV with a bad signal. Actually, this kind of thing is very common among the upper echelons of Westeros, such as Duke Renly and Knight of Flowers Loras. Even in Slaver's Bay and Kayuan City, aren't there many beautiful boys? Barristan's tone was strained as he said something that even he found hard to accept. Indeed, it's time for Big Sparrow to clean up the Westeros. Dany sighed with a hand on her forehead. Dany, who said this, didn't know that her original body, Dany Rise, was also a little girl who liked both men and women. Barristan said awkwardly, Other than the White Knight, no one else knows about the matter between John Clinton and Prince Rhaega. For the sake of the prince's reputation, it's best that you don't spread it. You also know that this is bad for your reputation? Dany rolled her eyes. Well, it was normal for Westeros nobles to be gay, but the behavior itself wasn't accepted by public opinion. The Church of the Seven Gods explicitly forbade XX between people of the same sex. Committing the crime of homosexuality was almost as serious as selling slaves. But in the decades of brutal war against the armed forces of the Church, Targaryen had almost pulled out the backbone of the Church. Monarchical authority completely suppressed theocracy, and the Church of the Seven Gods became a potted plant in the hands of the king, where he could plant it wherever he wanted. Without a backbone, the Church began to rot from the inside. The Archbishop became a frequent visitor to the brothel, and deceiving beautiful little boys became their specialty. The dogma of the Seven Stars Bible was reduced to waste paper. From a neutral point of view, Dany had to praise Big Sparrow for what he did at King's Landing. Regardless of whether his actions had the purpose of pursuing power, he had finally cleaned up the evil trend that had pervaded the upper class of the Seven Nations. In short, with Sir Clinton's feelings for Prince Rhaega, he would never get a fake to pretend to be the prince's bloodline, Barristan emphasized again. Haha, no matter how stupid Varys is, he wouldn't conspire with John Clinton to fake it, Dany said with a faint smile. Sir Clinton and Robert could be said to be brilliant jade back in the day. With his intelligence and wisdom, it would be difficult to deceive him, Barristan said. Intelligence and wisdom. Dany smiled bitterly. Can I believe in the wisdom of a fool who could fight a terrible battle like the Battle of the Bell? The Battle of the Bell was terrible? Where did that come from? Sir Clinton's upholding of honor is worthy of praise from a true knight. Barristan was puzzled. Forget it, whether Clinton is smart or not, we have to investigate it ourselves. You immediately ride Whitey and go to Dragonstone Island to find Bronn, and let him personally go to King's Landing. Little Aegon's substitute is the son of a tanner in Stinkwater Bay, and the tanner is a big drunkard. He should have a few older brothers and his mother died giving birth to him. This identity should be clear. King's Landing is not Volantis, where there are silver-haired, purple-eyed residents everywhere. Finally, Dany emphasized seriously, tell Bronn that only he, you, and I know about this. I understand, Barristan said solemnly. On the other side, the Dragon Queen had all sorts of suspicions about little Aegon's identity. On the other side, Clinton and the others could not sleep at night, anxiously discussing the Dragon Queen's calm attitude after seeing her nephew. I can feel that she's suspicious of me. Little Aegon was a little dissatisfied, a little resentful, and also a little helpless. She's being cautious. It seems that Varys and Illyrio are not worthy of her trust, Clinton said in a low voice. Sister Lemore sighed. Varys and Illyrio miscalculated. They arranged all of this without considering how to dispel the Queen's suspicions. Why should she be suspicious? I am the real Aegon Targaryen. Little Aegon said excitedly. Clinton frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, Tyrion, what do you think? Tyrion was a little absent-minded, immersed in his own thoughts. He was slow to respond to Clinton's call. Tyrion? Clinton raised his voice. It's me. What's wrong? Tyrion came back to his senses. What are you thinking about? Swordmaster Halden asked, looking at him steadily. I'm thinking about my sister. I'm thinking about her being paraded like a lowly prostitute. I'm still thinking about Jaime. He loves her so much. I don't know how much pain he must feel. Will he learn from Mergal the Cruel and burn down the great cathedral? No, perhaps Jaime should break Cersei's slender, delicate neck. That woman did it with the three brothers and even made them do it with Tommen's wife. Jaime was never a generous person. That day when Robert brought his family north to Winterfell, Robert got drunk and climbed into the Wheel Palace. When he climbed on top of Cersei and ravaged her like she was the cheapest prostitute by the roadside, Jaime had drawn his sword. If he hadn't stopped him, Robert would have followed in the footsteps of the Mad King. Cersei had many men, but Jaime had kept his chastity for her all his life. He had never touched any other woman except her. The stronger the love, the stronger the jealousy, the stronger the hatred. It would be good to let Jaime kill the foolish and crazy Cersei. Didn't you see how much the Dragon Queen hated Lannister and looked at Cersei in a different light? Oh, the Dragon Queen likes me too. She was right. A dwarf's son piercing his father's genitals with a crossbow is something that all Lannister's enemies would love to see. The Dragon Queen was a ruthless person. So ruthless, so smart, so courageous, the Dragon Queen hated Lannister. Where would the future Lannister and Casterly Rock go from here? Smack. Clinton slapped the little devil's head, waking him up completely. Have you drunk too much? He scolded. On the other side of the world, there's Green Pavilion Island golden wine. A cup costs at least a gold coin. Can't you drink more? Tyrion rubbed his broken nose and laughed. After hearing everyone's questions, Tyrion didn't even think and immediately said, It's obvious. Everyone has personally interacted with her. She is a wise ruler, a queen who looks down on the world. She is not a puppet in Varys' puppet show. She won't believe whatever Varys and Illyrio say. He met little Aegon's dissatisfied gaze and gave an example. Think about it, if one day you climb to the Iron Throne, and then a silver-haired middle-aged man appears in front of you, calling himself Rhaegar Targaryen. He faked his death at Ruby Beach, and the person whose breastplate was shattered by Robert was a substitute he arranged beforehand. The real Prince Rhaegar has been hiding in the countryside learning how to rule the country. Now that his son has taken down the country and he has made progress in his studies, he can achieve great things on the Iron Throne. So he comes back to inherit the throne. What do you think? My father is not a coward. He will not run away from his battle. Little Aegon was so angry that his nose was crooked. Clinton also frowned and scolded, This is a bad example. Prince Aegon is not running away from his responsibilities. He was just a baby back then. What do you want him to do? The words are crude but the logic is not. The little devil shrugged indifferently. You should be glad. The Dragon Queen is fierce to her enemies, but she is not sinister. Look at her arrangements for you. The luxurious palace at the top of the pyramid. Even Scholar Sai and Sister Lamore have a single bedroom with matching maids. If it were my sister, hee. I am not here to beg for food. Little Aegon clenched his fists and growled. Oh, what other trump cards do you have? Tyrion was interested. It has nothing to do with you. Although little Aegon was a little impulsive, he was not stupid. The little devil thought for a moment and said seriously, The more serious a person's attitude towards something, the more important it is to her. In other words, if your identity is proven to be real, then your position in her heart will be very important. On the contrary, if she hugs you and cries the moment she sees you, then casually admits your identity, you should be worried. Because whether you are real or fake might not make a difference to her. So, the problem now is not the Queen's attitude towards you. In fact, her attitude is already very good. The key is, other than the silver hair and purple eyes, other than Varys who is not trusted by any Westeros, is there any other evidence? The dwarf guessed wrongly. The Dragon Queen placed great importance on the authenticity of Aegon's identity. He was right. But it was not because of her feelings. The main reason was that she did not want to be deceived and played by Varys. No matter if Aegon was real or fake, his influence on her was limited. If Aegon was really Lygha's son, she would at most take care of his 3 meals a day. It was impossible for him to have her dragons or her soldiers. But if he was fake, you don't trust Varys? He saved you. Little Aegon asked curiously. I believe that the other ghosts will not trust him either. The little devil pouted at Clinton, who was deep in thought. Ask your foster father if he trusts Varys. Let me tell you, little prince, if you really go to the Westeros one day, please remember this proverb: the loyalty of an 8-clawed spider, the love words of a prostitute in the King's Landing. There is such a proverb? Clinton stared at him. Proverbs are always spoken by people. And I am the first person to say it. Tyrion pointed at his ugly nose and laughed. After thinking for a moment, Clinton asked, if it was you, what kind of evidence would you need to believe in Aegon's identity as prince? The dwarf only recognized your identity and guessed my identity from my dyed blue hair. Little Aegon said. I'm a little smart and I'm a simple person. I trust people easily, Tyrion said with a straight face. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, however, if there is something like a birthmark, an old acquaintance in the palace, or a letter from Princess Ilia, I will be more determined. Clinton looked at Sister Lamore and said in a deep voice, what do you think? Tyrion looked at the charming long-haired nun in surprise and asked, you also hid your true identity? Who are you? Lamore's beautiful purple eyes flashed with hesitation. She said uncertainly, Sir Barristan is not here. No one knows me. I don't know how much Her Majesty believes in my words. Chapter 428. The sky was dark and the rain was cold. 5 demonic dragons circled above King's Landing. Smoke billowed and fire burned everywhere. The dragon flames almost melted the Red Keep. Cersei hugged the crying Tommen and cried, Mother of Mercy, on the Iron Throne. Below King's Landing, a great battle was taking place that dyed the Blackwater River red. Tyrion was in the middle of the battlefield, holding an axe that was taller than himself. He fought side by side with Barristan the Fearless and Jorah Mormont in white armor. This Tyrion had 2 heads and neither of them had noses. One of them squealed with excitement, wearing a dragon's helm and shouting, kill, 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 kill. The other wore a golden lion's helm, and its eyes were closed and its head lolled as if in a deep sleep. Duke Tywin was the commander of the enemy. He rode out of the formation on a tall horse, while Jaime and Sir Kevan were beside him. Behind him were Aunt Xena, Cousin Lancel, and the rest of the Lannister in full armor. Behind them were countless soldiers in golden robes and lion helmets. At this time, the Unsullied and Dothraki centaurs rushed toward the gold-robed soldiers like a tide. Hear my roar. Duke Tywin pointed his sword at the enemy and shouted, kill all the dragons. Wash King's Landing with blood. Don't let a single Lannister go. The queen on the demonic dragon replied coldly. Tyrion was unstoppable. He rushed to Duke Tywin and cut him and his horse in half with one swing of his axe. Ha ha ha. Tyrion held his blood-stained axe and laughed maniacally. Bastard. James, who was wearing golden armor and wielding a golden sword, roared as he rushed over. Tyrion was not afraid. Jaime in golden armor did not have a right hand and was no match for him. Tyrion used his axe to smash Jaime's iron armor, smashing his face into a pile of red paste. Every time he smashed his face he would laugh loudly. Then it was Aunt Xena, all his cousins and uncles. When the battle was over, Tyrion suddenly turned around and realized that his other head was sobbing. Ha, kill, kill, kill. Woo 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 woo. The warm morning light shone through the skylight, casting a golden beam of light in the bedroom. On the feather bed, Tyrion mumbled to himself as he tried to avoid the direct sunlight. Bang bang bang. Tyrion, little devil, get up. The sounds of knocking on the door and shouting were as distant as a folk song from the other side of the mountain. Tyrion did not react at all. Until Duke Tywin's head, which had been split in half, fell to the ground. He looked over coldly and said, Tyrion, get up. Yes, father. Like a conditioned reflex, Tyrion sat up. Rubbing his sore and swollen eyes, the dwarf slowly came back to his senses. He looked around and realized that he was in a lavishly decorated palace. The heat of the sun was so real. Damn it, disturbing my sleep. The little devil cursed and said to Duckfield, who was knocking on the door, Stop shouting, I'll get up now. Reaching out to support himself on the pillow, Tyrion's expression froze. He turned around and saw a wet patch on the white feather pillow. Dad, you can only scare me in my dreams now. Tyrion cracked a smile that was uglier than crying. He pulled the blanket away and prepared to get off the bed. But just as he moved, his body froze again. He looked down and saw that his little brother was holding his head high. His pants were wet and sticky. Sigh, it's been a few months and I only have Fenny by my side. Thinking of the beautiful female dwarf, his little brother immediately nodded in agreement. But Tyrion's deformed head shook with a complicated expression. It's a good opportunity to experience the exotic scenery of Slave Bay. When it came to treating his girlfriend, the little devil was still very principled. He lusted after Sansa's body, but he still resisted the urge to touch her. It was a great loss for him to let his little finger take advantage of his wife. He also had feelings for the female dwarf, Fenny. Fenny had sent him a silent invitation a few times, but he still resisted. Why did you call me in such a hurry? When the little devil yawned and walked out of the bedroom, only Duckfield was left in the living room. Look at the sun. It's almost noon. Duckfield pointed at the window and shouted. So? Tyrion asked casually. He looked around and didn't even see the shadow of the female dwarf. He couldn't help but ask, where is she? Where's His Highness and Sir Clinton? Downstairs. Oh, in the lower level of the pyramid. The Queen is hearing the case of the Count of Broken Shackles. Do you want to take a look? Tyrion was shocked and quickly asked, the trial has already started? Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Didn't I wake you up? Duck said unhappily. Tyrion didn't have time to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast brought by the maids. He took a piece of food called Ruggiamo, and ate it as he went downstairs. Nobles had their privileges. Otherwise, why would they work so hard to climb up? Even if Tyrion came late, he could still easily find a place to watch. The trial process was not open to the public. Other than the nobles, there were no other spectators. The trial hall on the second floor was empty. The shackles on Clayton's hands were also removed, and his prison uniform was changed into a comfortable dark-colored sweater. The Count of Broken Shackles sat in the middle, surrounded by a ring of judges. There were a total of 27 judges. 9 nobles and 9 government officials. There were also 9 Gith judges who chose the most famous Gith scholars from the 3 cities of Slave Bay. Yes, they had to be scholars or other professions with the ability of scholars. Only scholars could understand the Codex and Clayton's case. Where's the Queen? Tyrion came to Clinton and asked softly. After announcing the start of the trial, the Queen left. Seeing Tyrion's confusion, Clinton pointed to the judges who were flipping through the case and explained, the trial of the nobles is divided into 3 steps. The closed preliminary trial, the public trial, and the closed final trial. Now is the preliminary trial. The main point is to compare the Codex, and pick out every violation of Clayton's. During the trial, Clayton can refute it himself or invite scholars who understand the law to help him. The audience discussed in low voices, but the atmosphere in the hall was tense. The judges kept picking out Clayton's mistakes in the case of the son of the Harpy from the case, and the Butcher Count was not to be outdone and refuted loudly. If the judges accepted Clayton's explanation, then the accusation would be dismissed and the next round of accusations and arguments would proceed. If a judge didn't agree with Clayton's explanation, or if Clayton couldn't give an explanation, then the accusation would be officially filed and recorded. During the trial, it would be handed over to the chief judge to be heard in public. Because there were 9 highly respected Gith judges, it was difficult to miss obvious violations of the law during the preliminary trial. It seems quite fair, Tyrion muttered after listening for a while. Then he thought of himself in the purple wedding case. If it was according to the Dragon Queen's Codex, he probably wouldn't have a good outcome because too many witnesses' testimonies were against him. Let's go. After listening for so long, we've more or less understood the judicial process at Slaver's Bay. Close to noon, Clinton said in a low voice. Tyrion listened with relish and shook his head. You guys go first. I want to listen for a while more. Don't you find it boring? Little Aegon asked curiously. Boring? No, it's very interesting. Tyrion held back his laughter. Don't you understand? The Codex that the Dragon Queen created doesn't seem to target nobles, but the Targaryen family's unique Mad King. Are you crazy? How dare you say such things in front of me? Little Aegon said angrily. Your Highness, in terms of magnanimity you should learn from your aunt. The little devil shook his head. It's normal for the Queen to learn from her father, Clinton said with a frown. Through the Codex and the judicial process, we can see the Queen's thoughts and personality. Forget it, you can leave if you don't want to listen. Tyrion said with a wave of his hand. Clinton was deep in thought as he turned to the dark-haired woman and said, Sister Lamore, why don't you meet the queen alone? And where's Fenny? Seeing the woman's graceful back, Tyrion, who had not had sex for many days, felt his heart skip a beat. Then the female dwarf's face appeared in his mind. Only then did he realize that Fenny wasn't in the courtroom. Where did Fenny go? He asked anxiously. She went to the dock to perform the comical props. The pig and the dog are also at the orange wine ship, little Aegon said. Tyrion breathed a sigh of relief but still complained, it's dangerous for her to go alone in a foreign country. She should have let Dukfai go with her. There's an Unsullied following her. And if you don't want to sleep in, you can go with her yourself. The queen has always thought of her as your wife, ha. Scholar Sai laughed in a low voice. The Dragon Queen was not at the Great Pyramid. After breakfast, she went to the hall on the second floor to announce the official start of the trial. Then she rode out of the city under the protection of the Blood Guards. Her Khalasar had been nomadic between Meereen and Astapor and had recently come to the vicinity of the Worm River. The Dragon Queen wanted to get together with her people and reorganize a few thousand roaring warriors at the same time. After Lamore learned from the Centaur maid that the queen would only return at night, she was curious about how the queen commanded the Dothraki. So, instead of waiting at the pyramid, she asked a 12-year-old Unsullied to take her outside the city to find the queen. The nun's riding skills were unexpectedly good. It only took her half an hour to run more than 10 kilometers northeast along the Yellow Road. The little Unsullied almost couldn't catch up. Finally, on a grassland, the mature woman whose cheeks were red from running saw the queen. No, the Khaleesi's Khalasar. Countless yurts rose from the ground. Although there were many of them, they were arranged neatly. A man-made ravine separated the yurts where the centaurs lived from the pasture. The centaur women were busy between the tents and children were running and playing. On the other side of the ravine, there were old centaurs leisurely riding their horses and herding their cattle and sheep on the grassland. The herds were scattered across the vast land, and there was almost no end in sight. On the other side of the grassland where the cattle and horses had already eaten the pasture, thousands of knights galloped on their horses, shouting words that she could not understand. The ground also shook slightly. She could vaguely see that the leader was a white horse, carrying a valiant female knight. Her silver hair was braided and decorated with bells. She wore a Dothraki vest and was dressed like a female Khal. Chapter 429. In front of the roaring warriors, there were hundreds of carriages lined up together, and there were wooden puppets in armor on the carriages. They would act as the imaginary enemies of the centaurs. 3,000 cavalrymen were charging over. Light arrows ready. The female Khal Dany suddenly shouted. She let go of the reins and stood up from the saddle. She took out an arrow from the quiver hanging on the saddle, nocked it, and drew her bow. The little silver horse under her seemed to be connected to her mind. It changed direction without slowing down and streaked past 30 meters in front of the carriages. Shoot! Whoosh! Dany shot out an arrow without aiming at a specific target. It flew into the sky in a parabola and landed on a carriage. She then quickly took out a second arrow and shot it out. Shoot! The thousands of cavalrymen behind her shouted at the same time. Then they did the same thing as her, riding their horses and shooting. Buzz! There was a muffled sound of bowstrings vibrating. In an instant, the sky darkened. Arrows rained down on the carriages that were used as targets. Sister Lamore stood on a hill and saw the entire process. The centaur cavalrymen were like a flexible snake that slithered in front of the carriages. Their movements were smooth and fast. It was as if all the cavalrymen were controlled by a single will. Starting from Dragon Queen to the last cavalryman leaving in an arc in front of the carriages, it took about 2 minutes. Then 2 minutes of continuous arrow rain fell from the sky above the carriages. What was terrifying was that the density of the arrow rain was uniform. There was no more and no less. This meant that the 3,000 cavalrymen were maintaining the same rhythm as Dragon Queen. Then they shot 2 more times at high speed. They used a short arrow and a heavy arrow respectively. Then the cavalrymen disbanded. Calixi brought the Blood Alliance into the carriages to check the effects of the attack. 3 different types of arrows were used for the 3 mounted archery missions. Light arrows with bamboo shafts, heavy arrows with thickened arrowheads which were armor-piercing arrows, and short arrows made of thin brambles. The arrowheads were shorter but heavier than the light arrows. The Blood Alliance guard Rakarov reported to Calixi, The light arrows fly the furthest, and the armor-piercing arrows have the shortest range. But the light arrows have almost no killing power. They can only pierce through one layer of leather armor. Most of the short arrows could pierce through leather armor, and a few could even pierce through mail armor. Only the armor-piercing arrows are effective against plate armor and arc-shaped shields, but their range is limited. Over 50 meters, they have almost the same effect as short arrows. What suggestions do you have? Is there any practical use in using the 3 types of arrows together? Danny asked. She was learning from the Mongols. The Mongolian cavalry was equipped with 2 bows and 3 types of arrows. The shape of the armor-piercing arrow changed according to the enemy's armor. One was a normal bow for the horse, and the other was a more accurate bow for the horse. However, the invincibility of the Mongolian cavalry did not only depend on 2 bows and 3 types of arrows. Danny could not just copy it mechanically. She had to consider the actual situation. Moreover, she only had a smattering of knowledge about the Mongolian army's formations and weapons. It was all written on television, so she couldn't be sure if it was true or false. Blood Alliance guard Jianghu said, "In the Sea of Grass and the other colossus of the Call, there is no strict categorization of arrows. We also have curved blades. If arrows can't solve the problem, then rush up and use a scimitar to solve it." What if the scimitar can't handle it? Cut off the blade and surrender? Danny asked. If the scimitar can't handle it, 100 types of arrows can't either. Jianghu patted the steel scimitar at his waist. The scimitar is the ultimate weapon. Think about the Battle of the Unsullied. 3,000 Unsullied defended Kolar. If we were to equip armor-piercing arrows on a large scale and use the tactic of circling the enemy to wear them down, would we lose and become a laughingstock in history? Danny said with a straight face. She felt that the reason why the Dothraki did not equip armor-piercing arrows was purely because they were poor and did not have enough fine iron to make armor-piercing arrows. "Khaleesi, I have an idea." Kuei Luo stepped forward and suggested, "We centaurs only have light cavalry. This is not right. I think we can use a mixture of light cavalry and heavy cavalry. The light cavalry will ride and shoot at the front to disrupt the enemy's formation. Then the light cavalry at the front will bypass the enemy's formation, just like what Khaleesi led us to do. This will give space for the heavy cavalry at the back to charge. The heavy cavalry will charge at the enemy's scattered formation. Finally, the light cavalry will circle around and follow behind the heavy cavalry. They will use their scimitars and bows to finish off the ground that has been plowed by our heavy cavalry." Danny looked in surprise at the centaur youth who was beginning to grow a black beard on his upper lip. In just 2 short years, this youth who was the same age as her had not only grown taller and stronger, even his intelligence had begun to increase. "Centaurs are not cowards. They cannot hide in their armor," Rakaloo muttered. Danny looked helplessly at her blood rider and said, "Rakaloo, if it were 2 years ago, I would have explained it to you. Now, 2 years later you are still saying such things. Aren't you a little too stupid? You are the same age as Kuei Luo and you are not as big as him. How can your intelligence be inferior to his?" Kuei Luo was nearly 2 meters tall, and his chest was as thick as a wall. He was 1 size larger than the 2 blood rider. "He eats dragon essence every day. Of course he is tall. The people in the Megalosaurus Guard are all big," Rakaloo said. "Really?" Danny looked at Kuei Luo in surprise. "It seems that dragon essence makes us stronger and perhaps smarter. However, I have been learning mathematics and history from Scholar recently. It is more likely that learning has made me smarter," Kuei Luo said uncertainly. Danny looked at Rakaloo and said, "Look at Kuei Luo. He is so self-aware, even knowing to learn from Scholar. Even if dragon essence is effective, it is far inferior to serious learning. Kuei Luo, you are the leader of the Kiliarchs." With that, Danny promoted the Megalosaurus Guard. "Jogo, Rakaloo, each of you lead a 1,000-man team." Currently, her Colossa had 5,000 people, barely able to gather 3,000 Srak roaring warriors. Before today, the entire Colossa only had 1 Chiliarch, Danny. Jogo and Rakaloo helped Danny manage the Colossa as Blood Rider, but they were not Kiliarchs. Danny still had another Blood Rider. The most quick-witted and level-headed Adger was arranged by her to lead the militia and tens of thousands of Gislaus to farm. Adger did not need a 1,000-man team. He himself was the commander of the militia, Golden Dragon Banner. His official position was the same as the Guards John Bolton, Red Dragon Banner, the Unsullied Commander Grey Worm, White Banner, and the Wings of Liberty's Scarface Simon, blue banner with black wings. In addition, Kuei Luo was also the commander of the Wings of Liberty's heavy cavalry. He had 500 iron guards under him who were responsible for protecting the queen on the battlefield. These were only the regular troops, numbering close to 50,000. However, in this period of great agricultural production, the regular troops also needed to farm. They did not have as heavy a task as ordinary farmers, but at least they had enough food to eat. Seeing that the centaur knights beside Danny had dispersed, Jichi rode over and reported, "Calixi, someone is looking for you." 15 minutes later, Sister Lamore and Danny rode side by side to the Worm River, with only Jianghu and Jichi by their side. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. With every step the little silver horse took, the bells on Danny's braid rang crisply. "Your Majesty's achievements in battle are truly illustrious. I'm afraid that in the Dothraki Sea, there are few call bells that can compare to yours," Lamore complimented. "How can they be compared to Calixi?" Jichi's tone was disdainful. "Calixi crossed the Red Wastelands, defeated the Immortal, defeated the pirate king Yuluin, conquered Astapor, and swept away more than 100,000 Gislaus. Other than Yuluin, any one of her deeds is enough to become a legend in Horse King City. The alliance will bring more bells to Calixi," Jianghu added. Looking at the confident faces of the two centaurs who seemed to regard the alliance as nothing, Lamore did not know what to say. "Calixi, you should go to Horse King City and let those Khals who betrayed you know the wrath of the true dragon," Jichi said agitatedly. "Yes, you should take back the troops that Khal Drogo left behind. Someone has 50,000 roaring warriors and 100,000 Khalasar. Taking care of the alliance will be as easy as killing a sheep," Jianghu said. "Jianghu." Danny sighed as she face-palmed. This Jianghu really has no foresight at all. In front of outsiders, he revealed more than half of her plan to deal with the alliance. There was another important reason why she chose to fight under Meereen City that she did not tell anyone. After she conquered Horse King City with her dragon, she could lead hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors to destroy the alliance's chrysanthemum. The north of Meereen was connected to the heart of the Dothraki Sea. "Sister Lamore, may I know why you are looking for me?" She immediately changed the topic. "For Prince Aegon." Lamore's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell if she had guessed the Dragon Queen's plan. "Oh, what about him?" Danny asked curiously. "Are you suspecting his identity?" Lamore asked. "I don't trust the eight-clawed spider." "It's right that you don't trust him. Prince Rhaegar also doesn't trust him." Sister Lamore nodded. "But Princess Elia is involved in Prince Aegon's matter." "Are you sure?" Danny frowned. "Lamore is not my real name. I am Princess Elia's female companion, and I grew up with her. Before King's Landing fell, Her Highness sent a request for help to Starfall City, asking me to help her raise Prince Aegon." Lamore's voice was calm, but her words were like a bomb in Danny's head. Her pupils contracted, and she said uncertainly, "You are Ashera Dane, the sister of Dawn Swordsman?" No wonder the simple grey nun's dress could not hide this woman's grace. No wonder she was still so beautiful even though she was almost 40. So she was Ashera Dane. She was the most dazzling woman in the Heron Castle tournament back then, a peerless beauty who attracted Barristan and eyed Stark's bootlickers. "Yes, I'm Ashera. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to hide my identity from you. It's just that other than Barristan, no one can prove my identity, and I'm not as famous as Sir Clinton." Ashera said apologetically. "No, you're far more famous than Clinton. Arthur Dane's sister. Barristan's crush. Eyed Stark's rumored girlfriend. Prophesied child Jon Snow's rumored mother. When I passed by Dorne, I even went to Starfall City to pay my respects to the White Stone Sword Pagoda that killed you. You're very famous. Everyone said that because of Sir Arthur Dane's death, you were heartbroken and jumped off the White Stone Sword Pagoda to commit suicide." Danny probed. "Your Majesty, Arthur's death indeed saddened me, but other than my second brother, I still have an older brother and a younger sister." The news was spread by the eight-clawed spider. "He has the ability to make everyone believe his lies." Ashera smiled bitterly. "That makes sense." Danny was deep in thought. Arthur was the second son, so he went to King's Landing to be a White Knight. Just like the White Bull Geno Hightower, he was the uncle of the old man in Old Town, and also the second son. Barristan, on the other hand, really viewed glory as his life. As the only son, he would rather give up his title, territory, and fiancée to his cousin in order to pursue the path of a legendary White Knight. Since Arthur Dane was not Ashera's only relative, she did not need to be heartbroken. Chapter 430. Dany's contemplation was seen by Ashera, and she said solemnly, "Your Majesty, you don't have to doubt. Although I wasn't at King's Landing at the time, the letter was given to me by Varys's men. But I'm familiar with Princess Alia's notes and vocabulary, and I can confirm that it was the princess's handwritten letter." Dany came to her senses and asked, "Does Prince Dornmartel know about this?" She didn't ask to see the letter. It was useless to read it. She didn't recognize Princess Dornmartel's handwriting, and it could be imitated. Ashera shook her head and said, "Prince Dornmartel doesn't know of Prince Aegon's existence. That doesn't make sense. Why didn't Princess Elia ask her brother for help? Perhaps the princess was worried that there were too many people in young Halberd City and it would be easy to expose Prince Aegon's identity." Ashera thought for a moment and said, "Even I could only fake my death and leave the Westeros. Sir Clinton was the same. He pretended to be dead to escape everyone's sight." Dany really wanted to retort, "Then what are Viserys and I? Cannon fodder to divert Robert's attention?" Legally speaking, Liga had not yet ascended the throne, and he had violated the sacred marriage contract before, so he was not qualified to become king again. Refer to the first male generation who broke off the engagement, Prince Romfrey. Then Viserys was the true and legitimate crown prince. And how did Varys and Illyrio deal with Viserys? They sold Dany and Lys as slaves to Horse King Drogo in exchange for the Dothraki invading the Westeros and taking the Iron Throne for Second Brother Way. If Second Brother Way didn't die, Drogo didn't die, and the 50,000 roaring warriors would successfully take King's Landing. Then who would the Iron Throne belong to? At that time, Second Brother Way, Dany, Lys, and the Horse King would not have a good ending. To put it bluntly, Second Brother Way and Dany, Lys were just chess pieces on Varys's chessboard, the vanguard of the king, paving the way for the true dragon. Dany didn't know where Varys got the courage to let little Aegon see her. Were he and Illyrio the only two smart people in the world and everyone else was a fool? Couldn't she see through his sinister intentions? To tell the truth, before little Aegon had appeared, Dany had felt a pitifully small amount of gratitude toward Illyrio. Even if he had sold Dany and Rhys, even if he had the same intention as Lu Buwei, he was still seriously helping the Long family restore their country. Selling Dany Rhys to the Horse King could be seen as him not being strong enough to restore the Targaryen Empire on his own. He needed to borrow external forces and find outside help. Even if he had selfish motives, it didn't matter. There was no such thing as love for no reason in this world. He had given so much, so he had to get something in return, right? But when little Aegon appeared, the situation was completely different. This meant that Illyrio and Varys had always harbored ill intentions towards Dany Rhys. They had never truly wanted to help Second Brother Way and her onto the Iron Throne. Glancing at the silent dragon queen, Ashera gritted her teeth and said, "There's one more thing. Princess Illyrio wasn't sure if Aegon would restore the country. At that time shame appeared on her beautiful face. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, I got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to a stillborn girl. But outsiders didn't know about this. I only told Princess Illyrio. She wanted me to announce to the public that little Aegon was my child." Sir Barristan seems to. Dany had a strange expression. Unexpectedly, old Bart really guessed, right? Ashera wasn't Jon's mother. Dany already knew this, but for the people of this world, it wasn't easy for old Bart to know this 16 years ago. He knew that you gave birth to a stillborn daughter. Sir Barristan told you about me? Ashera was surprised. Of course he didn't hide his admiration for you. Crush. You probably don't know. Dany emphasized. No, I know. I know his feelings for me. Sincere and passionate love, but always protected at a safe distance. Ashera's face had a hint of radiance. Her dark purple eyes, which were originally ordinary and boring, exuded a dazzling vitality in an instant. It was unforgettable. Yes, it was vitality. It seemed that old Bart's love for her had suddenly revived the deadwood nun whose heart was like dead ashes. Dany sighed in her heart. If it was a crush, then so be it. At least he wasn't a bootlicker. Obviously, the girl already knew that his love was so passionate. The more passionate it was, the less reciprocated it was, and the more inferior it seemed. It turned out that old Bart was also a pitiful bootlicker. The smile on Ashera's face disappeared, and there was a hint of bitterness. She said, having a stillborn child before marriage is very disgraceful to the Dane family. My elder brother strictly sealed this matter within Starfall City. Dorne was already very desolate, and Starfall City of Dorne rarely had outsiders. Therefore, at the very beginning, there was no news about me in the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, according to Princess Elia's idea, giving Prince Aegon to me could also be concealed. But before Varys brought the little prince to Starfall City, another person unexpectedly came to find me, a person I couldn't avoid. Ned Stark? He is the father of your daughter, so before Aegon was delivered to you, he already knew about your difficult labor, and knew that the baby was a girl. Dany said strangely. Isn't this too melodramatic? It's Ide. Ide is carrying Arthur's sword, Dawn, the clan sword of Starfall City. Ashaera nodded at first, then shook her head and said, but Ide is not the child's father. Her expression was somewhat hesitant, as if she really didn't want to reveal her lover in public. But Dany was so shocked that she didn't notice her hesitation. Even if she saw it, she would pretend not to see and continue to ask. Because old Barth always thought that he was cuckolded by Ide, and he could tolerate being cuckolded. But Ide abandoned Ashaera, whom he regarded as a goddess, and even made the goddess commit suicide with a broken heart. This somewhat challenged the bottom line of a loyal bootlicker. Therefore, every time Ide was mentioned, old Barth's resentment was almost as heavy as Big Bear's. Big Bear blamed Ide because he had worked for Ide for decades, but he wanted to chop off his head for a few poachers. But he didn't think that Ide, who he thought was a scumbag, was actually also a pitiful bootlicker. Yes, in that wrong spring at the tournament in Hellenberg, Liga mistakenly fell in love with Lyanna, and Ide and Barristan also couldn't help but fall in love with the dazzling Ashaera. Old Barth once recalled that at the banquet of the tournament, Ide blushed and peeked at Ashaera many times, and the adoration in his eyes almost flowed out. At that time old Barth was also peeking at Ashaera. Ide's eldest brother, Brandon, saw his younger brother's love for Ashaera, and repeatedly encouraged his younger brother to ask Ashaera for a dance. Ide's face was so red that it was about to drip blood, but he was so nervous that he couldn't move. In the end, it was Brandon who walked to Ashaera's side and told her that his younger brother admired her and wanted to dance with her. That night, old Barth saw with his own eyes how happy Ide was when he danced with Ashaera in the crowd. Don't doubt that old Barth knew so much. A bootlicker who couldn't know every blade of grass and every tree around the goddess like the back of his hand wasn't a qualified bootlicker. Old Barth believed that Ide's love for Ashaera was no less deep than his own. In this way he could continue the lonely and glorious life of the White Knight, and give the true love of his heart to the simple and honest northern boy Ide. Who would have thought that this simple and honest boy would become a scumbag and kill the goddess? So he hated Ide's hypocrisy, hated himself for trusting the wrong person, hated himself for not taking the initiative to confess to the goddess, hated himself for not defeating Rhaegar and giving the crown of love and beauty to Ashaera. Not only did he confess to the goddess, but he also helped the prince escape disaster. Whose child is it? I mean the person you loved back then? Dany asked repeatedly. Hesitation flashed in Ashaera's eyes and she said in a low voice, Brandon. Which Brandon? Ashaera lowered her eyes and said, Brandon Stark, Ide's eldest brother. The expression on Dany's face was wonderful. Never would she have thought, really never would she have thought. In the wrong spring, Cersei was not yet an adult, little Rose was just born, and Ashaera was the #1 beauty of the Seven Kingdoms. It was normal to be admired by Brandon. But he clearly knew that his brother took her as his first love, and he himself was engaged to Catelyn Tully long ago. What a scumbag to encourage his brother to confess to the goddess while secretly miserable, too miserable. The honest Ide and Barristan were miserable. No, Ide was even more miserable. Ide probably knew that his brother got the goddess pregnant. No, it was not necessarily Ide who was more miserable. After Brandon was killed by the Mad King, his fiancée Catelyn Tully was taken over by Ide. The elder brother made his younger brother's first love a cuckold. The younger brother made his dead elder brother's fiancée give birth to 5 children for him. The cycle of karma, retribution. Ide knew that you were pregnant with Brandon's child, so he came to visit his brother's illegitimate child? Then, when he found out that the child was having a difficult birth, Varys changed his mind and let you fake your death to leave the Westeros. Dany asked her questions skillfully, hiding the gossip she really wanted to know in this serious business. Varys and Princess Elia had different thoughts from the beginning. Elia hoped that the young prince would live a peaceful life, while Varys hoped that Prince Aegon could restore his kingdom. Whether Ide went to Starfall City or not, the result would not have changed much, Ashaera said with a complicated tone. Alright, did Ide go to Starfall City alone? He also brought back an illegitimate child from Dorne, Jon Snow. Many Westeros think that Jon is your child, Dany said. Ide wasn't alone. He had a knight named Holland Lyde, a lover named Vera, and a boy, the Jon Snow you mentioned. Lover? Danny's pupils contracted. Yes, I told me that the child was his blood. Before he left, he asked my brother to take Vera in. At that time, Ide had already married Duke Tully's daughter. Lady Catelyn was pregnant, and Ide was worried that Vera's appearance in Winterfell would agitate her. He left a large sum of gold royals and left with the child. Although Ide killed Arthur, we didn't hate him. On the contrary, my brother admired Ide's character and bravery. Not only did he take Vera in, but he also made her Ide's wet nurse. Ide. Oh, it's my brother's son, Idric. He was born 2 years after I left the Westeros. Ide defeated Arthur, showing his bravery. Ide followed the etiquette of a knight and personally returned Arthur's sword, proving his integrity and honor. My elder brother has always admired him, so he decided to name the child Ed. A long time ago, Ashera explained. Idric and Ide were nicknamed Ned. Just like Danny C and Danny Lees, their nicknames were Danny. Chapter 431. Is Vela still in Starfall City? Danny asked again. If nothing unexpected happened, she should still be here. My elder brother is very good to her and arranged for her to marry a knight instructor under his command. I heard that she gave birth to several children. Danny could not help but admire Ide. To be able to think of settling Vela in the remote Starfall City, this was very smart. To keep this insider who knew the fatal secret, this was very benevolent. You have never suspected? She asked again. Suspected what? Ashera was puzzled. Ide is lying. Why would he lie? Moreover, Ide is an upright person. He is a true knight like Sir Barristan. He values honor and never lies. Ashera said with certainty. Sigh. Danny sighed. An honest person would never lie in his life. If he said it once, he could deceive the whole world. Lady Ashera, I understand what you mean. Since Princess Elia did plan this, then Aegon must be her and Liga's son. Danny said seriously. Hearing the Dragon Queen personally admit little Aegon's identity, Ashera finally let out a sigh of relief. It's getting late, it's time for lunch. Come with me to the camp to taste the Dothraki delicacies. The Great Wall, Commander's Tower. Jon, his face pale, pushed Gilly into a corner of the room, her face full of fear. Jon's gray eyes showed that he could not bear it, but he still hardened his heart and said, There is not much danger. When Sir Geralt Dane's fleet arrives, your son will go south with the freedmen. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Gilly sobbed softly. Why not someone else? Why me? You are the barbarian prince's wet nurse. He and your son are inseparable. Stannis cannot tell who is who. Moreover, you are braver than the other freedmen. Gilly looked at Jon hopefully and said, The barbarian prince can rely on the Dragon Queen. You also said that the Queen's fleet is coming, so the King of Hearts doesn't dare to touch him. Jon let go of Gilly and paced back and forth in the room with an irritated expression. He worriedly said, You don't understand how much the Dragon Queen's dragon stimulates Stannis. If he wanted to summon the magic dragon, he needed the king's blood. He needed a large amount of the king's blood. He even told me what he thought without hiding it. Mance Rayder can balance the barbarians beyond the Great Wall, so he's not in danger for the time being. But his son might not be. Where's the queen? Doesn't she care about this? She's at Slaver's Bay, too far away. Even if she wanted to interfere, it would be too late. Rest assured, when Stannis does indeed intend to sacrifice the little prince, I will tell him the truth. Your son doesn't have the royal bloodline. Even if you sacrifice him, you won't get Lalo's response. At most, Stannis will be angry with me, but he will not harm your son. I swear I didn't lie to you. Jon comforted her. Your oath is useless. I will only believe it if the Dragon Queen swears it. Gilly said. Jon's face twisted, and a layer of blood rushed to his pale cheeks. What? He asked hoarsely. You are a Night's Watchman. The Night's Watchman violated the guest's rights, killed my father and took his castle, food and women. The Dragon Queen always keeps her word. Targaryen, her words are as heavy as a mountain. Everyone knows that. Gilly said. Well, Gilly was Cast's daughter and wife, one of them. Jon's chest was stuffy. He irritably rubbed his messy hair and said, My father is Stark. Haven't you heard of Stark's reputation in the north and beyond the Great Wall? No. The female barbarian said honestly. Jon choked and said, Sam is also a Night's Watchman. You don't believe Sam? I believe him, but you asked me not to tell Sam about the baby swap. John stared at the female barbarian's frightened but gentle blue eyes and said seriously, if you don't swap your son for the barbarian prince, Stannis will sacrifice him sooner or later. Then Mons will go crazy. The freedmen were able to behave after the queen left because Mons was in charge. He sent batches of barbarians to Eastwatch and recruited batches of barbarians from beyond the Great Wall. Mons saved countless freedmen and maintained the peace of the north. If he sees his son burned to death, he will definitely lead the barbarians in rebellion. How many people will die then? Jilly, for the greater good, why can't you sacrifice a little? The tough walls and Jilly's eyes collapsed, leaving only fear. Then she started crying again. After a while, the female barbarian said in a choked voice, swear that my son will not be harmed. I swear. John sighed in relief. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after Jilly left, someone knocked on the wooden door of the office. John's dark eyes lit up as he recovered from his depressed self-blame. He asked, who is it? Lord Commander, it's me. Sardine, come in. The door was pushed open and a beautiful boy came in. He had a pair of watery black eyes, fair skin and soft black curly hair. He was as pretty as a girl. Sardine came from a brothel in the old town. Lord Slint refused to leave Dark Castle, Sardine said. He refused. John's eyes flashed with excitement and coldness. He stood up, took down the sword belt on the wall and walked out of the command tower. Considering that winter was coming and the snow would cover the houses and roads, the Dark Castle decided to use underground tunnels and cellars. The tunnels were densely packed and connected to all the storehouses and towers. The cellars were spacious and sturdy. The largest one could hold hundreds of people. At this time, Slint was in a cellar that was used as a dining room. Under the dim yellow light, he was drinking oatmeal while laughing and chatting with a few night watchers. The arrival of the commander made everyone in the hall quiet down. The sound of chewing, chatting, laughing, and the sound of spoons colliding with bowls suddenly disappeared. The night watchers, barbarians, and the knights of the deer party all opened their eyes wide and stared at John, who was walking in front of Slint. Lord Janos, you refuse to go to Greyguard Castle? John asked calmly. You little brat, go yourself. Slint did not take the commander seriously at all. He laughed and said, you have the mark of a beast on you. The dire wolf is the evidence. If you ask me, a piece of trash like you should go to Greyguard Castle. Stay away from us righteous people who worship the gods. Get lost, bastard, ha ha. The coldness in John's eyes turned into murderous intent. He asked loudly, you refuse to carry out the commander's order? Slint's fat chin trembled a few times. He raised a finger and laughed contemptuously. Bastard, fuck your ass. Hee. Eliza and a few of the dragon party's followers laughed softly. The cellar was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Very good. John nodded calmly and turned to his companions behind him. He ordered, take Lord Janos to the stable. Let me go, I have friends in King's Landing. I am Duke Tywin's man, Slint threatened loudly, but he was still dragged by melancholy Eddie and stupid ox, Guylan, to the courtyard. At this time, everyone in Dark Castle came out to watch. Even Stannis was standing on the steps of the king's tower next to Melisandre. They were surrounded by a group of knights. Slint thought that John was going to tie him to a horse and forcibly send him to Greyguard Castle. He shouted, I will not surrender, bastard. I will not go to Greyguard Castle even if I die. You're wrong. From the stable door, John dragged out a thick oak plank covered with slash marks. It was used by the stablemen to cut the horse's grass. Eddie, hold him down. He pulled out a long claw from his waist and pointed at the board. Everyone was shocked. Slint's face suddenly turned pale and he was scared out of his wits. In a daze, he was dragged to the entrance of the stable and pressed on the chopping board. Then the cold and rough board on his face woke him up. Slint struggled like a carp out of water. He begged, no mercy. My lord, I beg of you, please have mercy. John looked into his eyes just like I'd had taught them since they were young. If you want to take someone's life, you should at least look into his eyes and listen to his last words. If you can't do that, then maybe he doesn't deserve to die. Father, he deserves to die. Not only can I look into his eyes, but I can also look into his eyes. Right now, I dare to look into the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Crack. The long claw didn't seem to be slowed down at all. Slint's head rolled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind. Go now. Sir Elise's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He urged his younger brother, "Go to the East Sea now. If the Queen doesn't come back, I will never come to Dark Castle again." This guy, the red-nosed old professor on the crow's nest, was shocked. "I can see some of her shadow in him. He is also a ruthless character." "Friar Silita, so Slint's head back and burn it before it gets dark." John felt unprecedentedly happy, but he did not show it on his face. He wiped his claw clean with horse grass, walked past the crowd and climbed up the crow's nest. "My lord, what are your orders?" Peristan immediately came up to him. His voice was softer, his waist was 4 degrees lower, and his attitude was 7 degrees more respectful. Seeing his expression and attitude, John sighed and said, "I want to send Sam to the City of Knowledge. Other than proving that there are deviant ghosts, I also want to recruit a group of scholars. At the very least, they must be able to read, write, and raise ravens. With the Queen providing us with a large amount of resources and loaning the young cavemen, we have the ability to station people in all 17 castles of the Great Wall. The beacon towers can only send messages for emergencies, and daily communication depends on the ravens. When winter comes, the roads will be blocked by snow, and the ravens will be more important. So, I need at least 13 scholars." The ravens in this world were not normal ravens, and they were also different from pigeons. The knowledge required to manage them was no less than mathematics and literature. Other than scholars, ordinary people did not know how to raise them at all. For example, ordinary people used the same method as pigeons. They kept the ravens by their side and tied the letters to the ravens' legs when there was an emergency. The ravens would then fly back home. Scholars were different. They could tell where a raven had been and where it could go, and they could also tell them where to send the letters. "Commander, don't worry. As soon as the Queen left, I informed the City of Knowledge," Peristan said. "I don't want anything to happen to Sam." "Do you understand what I mean?" John looked directly into the eyes of the red-nosed old man. "I understand." The old professor smiled awkwardly. "My lord, don't worry. I know the tricks of the professors in the City of Knowledge. When I sent the letters for the first time, I clearly warned them that I would also write to Count Tully. If Sam did not reach the City of Knowledge safely, the consequences would be unpredictable. Well, Count Tully is a ruthless person. He even dared to bring soldiers to threaten the Great Sparrow Church and massacre the Great Cathedral. Chapter 432. Professor Peristan comforted the commander-in-chief. "Actually, you don't have to worry about the lack of scholars. With the Dragon Queen's temper, it would be strange if she let go of the City of Knowledge so easily. In less than half a year, there will definitely be a large number of professors and scholars exiled to the Great Wall. If you want, you can even build an elementary school in the Dark Castle and I will be the manager, ha ha." At the end, the red-nosed old professor laughed proudly. John looked at the red-nosed old professor strangely for a while. His lips moved, but he did not say anything. "Continue to ask the lords for help. Tell them that the long night is coming and to help the Great Wall as soon as possible." John emphasized with a complicated tone, "We need knights. There are too many lone barbarians. We need honorable and capable knights to manage them." The old professor shook his head and cursed. "The nobles have no honor. They are all asking about the 50 gold royals. They said that if the Great Wall immediately fulfilled its promise, each night watchman would cost 50 gold royals, and they would send as many night watchmen as they wanted. Damn it, they are treating the honorable night watchers as slave traders. If they were really buying and selling slaves, a slave warrior would not be worth 50 silver deer at most. 50 gold royals is the reward given by the Dragon Queen to the night watchers after the long night. The nobles have no right to take it." John frowned. The old man spread his hands and said helplessly, "I said the same thing. Then they called me a fake Peristan. Speaking of which, I have to defend the City of Knowledge. The professors and I violated the rights of the guests. We are terrible. But no matter what, the integrity of the scholars is much higher than that of the nobles. The reason why we are terrible now is because the nobles of the 7 kingdoms are 10 times worse than us. They even pulled down the lower limit of the scholars." John glared at the red-nosed old professor and said, "When Sam brings the deviant ghosts to the south, the nobles will change their minds. Just like you said, the City of Hope has a higher bottom line than the knights." After leaving the crow's nest, John saw Melisandre in the courtyard again. She seemed to have known that he was going to find her and was waiting there. John slowed down and walked over without hesitation, asking, "Can you ensure that the deviant ghosts lose the ability to revive the dead and not melt?" "Perhaps," the red-robed woman said. "Maybe?" John was not satisfied with this answer. "I've never met a deviant ghost before, and the little deviant ghost is still in the process of being studied, but you just had to send it away." The red-robed woman's tone was also somewhat resentful. "Double insurance. If you can't seal the big deviant ghost's magic to resurrect the dead, you can only let Sam kill it and then show the little deviant ghost to the City of Knowledge and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Small deviant ghosts don't know magic and are far less shocking than big deviant ghosts. They can only be used as backups," John explained. "I'll leave a seal on them and give Samuel a ruby. If the seal fails and the deviant ghost recovers its magic halfway, the ruby will flash red as a reminder," Melisandre said. "All right." John heaved a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards the command tower. Melisandre walked a few steps closer to John and held his arm. Before he could break free, she said, "John, as a newbie shadow binder, don't reject my friendship." Even through the woolen sweater and leather jacket, John could feel the astonishing heat from her soft body. She pulled his rough hand up and pressed it against her heart. "Yes, do you feel it? Magic as vast as the sea." John's hand was trembling. "My body is completely made up of flames and shadows. I no longer need food, water, or air. A long time ago. One day when I complete the mission Lalo gave me, I will ascend to his kingdom. Do you understand what this means? Kings who have passed away, unborn children, I want to communicate, and there is no place I can't go. Time drifts, seasons change, I want to travel and I can reach the end. John, do you understand this realm?" The red-robed woman gently blew into John's ear. "I am the god of shadow binders." John pursed his lips and said indifferently, "I'm not a shadow binder. I specialize in the fire sorcery that Her Majesty Dany Rise taught me." "It's a pity that she didn't receive the complete legacy of the great sorcerer. Why don't you let me guide you to grasp the secrets of the holy fire?" Melisandre smiled. "I'm not interested in the holy fire. As a night watcher, the secrets of the holy fire are useless to me," John said. "Haha, how can it be useless?" Melisandre smiled. "The holy fire can reveal the truth. With the holy fire, you can see through rocks and earth, and see the darkest secrets in people's souls. John, I saw you in the holy fire. You can't escape. I'm at the Great Wall. I won't escape. No matter what happens in the future, I'm not afraid. You can't scare me." John retracted his right hand and broke free from the red-robed woman's arm. The red-robed woman smiled. "Lord Snow, you're nervous?" John didn't want to admit this, so he changed the topic. "Why did you come to the Great Wall? Why did you come here from Asha?" The red-robed woman raised her head, and the gem on her neck shone with red light. She said as if she was singing, "A long time ago, I dreamed of the Great Wall. I know it better than you night watchers. It contains the knowledge and wisdom of our ancestors. It's the door to the world. What happens here will affect the entire world and decide the direction of the next era. The Great Wall is where you should come. It's where the Dragon Queen should come. It's also where I should come." "I don't know what you're talking about." John ignored her and strode toward the top of the tower. "You'll understand." Melisandre looked at his back and muttered. Passing through the ghost shadow forest and the ice plains with sparse ironwood, in the land of eternal winter in the extreme north, there was a tall hill covered with weirwood with red palm leaves. Weirwood as thick as a person's arm, as thick as a finger, as thick as a bowl, and countless white tree trunks were squeezed together. It was like the burial ground of the gods. Below the hill was a world. An underground world that belonged to the children of the forest. Under Sam's guidance, Bran left the Great Wall. He sat on the back of Lung Shou's huge elk and traveled dozens of miles, hundreds of miles a day. He walked north for almost a month. The sun rose and set, crossing mountains, rivers, and forests. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the hill that looked like the tomb of an old god. Countless ghouls surrounded the hill, like an army of millions surrounding a city. When Bran first arrived, the ghouls were buried in snow. He didn't even know how long they had been here. Lung Shou was right. The cave was covered by magic. The ghouls couldn't enter and Lung Shou couldn't enter either. Only living people with warm bodies could enter. Bran saw many squirrel people. In a daze, he stepped into Old Nan's story. The children of the forest were like children about 10 years old. Their eyes were large and clear and there were all kinds of colors. They were long and narrow like cat's eyes. They wore cloaks woven from leaves and their skin was like a doe's, covered in spots. So many squirrel people. Dozens, hundreds, Bran cheered. Many? No, we're only left with these people. The squirrel people had a clear girlish voice but their tone was very sad. Squirrel people are like children, Mara Reed said. The ancestors called us children and the giants called us squirrels. But we're neither squirrels nor children. The children of the forest's name means people who sing praises to the earth, in the original language. Long before your ancient language was born, we've been singing in our own language for millions of years, the singer said. Mara said, but you're speaking the common language. This is for him. He can't understand me when I speak the original language, the singer pointed at Bran and said. I was born in the era of the demon dragon. I wandered the human world for 200 years, observing, listening, and learning. I can even speak the Valeglia language. I've seen the human King Rui. I've seen the blood dragon dance wildly and the demon dragon wither. I originally wanted to continue my travels but my legs were sore. Everything in the human world made me mentally exhausted so I turned around and went home. The singer's voice was full of vicissitudes, and his eyes were deep. Heavens, 200 years? Mara and Bran cried out in surprise. The singer smiled and said, perhaps I can tell your story to the guests I meet in the next 200 years. The story of Bran and the story of the Dragon Queen. Who's the Dragon Queen? Bran asked doubtfully. When you become the three-eyed crow you can see for yourself. Her story has already been engraved on the leaves and the roots of the trees forever and ever, the singer said with a sigh. Do you have a name? Bran asked. Anai Budong. The singer opened his mouth and uttered a strange sound. If you use the original language to express it, it's just a symbol, he said. What if you use the common language? Bran continued asking. It's very long. There are thousands of words. You can call me? Leaf, the singer said. The singer held a torch and led the way in front. They crossed a row of fishwood roots that were as thick and long as pythons, crossed a few underground rivers, and crossed a narrow bridge that spanned the two ends of a canyon. In the end, Bran, Adu, and Lida followed the singer to a cave filled with fishwood roots. At the center of the cave, fishwood was woven into a throne, and there was a skeleton king on it. His body was thin and weak, and his black clothes were tattered and decayed. The tree roots wrapped around his body like wooden pythons. One of them went through his pants, into his withered thigh, and protruded out of his shoulder. Specks of dark red leaves grew on his skull, and countless gray mushrooms occupied his forehead. There was only a small piece of skin left on his face, and it was tight and hard like white leather. Even this piece of skin was cracking and brown or yellow bones protruded from it. One of his eyes was as red as a pool of blood, while a thin white tree root crawled down his cheek from the other eye socket and pierced into his neck. This was a person who grew together with fishwood. The three-eyed crow? Bran asked uncertainly. Yes, the three-eyed crow, Blinden, River Text, the Duke of Blood Crow, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers. I'm all of them. The corpse's red eyes glowed. Bran, you finally came. I observed you for a long time, and I witnessed your birth with my 1001 eyes. I saw you take your first step, speak your first word, and enter your first dream. I saw you fall from the tower with my own eyes. Bran looked at his leg and said expectantly, my leg is broken. Can you heal it? Blinden replied, I can't do it. Tears welled up in Bran's eyes as he wept weakly. But you've entered my dreams so many times asking me to come to you and I've come all the way here, to heal my legs. Be strong, child. You didn't come here to heal your leg, but to inherit my position and become the three-eyed crow, Blinden said. Inherit your position? When the 9-year-old Bran saw Blinden, whose body grew together with the tree roots, and whose head had a mushroom, his body shivered and he cried even harder. Chapter 433. You will never be able to walk again, Bran, but you can fly. Blinden sighed. I want to recover my health. I want to become a knight like the fearless Barristan. Bran cried. The heavens have destined that you will never become a knight. Bran, becoming a three-eyed crow is your destiny. Blinden comforted him. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bran cried very sadly. Beside him, Mara also felt sad for him. Bran, when you learn how to fly you will no longer miss the feeling of walking, Jujin said. Jujin and Mara were the children of the Neck Marsh Lord, Holland lied. When they pledged their loyalty to Stark in Winterfell during the harvest season, they became friends with Bran. However, the two lads did not simply pledge their loyalty to the Lord. They both had a mission, to help Brandon become a three-eyed crow. Jiujian was also half a green prophet. He had the ability of green vision, which meant that he could make prophecies in dreams. However, he was not a wolf spirit, nor was he a shapeshifter. Jiujian's condition was similar to Danny C., who prophesied Valeglia's destruction. Danny C. had the ability of a dragon's dream, but she was not a dragon spirit. How should I fly? Bran sobbed as he asked. If you want to fly, you have to hurry up and learn. She has already changed your destiny. The future is shrouded in fog. You do not have many days left, Blynden said. Who is she? Bran asked. Storm-born, Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, the dragon queen of Slave Bay and Calixi of the Great Grass Sea, Blynden said. Ah, Targaryen. Bran was shocked. I thought that Robert had killed all the Targaryens. I am also a Targaryen, Blynden said. Ah. Bran was stunned. Old Nan had also told him the story of the three-eyed crow. The Blood Crow Duke who had 1,001 eyes was Targaryen's illegitimate son. Why is that Dany Rhys called the Mother of Dragons and the Dragon Queen? Does she have a dragon? Mara asked. Yes, bringing back dragons to this world is one of her missions. Unfortunately, she did not follow her fate. The future has become uncertain. Westeros are shrouded in a layer of cold fog, making me no longer omniscient. The long night could not be ended according to the trajectory of fate. Bran, your mission is very heavy. Blynden said helplessly. Why can she go against fate, but I'm destined to be a cripple just like you? Bran shouted. Because she broke free from fate. I also want to break free from fate, Bran announced loudly. Blynden looked at Bran, who was full of fighting spirit, with his blood-red eyes, and said, You can. If you study hard and get all of my legacy, you will have the ability to change your fate. Just like Guanyin Bodhisattva said to Joker, You want to change your fate? Yes, with power you can change your fate. Joker asked, Then how can I have power? Guanyin Bodhisattva said, If you wear the golden circlet, you will become Sun Wukong and have the power of the great sage equal to heaven. If you protect Tang Sanzang and complete the mission of Journey to the West, you will become the victorious fighting Buddha and have the same status as me and Tathagata. Joker was overjoyed. Where is the golden circlet? Where is Monk Tang? I will go now. Bran was overjoyed. Teach me, I will study hard. Brynden did not respond. Sir Blynden, the three-eyed crow? Bran shouted in confusion. He is too tired. After talking so much, he needs to rest, Singer Yi said. Talking so much? Bran was even more confused. Singer Yi explained, He has already surpassed the lifespan of a mortal, but he is still on his deathbed. This is for us, for you, and for the human kingdom. His body only has a little bit of strength left, but his spirit will never die. You can communicate with him through other methods. What methods? Trees. You are the Green Prophet and you can know everything through trees, Jiujian said. What trees? Weirwood? Bran asked. Jiujian said, Not only weirwood but also oak trees, iron trees, elm trees. Even after you become the three-eyed crow, the earth and rivers, the land and the mountains, the wind and the rain will all be mediums for you to observe the world. They are eternal and they have experienced the past and seen the past. They will also experience the future and they will be evergreen forever. Compared to them, our life is like a shooting star, bright but short. After I die, they will still be there, recording the story of time, your story and my story. And my story. I will also die. Bran, you will see my past. What is the past to you may be the future to me, Mara said with a smile. Bran wanted to cry. He felt an indescribable sadness. He looked at the short 16-year-old girl in front of him and wanted to say loudly, I don't want you to die. If you die, I won't live either. He swallowed the words that almost came out of his mouth. Just like many times along the way when he wanted to say, I love you, to her when he possessed Adu. Only when he was in Adu's beast-like strong body did he have the confidence to say, I love you to her. He liked to see her valiant figure when she held the three-pronged frog spear to catch fish. He liked her optimism and cheerfulness. He liked her liveliness just like how he used to be. He liked her loyalty and fearlessness. He liked her beauty even though Mara was thin, short, and flat-chested like a little boy. He liked the smile in her green eyes when she looked at him the most. Unfortunately, he could not say it. Scholar Lewin had told him that not only could he not walk, he could not marry and have children, but he could become a scholar. He could not become the fearless Baristan, could not marry and have children. He looked forward to the three-eyed crow being able to do what Scholar Lewin could not. After all, it was the three-eyed crow. But now, the 9-year-old Bran seemed to have become an adult overnight, because he already tasted the hardships and helplessness that only adults had. In the end, Bran looked at Mara expectantly and said, "You should also learn from Sir Blinden and become a green prophet with me." If she also became a green prophet, they could be together forever. Mara seemed to have seen something in his eyes. She turned her head away sadly and said, "I can't." Jiujian sighed and said, "The gods only let a small number of mortals drink the green spring water so that they can listen to the whispers of the leaves like gods and see the world through the eyes of the trees. Bran, you are one of the lucky ones who drank the green spring water. I am slightly luckier than Mara. I drank a small mouthful of the green spring water and obtained the ability of the green dream. But in your story my part is already finished. Bringing you here was my destiny and it has already been completed." Bran, Bran, Bran. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a breeze reached Bran's ears. He wanted to listen carefully, but his eyes rolled back and he collapsed on the blanket. "Don't worry, he has entered the green dream." This was the last voice that reached his ears. It was the singer Leaf who spoke. "Where is this? Why is it so dark?" Bran was engulfed by the abyss-like darkness and he cried out in fear. "You are going down along the roots and further down." Blinden's voice echoed in his ears. It was stronger and clearer than before. "Bran, don't be afraid of the dark. The strongest tree will plant its roots in the darkest abyss of the earth, and you will be the roots. Darkness will become your cloak, your shield, and your mother's milk that nourishes you. Darkness will make you strong. From today onwards I will be your teacher and I will teach you how to grow quickly from the darkness." "Yes, teacher," Bran replied. Black Castle. Hiss, 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 hiss. The flames in the fireplace danced like dancers and the flames reflected Melisandre's eyes. To outsiders, the flames in the fireplace were just flames, but in the eyes of the red-robed woman, she saw something different. A corpse-like pale wooden face rose from the flames, with 1,001 blood-red eyes on it, staring at the red-robed woman. The red-robed woman did not dodge and she faced him head-on. Suddenly, a wolf-faced boy rose from the flames. He turned his head and roared at her. "Ah!" Melisandre cried out softly, covering her eyes and taking a step back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There seemed to be a gust of wind in the fireplace, the flames swayed and ashes flew. After a while, the tingling in her eyes disappeared. Melisandre put down her hands and her face was solemn. Almost at the same time, in the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, under the candlelight, a small banquet was going on. Suddenly, a salty sea breeze blew from the dock, lifting the hair by Dany's ear, and transmitted a faint, dreamy voice into her ear. Looking at the Dragon Queen who suddenly stopped talking, Clinton and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Old Yamant called softly. "Oh?" Dany came back to her senses, put down her fork, stood up, and walked to the thick parapet that was as high as her waist. She looked to the west, far away, with a complicated expression. "If I said that I just heard the sound of leaves rustling outside the Great Wall, would you believe me?" she said softly. "Oh." Everyone was stunned. "Dany, what did you hear?" Yamant was puzzled. Another green prophet was born, and the weirwood was overjoyed, and the trees and mountains of Westeros were singing for him. "Then the wind brought this news to me," Dany said with a strange expression. To be honest, it was not the first time she heard news from other places through the wind. But the distance was not far and it was close to her. And only when she entered the state of listening to the Song of Wind, there was a very low chance that she would hear it randomly. "Your Majesty, can you hear what my sister is doing now?" Tyrion was chewing on a piece of delicious roast beef as he asked vaguely. "I don't need to hear, I know that she is cursing 3 people now." Dany sat back in her chair and continued with her dinner. "Oh, the Great Sparrow, you and your Uncle Kevin." My uncle? He can be compared to me in the Great Sparrow?" Tyrion said in disbelief. Kevin took her Iron Throne. Sir Kevin became the regent? He is 10 times, no, 100 times smarter than Cersei. With him, the King's Landing will definitely be stabilized. Clinton was shocked. The imp smiled bitterly. "That's the problem. How can my sister tolerate others taking her things? Her things will always be hers, and if she takes a fancy to someone else's things, they will still be hers. I'm afraid it won't be easy." Cersei has been accused of many crimes by the church. Even if she escapes in the end, it will be difficult for her to reach the peak of power. The people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will not tolerate the Queen Regent who is guilty of murdering her husband, committing adultery and blasphemy, old Yemont said slowly. Haha, if Cersei can admit defeat in peace, then it's my loss. Let's wait and see what she will do. It will be very exciting, Dany sneered. Your Majesty really knows my sister. Tyrion sighed and asked curiously, why not you? I have already sworn to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms that I will not be a threat to her before the long night ends, Dany said to little Aegon on her right. Chapter 434. Eldest nephew, what plans do you have for the future? Dany asked as she stared at the youth whose eyes were drifting. Illyrio's letter to you? Little Aegon averted his gaze and said in an unnatural tone. Ah, eldest nephew, who are you and who am I? Dany smiled playfully. As a king, you should humbly listen to the advice of others. But if you follow the script laid out by others, would you still be a king? Little Aegon saw the mockery on her face and felt anger rise in his heart. He turned to look at her and asked, Dany, what do you think of Illyrio's advice? Dany? The smile on Dany's face widened. Kid, keep this anger in you, it will make you work harder. Then she retracted her smile and said seriously, Aegon, I don't have much trust in Varys, but Sir Clinton and Sister Ashera are true people with honor. I trust their words 100%. I'll admit that you are the son of Prince Rhaegar and Princess Illyrio, but there are some things that I have to make clear. Speak. Aegon said with a tense face. Dany raised a finger and said, First, I believe in the seven gods and I'm the Archbishop of Slavers Bay. Starting from me, the Targaryen tradition of marriage between close relatives will be abolished. Ah, everyone couldn't help but cry out in surprise, looking at Dany with eyes full of disbelief. Clinton looked worriedly at the pale Aegon and advised, Your Majesty, you and Aegon's descendants will have a nobler bloodline. Dany waved her hand and said disapprovingly, The only thing that is truly noble is one's character. Our lifespans will end one day and only our souls will meet the seven gods. What does a person do to decide the nobility of their soul? Believe it or not, my father Illyrio and brother Rhaegar are suffering in the seven hells. Their bloodline is noble enough. The seven hells? Clinton and little Aegon looked at the Dragon Queen in horror, as if she had become a stranger who had brought them to the seventh level of hell. On the other hand, Tyrion was looking at the Queen with even more interest. Your Eminence, do you think my father is in the same level of hell as King Aerys and Prince Rhaegar? He asked with a grin. Well, Dany scratched her chin and pondered. My dad only burned the old Stark to death and tortured the old Stark to death. Come to think of it, his main sin was his insanity. However, insanity was only an illness and not a major sin. Stranger might have him stay in the second level of hell. Then, it was my brother. Sigh, going against the holy marriage, this sin is quite big, at least in the fourth level of hell. Lastly, your father, who betrayed his oath by deceiving the King's Landing into opening the gates and pillaging the people. He murdered the innocent Princess Lelia. He was also responsible for Waldfrey's violation of the rights of the guests. It's probably in the sixth layer of hell. That makes sense. Tyrion nodded in agreement with a serious expression. The seven hells? What are you talking about? Clinton and the others looked at the two people who were talking as if they were lunatics. I'm talking about something that everyone knows. Just because you don't say it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Dany said indifferently. You're insulting my father. Little Aegon clenched his fists, the veins on his neck popping out. Your father is her elder brother, the little prince, the little devil said with a grin. Little Aegon turned around and said coldly, You killed your father. You should go to the seventh level of hell. There are benefits to the seventh level. The little devil shrugged indifferently. When you go down, you can go through the fourth and sixth levels and meet your father and my father. Aegon, don't blame your aunt. She swore that she would not start a war before the long night. Ymont comforted him gently. The anger on Aegon's face disappeared. He looked calmly at Dany and asked, The long night is not certain. If the next summer comes as usual between the two of us, who will have the highest priority to inherit the Iron Throne? The moment he said this, everyone fell silent. Clinton looked at his adopted son in a daze. His mouth opened, but he could not say a word. What do you think? Danny asked with interest. After the mad dance of the blood dragon, the Great Council established the inheritance system where men have priority over women, Aegon said solemnly. Eldest nephew, do you know that the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will only acknowledge your identity if I acknowledge it? No one in the Seven Kingdoms will believe Varys' words. Sir Clinton and Sister Ashera are upright people, but integrity and honor are not as useful as a rusted sword in the Seven Kingdoms today, Danny said with a smile. You. Aegon's face paled. He said in shock and anger, you want to use this method to force me to withdraw from the fight for the Iron Throne? No, no, no. Danny waved her hand. The rule I set is the one who ends the long night is king. The goal is to reduce the chaos of war and preserve strength to deal with the other ghosts. If I acknowledge your identity and let you use my declaration to recruit soldiers in the Seven Kingdoms, won't my plan to preserve the vitality of the Seven Kingdoms be ruined? Also, what will the others think? Ant will take down Dragonstone Island, use the oath to numb the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, and then arrange for me to attack the Iron Throne? Aegon, the long night is real. Old Ymont frowned, his voice no longer gentle. Aegon tugged at his cool silk clothes and said, look at the weather in Astapor, it's almost melting people. Does it look like the long night is coming? How about this? Danny's eyes flashed and she suggested, if you follow my rules and wait for the long night to come, Ant will bring you to kill the other ghosts. If we meet the other ghost king, I will give you the head and let you become the prophesied child to end the long night, becoming the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. If you want to do it alone, you are not my son. I can't control you and I can't be bothered to. You can do whatever you want, but I won't endorse your actions and I won't break the oath for you. Which option do you choose? Aegon's lips moved. He struggled for a moment before turning his gaze to his adoptive father, Clinton. Clinton frowned and thought for a moment, then said, Her Majesty is not wrong. Since you have made a holy oath, you must strictly abide by it. The problem now is whether the long night will come or not. Her Majesty trusts all of you. With just one sentence she recognized Prince Aegon as her nephew, but you don't believe her? The centaur maid Jichi said angrily. Oh, she and Eerie both trusted Calixi. When Calixi said that the long night was coming, they immediately began to worry. Would the world turn dark after the long night? Should they prepare more candles? How cold would the winter be? How much blankets and firewood should they prepare? Danny's Blood Alliance guards and Kars also immediately believed her. They began to suggest slaughtering the southern horses that could not withstand the cold, and going to the Horse King city to purchase a batch of northern long-haired horses. The north and south of the centaurs were divided by the Dothraki plains. Jichi's question made Clinton and the others feel awkward and ashamed. The long night is a little too sensational. It's not that we don't trust the queen, it's just that we find it hard to accept. Tyrion said something fair. Ashia's eyes swept across the dwarf's ugly face, and finally landed on the Dragon Queen's beautiful face. She asked, if we don't immediately depart for the Westeros, how will Her Majesty arrange for Prince Aegon? Eldest nephew, what do you know? Danny asked. Aegon swept his gaze across everyone's faces and said confidently and proudly, Sir Duckfy taught me martial arts, Sir Clinton taught me the spirit of chivalry and the skills of commanding an army, Halden is my mentor, he taught me literature, history, mathematics and etiquette, Lamore. Sister Ashia taught me pious faith and the principles of being a person, she is my spiritual mentor. Tyrion supported his forehead with his hand, and secretly observed the Dragon Queen's expression with one of his blue eyes. Fortunately she didn't explode in anger and her eyes didn't become gloomy, just a little calm. Varys is really looking for death. Sending Aegon to the Queen, wasn't it to deliberately provoke her, to make her compare her experience with Aegon? Tyrion raised his hand and said with a smile, Me too, I'll play chess with the prince. Danny glanced at the dwarf and said to little Aegon, Tomorrow as the Archbishop, I'll confer you the title of Honorary Knight, and then arrange a position for you in Slave Bay. Honorary Knight? The Church's armed forces? Aegon asked excitedly. He wasn't a knight yet. You'll understand when you take the oath tomorrow. Just in time the Allied army has begun to enter Mat Aris. I estimate that they will follow the Valeglia Avenue straight to Borash. They will use the ruins of the Valeglia era as a stronghold, and cooperate with the fleet to launch an attack on Meereen in the east. The war is about to begin. I can arrange for you to go to Meereen, go to the front lines to gain experience and master your knowledge. Aunt Danny kindly made career plans for her nephew. Will it be dangerous? Ashera asked worriedly. He doesn't have to participate in the battle and doesn't have to lead the charge, so he'll definitely be safer than me. Of course, he can also do nothing and just live in the Great Pyramid, and when the long night comes, he'll go to the Great Wall to fight the other ghosts. At this point, Danny asked curiously, Nephew, your father also said that you're the child of prophecy. What do you think about the other ghosts in the long night? Do you want to fulfill your duty as the child of prophecy and deal with the other ghosts? I'm the child of prophecy? I don't know. And I haven't even taken back the Iron Throne. Why should I help the Night Watchers fight the other ghosts? Little Aegon said blankly. Sigh. Old Yamant sighed and turned his head away. Danny looked at Clinton and asked, What plans do you have for his future? Tell us and we can consult each other and try to reach a consensus. The wrinkles at the corner of Clinton's eyes deepened and he sighed. Her Majesty won't marry Prince Aegon, and doesn't plan to immediately send troops to the Westeros and the other ghosts beyond the Great Wall. This is too different from our original plan. What plans did you have, or rather what did Varys arrange? Tyrion asked. He was not trusted by Clinton, and at first he did not even know the true identities of Aegon and Clinton. Her Majesty will marry Prince Aegon, and let the prince become a dragon knight and... Clinton hesitantly glanced at the Dragon Queen, Cora, Missandei, Grey Worm, the Centaur Maid, and the others, and his expression was very awkward. What are we waiting for? Danny asked with a frown. When Slavers Bay is defeated by the Alliance army, immediately lead the remaining Unsullied to Pentos, and then use Dragonstone Island as a base to quickly take down the King's Landing, the weathered middle-aged man said awkwardly. We won't be defeated by the Alliance army. As expected, the officials and generals at Slavers Bay were filled with righteous indignation. Varys and Illyrio don't think that I can defeat the Alliance army, and that's fine. But if I really fail, how many subordinates will I have left? Can I quickly take down the King's Landing? Danny asked doubtfully. I also have a trump card. Aunt Danny, I didn't come to you empty-handed, Aegon said proudly. Chapter 435. Tell me, what trump card did Illyrio prepare for you? Danny asked with interest. This. Little Aegon immediately regretted revealing his trump card on impulse. Now that he heard his aunt's question, he could not help but look at his godfather for help. There is no need for your highness to hide anything from Her Majesty, Clinton said without hesitation. In just 2 short days of contact, Clinton had already seen the Queen's character. Like himself and Barristan, she cherished her personal honor and was a true knight with the classical spirit of a knight. The heiress period before Robert was only 16 years ago, but it had become the classical era of knights that could only be recalled. The Westeros nowadays were too lousy, there were almost no true knights. It's the Golden Group, little Aegon said. The Golden Group? Cora, who had been silent all this while, exclaimed for the first time. Because he clearly remembered that the Golden Group had clearly rejected Danny, Rise, and Second Brother Way. In order to treat the Golden Group, Second Brother Way had even sold Queen Layla's crown. In the end, the Golden Group ate and drank heartily while loudly mocking the Beggar King. Is the Golden Group reliable? What about their employment contract with Myr? Danny frowned. She remembered that in Game of Thrones, the Golden Group had been hired by Cersei to deal with Danny and Rise. Clinton explained, the Golden Group's contract with Myr is signed once a year. There are less than 2 months until the end of the year, they will not be renewing the contract. As for their loyalty, you probably don't have to worry too much. The Golden Group was formed by the exiled nobles of the Westeros, the backbone of which are mostly the descendants of those nobles. They all want to follow the true dragon to take back their family's land and titles. Old Yamant said doubtfully, the Golden Group was formed by Cold Iron. Those nobles' descendants and knights all belong to the Black Dragon, while Danny, Aegon, and I are the Red Dragon. The Blackfyre's rebellion has been going on for nearly 100 years. Can the enmity between the two sides be easily resolved? During the first Blackfyre rebellion, the 3 illegitimate sons of the mediocre King Aegon IV were divided into 2 factions. Daimon Blackfyre plus Cold Iron Igor Riverwind versus Blood Crow Blinden Riverwind. The Targaryen flag was a red dragon on a black background. As a bastard, Demon Blackfyre changed his personal emblem to a black dragon on a red background. Therefore, the Blackfire Rebellion was a red dragon versus black dragon. In the end, Daimon Blackfire died at the hands of Blinden, the Blood Crow. Cold Iron Igor Riverman fled the Westeros and established the Golden Regiment on the other side of the Narrow Sea. The will of the Black Dragon had been circulating among the Knights of the Golden Legion. Their battle cry was gold above, cold iron below. Therefore, Dany was not too surprised that the Golden Regiment rejected Second Brother Way. Instead, she was shocked that the Golden Regiment was willing to support Aegon. How did Illyrio convince the Golden Regiment? Dany asked. Tyrion beat Clinton to it and said with a smile, regardless of whether it's black or red, a dragon is a dragon. Bullshit. If the Golden Regiment had this kind of awareness, they would not have mocked Second Brother Way back then. This is what the spice merchant told me. Facing Dany's mocking gaze, Tyrion explained. He also said that some contracts are written in blood and cannot be changed, he added. A contract written in blood. Ymont secretly glanced at little Aegon with a puzzled expression. Illyrio thinks highly of you. He even told you this kind of secret. Dany smiled faintly. Of course. The spice merchant is greedy and lustful, but he is definitely a smart person. He knows my value to your majesty. The little devil said proudly. The value of chopping off your big head to make me feel a little happy? No, no, no. Tyrion shook his big head. My big head contains a lot of useful things. Chopping it off is a complete waste. Dany leaned forward, her right hand supporting her chin. She smiled and asked, what are the things inside? Intelligence, wisdom, knowledge as vast as the sea, monstrous strategy, and the key to governing a country. He puffed out his chest and proudly said, I have been on the battlefield and I have been the king's hand. I have done well. Someone like me who can be a general on horseback and a prime minister off horseback, there is almost no one in Slave Bay, right? I heard that Her Majesty's hand of the king's position is still empty. Sorry you are not useful. Dany held back her laughter and shook her head. In my opinion, you are one of the rare big idiots in Westeros. The kind that helps people count money after being sold. The little devil's expression froze. He pointed at his noseless nostril and said, I'm stupid? Let me ask you, how did the lion and the wolf start fighting? Dany asked. Don't tell me it was because of me? Tyrion laughed. Is it not? I did not send anyone to kill little Stark, that Bran. Lady Catelyn went crazy, what could I do? Tyrion argued. Yes, it was definitely not you. But you still did not find the person who framed you. Why are you so sure it was not me? Tyrion asked curiously. I will tell you the truth. Don't be angry. Dany laughed. Yes, I'm not angry. Tyrion nodded. He was getting more and more curious. Dany looked at the dwarf from head to toe. She held back her laughter and said, You can't beat Bran. What? Tyrion opened his eyes wide. You might be stronger than Bran, but your head is big, your legs are short, your waist is thick, and your hands are thin. In terms of agility, you are not a match for Bran who climbs walls every day. In other words, you can't throw him off the tower even if you wanted to. Since you did not throw Bran off the tower, you naturally did not hire someone to kill him. There is no need for that. Cora, Clinton, and the others looked at the little devil carefully. Their expressions were blank. You're right. This is too obvious a flaw. Why? Tyrion looked down at his deformed legs. His ugly face turned green and red. He knew his condition the best. His legs would be sore and weak after walking a few steps, let alone running and climbing walls. I really hope Lady Catelyn still has the chance to hear this. He smiled bitterly. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Catelyn Tully is not dead. She was revived by the red-robed monk. I even chatted with her for most of the night. When you see her, you have to be mentally prepared, Dany said strangely. Catelyn is not dead? Tyrion was shocked. The dead can be revived? Have you not heard of the story of the Lightning King? The Brotherhood without flags of the Three River Basin. I thought it was a rumor. I don't know if it can revive my father, Tyrion muttered. It can, Dany said firmly. It can? My father has been dead for more than half a year. Bring the deviant ghost to your father's tomb. I guarantee that no coffin can hold it down. Tyrion's mouth twitched. He returned to the original topic and said, Your Majesty, you guessed wrong. The person who threw Bran Stark off the tower is not the same person who sent someone to assassinate him. I know. Your brother through Bran. It was either Littlefinger or your sister who sent the assassin, Dany said confidently. She had watched Game of Thrones, so she should not be wrong. Unfortunately, she did not see the expected shock on the little devil's face. There was only confusion. Confusion? What are you confused about? How do you know it was Jaime, your majesty? Tyrion asked. Bran must have seen something he should not have. At that time in Winterfell, other than your brother and sister having an affair, what else could second young Master Stark not have seen? Dany said proudly. Tyrion was stunned again. Your Majesty, you are so smart. Dany was even more pleased with herself, but her expression was even more indifferent. However, the assassin was not sent by Littlefinger. If it was not Littlefinger, then was it Cersei? Dany was a little anxious. No. Tyrion shook his head again and gave an answer that shocked Dany. Was my nephew. Joffrey? Why would he kill Bran? It doesn't make sense. The dagger was Robert's. Joffrey stole the dagger and found a random assassin among the royal knights. As for the reason, Tyrion smiled bitterly. The title of Second Mad King is not just for show. What reason would he have for changing his mind and killing Ide at the last minute? Little devil, you have guts, little Aegon said coldly. Sigh, your highness, I apologize. Tyrion smiled and bowed. Dany said thoughtfully, it seems that I misunderstood you. You were not ignorant about the Bran assassination incident. It's not really a misunderstanding. I was indeed framed by Littlefinger. When Lady Catelyn confronted me with the dagger, she claimed that Littlefinger told her that the Dragonbone dagger belonged to me. Isn't that nonsense? How can I not know that it belongs to me? Tyrion sighed. Since you knew, why didn't you kill Littlefinger? Dany asked curiously. Kill? Weren't you the leader of the kings for a period of time? Isn't it easy to kill a small noble, with no background? Sigh, at that time, I didn't even have the confidence to defend King's Landing. How would I dare to have internal strife? I even had to beg him to help me talk to Tyrell because he was eloquent and liked to talk. When the situation was set and we could cook the hound after it served its purpose, I was killed ahead of time. That guy went one step further and became the Duke of Hellenberg, Tyrion said helplessly. You didn't tell your father about Littlefinger instigating the lion and the wolf? Tyrion smiled strangely. I'm not targeting anyone. All of Lannister's enemies should be grateful to me. My father's cunning and ruthlessness are something you can never imagine. While I was unconscious and recuperating, my father quietly made a move against him. What did Tywin do? Dany asked in surprise. Give Hellenberg to Littlefinger, Tyrion said with a smile. What's that supposed to mean? Little Aegon was confused. My father believed that the curse of Hellenberg was real. Even if it was fake, it would become real sooner or later. Unfortunately, before the curse of Hellenberg took effect, you and your father were weakened by him, Dany mocked. What do you mean? Suddenly Tyrion's pupils shrank and he cried out, did he kill Joffrey? Oh, you're not too stupid. Maybe Littlefinger has the ability to do that. But that doesn't make sense. What benefit would he get by framing me or killing Joffrey? Tyrion said in disbelief. Dany stared at him for a long time, causing the dwarf to squirm uncomfortably. Then she held back her laughter and said, the chaotic situation and, he has your wife. Sansa? Tyrion's expression changed drastically and started to turn green. Do you know about Littlefinger's relationship with Catelyn? He used Sansa as a substitute for his first love, Catelyn? Damn it. Tyrion's face turned completely green. The surrounding onlookers looked at Tyrion with sympathy. Especially the female dwarf, Fanny. She was so sad that she almost cried for him. Don't you think you're miserable? You've been tricked by the same person so many times. Your wife is lying in his bed. Maybe she even has a child now, but you still don't know anything. Dany had no sympathy at all. She was still gloating over his misfortune. Who told you to betray Dany Rise? You deserve it. The dwarf's face was pale, and he was about to collapse. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.